I am the ancient Titan Python standing at the top of the world, once capable of intimidating countless strong opponents with just a glance. But now I've fallen into being the personal pet of a twin-tailed Lolita. Not only do I have to help her with laundry, cooking, and bathing every day, but also transform into the shape she likes and be played with at will. And all this is because the fantasy beast Palu merged with reality. In just one night, countless monsters poured out of the space cracks. In just 2.5 days, social order completely collapsed. And those crazy big spending gamers, relying on their life beast gods, have become the new masters of the world in one leap. Although I also awakened a powerful pet, I was ruthlessly betrayed by my girlfriend. In order to please her own life beast god official, she did not hesitate to become their breeding tool, disregarding her dignity. She even deceived me into the heart of the beast's nest. I fought desperately to go back for revenge, but 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. In the end, I was torn to shreds by a group of mutant chickens on the spot. Who would have thought that I would open my eyes again, only to be reborn 2 months before the apocalypse arrived? And I even turned into the ancient Titan Python in the game. Although I have just reached adulthood, this species has no limit. As long as it continues to devour, it can evolve indefinitely. Even in the later stages, powerful beasts like the Azure Dragon become food for the ancient Titan Python. As I pondered my future grand ambitions, a voice devoid of emotion echoed in my mind. When asked if I was willing to become the guardian beast of the Reborn player, I was first stunned, then let out a strange laugh. To think it was a Reborn player, Rebirth on top of Rebirth. Isn't this heaven helping me? With that in mind, I readily agreed. As the words fell, a white light enveloped my body, rendering me completely invisible, followed by a pleasant whisper in my ear. God bless, I hope my guardian beast becomes stronger and better, but please, don't let it be another teddy like in my previous life. At this moment, a girl who looked remarkably like Princess Hatsune was nervously watching the computer screen. Her name is Manti Angsing, a genuine little Loli. In her past life, her awakened guardian beast was a teddy, with pitifully weak combat abilities. Combined with her good looks, her life was even more miserable than mine. In order not to be treated as a plaything, she disfigured herself just to survive. But in a world where order collapsed, she also struggled in the apocalypse for 2.5 years. Although she is a reborn player now, possessing the advantage of knowing future developments, it is ultimately the guardian beast that determines her fate. Plus, everyone only has one awakening opportunity, so she is still so nervous when awakening. At this moment, your basic information appears on the computer screen. Congratulations to the player Manti Angsing for successfully obtaining the guardian beast, with unlimited potential in the early adulthood stage. This is my guardian beast. This is really unbelievable. Even if a player obtains an adult guardian beast, the probability is very low. Could it be that a butterfly effect was triggered after the rebirth, causing a change in my destiny? Her adorable, doll-like face was filled with astonishment. Ha ha ha, in this life, I am destined to dominate. After coming to my senses, Manti Angsing joyfully reveals 2 little tiger teeth. And what makes her extremely excited is that this adult giant python is obviously abnormal. Because she knows that basically, every creature has a potential limit, but her guardian beast does not. This is the first time she has encountered such a situation. She believes that with her family background, she can easily elevate me to the legendary beast realm, sufficient to dominate after the game invades reality. After calming down for a while, Manti Angsing excitedly asks, Hey, Big Python, can you hear me? Can you speak? At this moment, I am equally excited in the game world. I never expected that my caretaker would actually be a girl. Big Python, my name is Manti Angsing. You can call me Xiao Xing. What should I call you? Hearing the submissive voice of the other party, I became even happier. Truly worthy of being a reborn player, their enlightenment is indeed high. Just when I wanted to urge her to quickly spend money, the system's voice sounded. Before the game invades reality, the host cannot reveal anything about the future to anyone or anything, otherwise the will of the game world will discover the host's existence. Even unpredictable events may occur. Seeing this, I was stunned for a moment, and then gave up on the idea. Actually, whether to reveal it or not doesn't matter. Reborn players know what they should know. After pondering for a moment, I responded, just call me Python brother. Hearing this, Manti Angsing looked excited and said, Okay, brother Mang, you wait for me for 2 days. I will go raise funds, help you quickly improve your strength. You just stay at home with peace of mind, don't wander around, take it as a rest. According to her, she obviously wanted me to lie low, and after he raised enough funds, he would strive to quickly level me up to the realm of behemoths. Hearing Manti Angsing's almost pleading voice, I almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. As a fellow reborn player, I naturally knew what he was thinking. No, I like to fight. How could I stay in the lair every day? Hearing this, Mantiangsing immediately looked aggrieved and said, "Please, Mang brother, only by becoming a strong man in the realm of behemoths can you see a broader sky. Then you can fight against more powerful creatures." Hearing this, I put on a thoughtful expression and said, "That makes sense. Since you promised, Brother Mang, you must not run around these 2 days. You just stay obediently in the lair. Let others help you spend money to become stronger." After saying this, Mantiangsing breathed a sigh of relief, and it wasn't until she saw you return to the nest that she finally closed the game in peace. Her family is very wealthy, her parents are business people, so it's not too difficult for her to raise the funds. While she was raising the funds, I didn't just sit around. After all, I had just reached adulthood and gained several skills. Now I want to see how strong I am in battle. With this in mind, I decisively climbed out of the cave and soon found a huge creature outside. It was an African giant, nearly 4 meters tall and 6 meters long, with a pair of forward-leaning tusks over 2 meters long. It was huge and heavy, probably over 10 tons. Seeing this, I immediately dismissed the idea of hunting. Although I had the skill of venomous fangs and could indeed have a chance to kill this big guy, I didn't want to provoke it. Because elephants are basically social animals, it wouldn't be worth it to have a group seeking revenge. But at that moment, the giant elephant stared at me and asked if I had seen an adult white elephant, similar in size to itself. I quickly replied, "Big brother, I haven't seen one. I just moved here yesterday." Hearing this, the giant elephant seemed somewhat disappointed, but still urged me to contact their elephant family as soon as I found the white elephant. The status of the white elephant in their family is similar to that of royalty. As long as you help us find any white elephant, you will be a friend of our elephant family. We never mistreat our friends. With that, the giant elephant hurriedly left. Seeing this, you are filled with emotion. It seems like a game world, but this game world actually exists, with its own set of rules and intricate forces at play. The White Elephant clan holds a very high position among the elephant tribe. Even in the previous life, they still flourished in the real world, even after their own deaths. You should know that the realm of the native beast god is divided into the infancy period, adulthood, transformation, giant beast realm, legendary realm, epic realm, and mythical realm. The White Elephant clan has legendary realm powerhouses, so you can imagine their status. Then I started wandering around the old nest, and soon I figured out the situation in this forest. Not only are there the baboon groups that I really detest here, but also a pack of wild dog. The rest of the herbivores, due to their proximity to the water source, probably number no less than 10,000. Once I had figured out the situation in the forest, I prepared to return, twisting my massive body. Suddenly, a weak voice rang out, "Hey mister, you look so strong and mighty. Can I call you my adoptive father?" The sudden voice startled me. What's this? A hyena trying to make me its adoptive father? I even thought I misheard. It wasn't until I saw the 2 fierce-looking male lions behind it that I understood. This guy probably provoked the 2 male lions, was being chased, and in a desperate situation, resorted to seeking me out. However, I do need a few lackeys around me. It makes things easier and information more accessible. I'll let go of the idea of you being my stepfather. From now on, you're my little brother. Seeing me agree, non-African brother immediately became ecstatic. You are my real big brother. In the future, if you ask me to go east, I will never go west. If you ask me to dig a hole, I will definitely not raise chickens. I quickly interrupted this flatterer and asked, as the reluctant male lion left, "What have you done to incur such wrath? These 2 male lions are staring at you and unwilling to leave." Hearing this, second brother, gritting his teeth, said to big brother, "You don't know. I finally found a wife, but she was bitten to death by these 2 brothers last time. I held a grudge, so when the 2 brothers were away, I took a few friends and bit their most beloved wife to death. After that, the 2 brothers went crazy and chased me as if they were mad." Second brother's face showed a sense of grievance as he spoke. I felt speechless. I didn't expect this guy to hold grudges, but after thinking about it, I understood. It seems that canines are quite vengeful. It's okay, they won't dare to move with me here. Tell me, how much do you know about this forested mountain? Big brother, you're asking about this. By the way, this mountain is called Kongshan. The head of this mountain is the 3 Kong brothers. They have all entered the beast well. Even the small groups of Tyrannosaurus rex dare not provoke them. The 3 Kong brothers are truly the local tyrants. I nodded thoughtfully. You, kid, seem to have a good grasp of the situation. Why do you insist on calling me big brother? Can't your hyena family protect you? The hyena shook his head and said, "Big brother, you don't understand. The hyena's fighting ability is not bad, but we are just the lowest level of the underdogs. Those two lions are always causing trouble for our hunting dog group. The queen of the clan has never survived for a month. The hyena family can't protect me at all, nor will they. After all, our male hyenas have a very low status in the clan. Speaking of this, the hyena showed a pleasing expression. Now that I have a big brother, I also have a background. As they say, even when fighting dogs, it depends on the owner, right? Listening to him talk confidently, I was speechless. All right, you are a very spirited hunting dog. Come with me, I'll take you to my lair and show you the way. After saying this, I twisted my snake body and led the way. The second brother quickly followed behind, but not without a provoking glance at the unwilling lion. Damn brother! This guy is really too much, bullying the lion. Big brother, let's kill him. I can't stand it anymore. Seeing this, the black-maned lion trembled with anger. Do you want to go looking for death? Didn't you see the nearly 20-meter-long ancient titan next to him? The other golden-maned lion growled irritably. After a long silence, the dark brown lion finally revealed a nonchalant expression. Forget it, wife. We can always find another showdown, but if we lose our lives, it's final. We're just lions. Under the same adult circumstances, we can't beat these colossal creatures. It's really tough, damn it. At the same time, I had just entered the jungle with my hunting dog little brother. We saw a northeast tiger fighting an adult lion. Both of them were injured to varying degrees, but then a halo appeared. Their injuries immediately healed as good as new. Seeing this, I immediately understood that these two guys must also be the player's spirit beasts. The literary hunting dog's eyes were full of envy. These two guys are really lucky to become spirit beasts. I heard that after becoming the spirit beast of that player, if they're lucky, they can soar to great heights. There's still a month and a half left until the random selection for becoming a spirit beast ends. Maybe one day you'll have the chance to become a spirit beast too. Listening to my comforting words, the hunting dog lowered his head, clearly not very excited, but he adjusted his mood very quickly. There are so many creatures in the whole world, the probability is very small and quite normal. Even if he doesn't become a spirit beast, he has a brighter future than other hunting dogs. Right now, he has a very capable big brother. We bypassed the battlefield and arrived near the lair with the hunting dog. This also counts as showing him the way. If he encounters any trouble he can't solve in the future, he can come here to seek my help. After getting familiar with the road conditions, the hunting dog excitedly turned and left. As for me, I crawled into the nest to catch up on sleep. I originally wanted to test my strength in adulthood, but I couldn't find a decent opponent. The strong ones are too intimidating, and bullying the weak ones is not fulfilling. Given my current length of 18 meters, among creatures of the same level, apart from some oceanic beings and those creatures from mythical legends, others simply cannot pose a threat to me. What makes me both happy and distressed is that tomorrow, it's estimated that the meteor shower will start, and I can directly enhance my strength. This will make it even more difficult for me to find opponents. It becomes even more difficult for me to find opponents. Meanwhile, in the Reality Dragon live broadcast room, a male anchor with a smile on his face. Although the viewers didn't defeat the lion, discerning eyes could see the issue. The opponent is also a player, not just a native creature in the game. And the player who awakened the sacred beast, the lion, is obviously quite well off. Speaking of this, the male anchor immediately started pleading poverty. Dear viewers, I spent a lot of money during the previous battle, so please give me some rewards to recover. I will hunt a wild ox later. Randomly select lucky viewers in the live broadcast room and give away items for free. As soon as he finished speaking, a rainbow shower appeared in the live broadcast room. All kinds of gifts began to appear one after another. Thanks to the brothers for the rewards. I will now go hunt the wild ox. Just then, a comment in the live broadcast room caught his attention. Did the anchor see the cave in the bushes? Urinate inside with your totem beast, and I'll reward you with a gift of 100,000 yuan. Don't be silly, anchor. It's so big, obviously, it's the nest of a large creature. Moreover, the intelligence of creatures in the game world is generally high. If you dare to urinate inside, it will definitely provoke the creatures in the cave. However, in the face of the audience's persuasion, the anchor ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of money. Brothers, isn't it just urinating? I'll communicate with the totem beast now. He then began to communicate with the totem beast. Due to him just speaking on the microphone, the totem beast in the game can actually hear him. And this game is extremely realistic, almost no different from reality. The Siberian tiger has its own thoughts and naturally cannot be completely obedient. Therefore, when he heard the player asking him to urinate in the cave, he was very resistant and at the same time told the male anchor about his speculation and the scent he had captured. The male anchor listened with a speechless face. The Siberian tiger said that he smelled the scent of creatures near the cave and felt a little uneasy. However, in the end, the Siberian tiger succumbed to my power. Obviously, he still knows who's in charge. As long as he wants to become stronger, he must listen to me. Speaking of this, the anchor had a smug look on his face. At this moment, as I was about to go to sleep, I immediately felt that there was a creature approaching outside the cave. I couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Could it be that hunting dog? But as soon as I approached the burrow, I caught a very strong foul smell, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a northeast tiger, just urinated outside the burrow, and even shook its hind legs. If I'm not mistaken, this northeast tiger is obviously the one that fought with the lion before. It's really too much to bully the snake. In a fit of rage, I emerged from the cave, the aura of the superior being released in that instant. With my appearance, the northeast tiger, which was about to leave, slowly turned around. Before it could react, I swiftly twisted my snake body and attacked towards it. But the saying, as fast as the wind from the tiger, as agile as the dragon, is not without reason. The tiger's speed is even faster than mine, as it effortlessly leaped back, quickly widening the distance between us. Ha ha ha, with your speed, you also want to bite me? It's highly unlikely in this lifetime. After saying that, the northeast tiger grinned even wider. This made me even more furious. I wished I could just bite off its little lychee right then and there. After taking a deep breath, I taunted, with your cowardly stance, you still dare to call yourself the king of beasts? If you have the guts, fight me and let me see if you are truly the king of beasts or just a sickly cat. Unfortunately, my provocation didn't work at all. Instead, I was mocked by the northeast tiger. Don't waste your efforts for nothing. Even though I am a tiger, my brain is still functioning normally. I won't seek death by overestimating my capabilities. Also, I urinated in your den. How did I provoke you? Mr. Tiger, I come to urinate in your den every day. This remark completely infuriated me. If my speed had been as fast as his, how could I have let him be so arrogant in front of me? After considering this, I felt even more aggrieved. I clearly have the strength to defeat him, but I have nowhere to display it. What's the point of improving my strength? After some thought, I came up with a good idea. My speed may not match that of the Siberian tiger, but I can easily recruit other tigers as my underlings. As long as I have enough tiger underlings of my own, killing this guy is really not difficult at all. Thinking of this, the anger in my heart subsided slightly. With cold snake eyes, I gave a cold glance at the Siberian tiger, then twisted my body and hurried towards the stream. After all, arguing with this guy is useless. It's better to go find my underlings. Besides, there are many predators around the stream, definitely a good place to find underlings. The advice to leave the Siberian tiger was somewhat inexplicable, but I didn't mind. He actually didn't want to provoke the Titan Charger, but he couldn't resist the incessant persuasion of the owner. Moreover, getting stronger also requires the player's help. I can only say that the tiger has to bow its head under the eaves, and at the same time, I was surprised to find that by the stream, as the sun sets in the west, more creatures come to drink by the stream. Just a quick glance revealed more than a dozen extremely large Siberian tigers. Just as I was about to pick a few lackeys, the system's voice rang in his mind, successfully triggering the selection task. Please choose the following tasks to receive rewards. Task 1, host, hunt and kill 3 adult creatures that are the totem beasts, within a month to receive a bronze level random skill box. The task duration is 1 month, with a reward of a bronze level random skill box. Task 2, host, hunt and kill 5 adult creatures that are the totem beasts, within a month to receive a bronze level designated skill box. Task 3, host, hunt and kill 10 adult creatures that are the totem beasts, within a month to receive a bronze level random skill box, and a bronze level designated skill box. I couldn't help but chuckle. It really is ask and you shall receive. Luckily, my own northeast tiger isn't that the player's totem beast, and it has even reached adulthood. But it's going to be very difficult to kill it, unless I have a speed type skill of my own. After thinking for a moment, I finally chose the third task. But to hunt and kill 10 players' totem beasts within a month is not simple. First of all, whether it's the creatures in the game world or the player's totem beasts, they are basically normal. If I just wait patiently for my prey, it's estimated that it will take several months to complete. After taking a deep breath, I headed towards the distant northeast tigers. Seeing me arrive, the tigers and lions all made way, even keeping a certain distance from the rogues. Is there anyone among you willing to be my lackey? Becoming my lackey may not have many benefits, but there will definitely be some, especially when I reach my peak. It may even help you avoid a lot of crises and troubles. Upon hearing this, a fully grown black-maned lion quickly spoke up. Big brother Gutai Mang, do you have any requests for me to be your little brother?
I looked up and down at the lion in front of me, realizing that he was much stronger than the ordinary members of his clan.
My eyes lit up involuntarily.
This lion should be a Cape lion, known as the largest lion on Earth in terms of body size. No wonder his mane looks so dense.
I became interested in his majesty and had only one request: can you keep up with the tiger, Wen Yen, in terms of speed?
The Cape lion immediately respectfully said, I am willing to bow to you as my big brother. This is my brother of the same blood, and his combat power is also very good. Although there is a gap compared to top predators like you, big brother, he is also a top predator among ordinary creatures.
After saying this,
Kinzan Cape lion standing beside him quickly stepped forward and said, I am also willing to bow to you as my big brother.
Very good, I have high hopes for you two brothers.
I am quite satisfied with this pair of lion brothers.
Then, I looked at a few observing Siberian tigers not far away,
to see if they were interested in becoming my little brothers.
Unfortunately, although they seemed somewhat restless, they did not make any indication, obviously having no intention of becoming my little brothers. I was not disappointed by this. Being able to recruit 2 Cape lions is very good. At that moment, a voice rang out, Big brother, can I become your little brother?
Although I am still in my youth, I am reaching adulthood soon. I saw a tiger slightly smaller than several northeast tigers, and the tiger tomb was full of anticipation. Moreover, the little brother is the player's favorite beast god. My poop scooper said he was going to gather resources and promised that I would be fully grown in 3 days at most. I was somewhat surprised.
I didn't expect this guy to be lucky too.
That's great. If the strength is too weak, he really can't help me.
I happily nodded at the snake's head. Big brother,
we, the 2 brothers, will go hunt buffalo to honor you. Xiao He and Xiao Jin quickly spoke up to please you.
As for this, I am very pleased. This is a qualified little brother, knowing that big brother gives a gift.
Just in terms of social grace, he is better than a hunting dog.
But when I was about to happily agree, the leader of the water buffalo not far away couldn't help but feel angry and indignant. It's really too much. What's your business with us? Did our water buffalo offend you?
After hearing the words of the water buffalo leader, the other dozen or so water buffalo also became furious. Seeing this, the 2 lion brothers looked confused. Goodness, even the water buffalo dared to argue with them. It's as if they didn't take the 2 of them seriously. You should know that on a regular day, the number of buffalo the 2 brothers hunt is countless. I never thought that these delicious prey would dare to argue today.
What's even more crucial is that this damn water buffalo made them lose face in front of their big brother. For a moment, the lion brothers became furious.
After glancing at each other, they all showed a ferocious look, ready to hunt down the target. Placed on the leader of the water buffalo, only in this way can it deter all the creatures present, because among ordinary predators, lions, tigers, and brown bears are basically top predators. But their newly worshipped big brother is at the peak age of catching prey, the top predator.
An existence that even the Tyrannosaurus Rex would not dare to provoke.
In order to save face in front of me, the 2 brothers have already expressed their attitude through actions. When the 2 brothers approached, under the command of the leader, more than 10 water buffalo formed a charging matrix. The 2 brothers are obviously accustomed to this tactic. They immediately split into 2 groups and launched a pincer attack from the front and back. In this way, unless the water buffalo stay in place and form a circular matrix, they are easily scattered by the lions. As they expected, when the lion brothers launched their charge, the originally united water buffalo immediately scattered and fled. Seeing this scene, the buffalo leader was dumbfounded. The buffalo community that I had worked so hard to build has now fallen apart. Before he could even think, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. A male lion had already jumped on him, biting his back,
while another lion bit his neck, flipping him over. Damn it, have the guts to let me go.
The buffalo leader struggled in a mix of shock and anger, trying to break free from this pair of lion brothers. The 2 brothers' cooperation is so seamless that it doesn't give him any chance to break free. This also makes the leader of the water buffalo even more terrified.
He doesn't want to die yet.
He hasn't branched out, hasn't created his own super large water buffalo group. At the same time, in the game live broadcast room, the female anchor has a panicked look on her face. His totem beast, the water buffalo, is being bitten by 2 male lions, and if nothing unexpected happens,
his totem beast is probably going to be defeated.
After all, no matter how powerful the water buffalo is, it's impossible to break free from 2 huge male lions.
Moreover, these are 2 fully grown male hunting lions, and their physical abilities have reached their peak.
Once unable to break free, he won't even have the chance to use the designated area teleport card. This applies when the totem beast is in battle, or when it is entangled with other creatures.
He won't be able to use the designated teleport card.
The only cards he can use are the healing card and the stamina card. But all of this is money spent in vain. In order to raise this calf, he had already sold all the properties under his name. This is how he raised the calf to become a peak adult water buffalo. But now, let's not even talk about whether his totem beast can be saved. At present, all he can do is to take medicine to hold on, but it's just delaying the time of death.
Thinking about this makes him furious. This totem beast is really too much trouble.
Why did he provoke this pair of male lion brothers for no reason?
Now, it's a disaster.
It's really a case of inviting trouble and suffering the consequences.
Could you please support the streamer with a small gift, everyone?
Otherwise, the streamer's main beast will really lose face. While crying, the streamer girl quickly started to spend money without hesitation, using a bottle of healing potion and a bottle of stamina potion. Anya quickly talked to them about how to get them to let you go.
As long as the conditions are not too unreasonable, they are all negotiable.
After speaking, he started again in the live broadcast room. Tears welled up as he cried in poverty, while on the other side, in the game world, a faint light burst out from the water buffalo, and all his injuries instantly healed.
I felt extremely wrong.
I never expected that the other party was also a main beast, no wonder his mouth was so sharp. Thinking of this, my cold snake eyes were filled with killing intent, and it just so happened that I still had a task to complete. But at this time, the water buffalo changed his tough attitude, begging the two big brothers repeatedly, "Don't be too hasty, let's talk about it.
As long as you can let me go, any conditions are negotiable."
But the lion brothers completely ignored it. They originally thought this water buffalo was going to be bitten to death, but then they found out that he was the main beast of a player. Jealousy made him unrecognizable, and he bit even harder with his blood-filled mouth. Begging for mercy from them was useless. The water buffalo quickly turned his gaze to me. "Brother, let's talk. Please, let these two brothers not be hasty.
Any conditions can be mentioned."
After thinking about it, I still stopped the lion brothers and decided to hear what life-saving conditions the water buffalo could offer. "Big brother, as long as you don't kill me, I can bring 10 water buffalo to pay my respects to you, no problem."
I sneered and said, "Is your life only worth 10 water buffalo? How about you communicate with the player behind you now?"
If he's willing, coaxing 5 adult totem animal creatures to come and pay their respects to me, I will spare him.
How about your life?
Hearing this, the water buffalo leader nodded and agreed. "Big brother, wait a moment, I will communicate with my player right away. I'm not in a hurry about this, because as long as this water buffalo doesn't want to die, it will definitely persuade its player behind it, once the other party really compromises.
Help me deceive 5 of them.
Once the totem animal creatures in their adult stage come over, my task will be halfway completed. As for whether to spare this buffalo at that time, it will depend on my mood."
Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel pleased. Indeed, at any time, as long as you open your mind in perspective. The tasks released by the system are actually not that difficult.
At the same time, in the live broadcast room, the female anchor, upon hearing about the totem animal water buffalo, immediately stopped the live broadcast at lightning speed. After hesitating for a moment, he began to coax a few friends with average relationships, because he knew that these friends currently had no job and were basically playing this game full-time at home.
The income is not bad.
Among them are his 2 best friends, totem animals, namely a musk ox and a leopard. Now, he will deceive these 2 best friends and then deceive a few friends with very average relationships. Then he can save his own totem animal. After waiting for about 2 hours, the water buffalo leader suddenly spoke. "Brother Shuanmon, that buffalo and leopard over there are both adult stage totem beasts. The players behind them are acquainted with the players behind me, and our relationship is quite good. When they get closer, you can have your 2 little brothers make a move to ambush them." I immediately ordered my little brothers to prepare to surround these 2 totem beasts. However, at this moment, the other party stopped and didn't dare to approach.
"Brothers, what's going on?" the leopard asked from not far away.
The player behind him asked him to help rescue this water buffalo. There will be many benefits after it's done, so that's why he came here. The buffalo has the same idea, but now it seems that the situation at the scene is not right. Seeing this, I was stunned for a moment, and discreetly glanced at the water buffalo, only to find that this guy remained silent, with a pleading expression on his face.
Looking at the leopard and the buffalo, helplessly, I could only put on a puzzled expression. "Are you friends with this water buffalo?" After exchanging glances, the leopard and the buffalo nodded and said, "Yes, big brother." The player behind this water buffalo communicated with the players behind us, so they asked us to negotiate with you about how to let go of this water buffalo. Seeing this, I began to think about how to take them down. The main issue is that the distance these 2 guys maintain is quite particular. As soon as my 3 little brothers rush out, they will have plenty of time to escape. Even if we forcefully catch them, we can only catch the buffalo. It's really difficult to catch the leopard. The speed of the leopard can be said to be top-notch among ordinary predatory animals.
Even ancient creatures, there are not many that can outrun the leopard.
So, I have two choices now. The first choice is to directly order my men to launch an attack. Even if we can't catch the leopard, capturing a yak is not bad. At this thought, I made a decision and chose to go directly for the yak. With a glance from me, Xiao He and Xiao Fei rushed out instantly. This sudden scene left the other side a bit bewildered. By the time they reacted, Xiao He and Xiao Fei had already charged towards them. But the leopard obviously didn't slow down. It did not choose to run away. Instead, it engaged in a battle with the northeast tiger. While fighting, the leopard couldn't help but angrily question, "What do you mean?" Unfortunately, Xiao Fei didn't give him a chance to explain. At the same time, the black-brown male lion easily locked the yak's throat. Seeing this scene, I felt a sudden joy. In just a few vine swings, I had already arrived at the yak's location, and my body naturally entwined with its body. Then, I opened my blood-stained mouth and bit down fiercely, leaving 2 bloody holes on its body with my terrifyingly sharp venomous fangs. "Brother, don't kill me." After being bitten by me, this yak was completely panicked. "Because my size is too huge, once I entangle it, it will definitely die without a doubt. Even if the player behind uses physical recovery, it will be of no use." What made him even more frightened was the rapid loss of strength throughout his body at this moment, a sign of poisoning. The ox, realizing the danger, immediately became extremely frightened. Is this for real? Does the Titan python also have venomous fangs? Why has he never heard of it before? Just as the ox was convulsing, another miserable scream came from the other side. I raised the massive snake head to look and saw little Fei biting the back of the leopard's neck, then tearing at it fiercely. The ferocious and ruthless posture made the leopard somewhat frightened. But what I don't understand is why the leopard didn't run. Could it also have seen that little Fei is not yet an adult? Even if the Siberian tiger is indeed a subadult, it's not something a leopard can provoke. Moreover, this subadult Siberian tiger is also the player's guardian beast, and its size is already very close to adulthood. There really is no reason to be afraid of an adult leopard. The next moment, I went forward and bit the leopard, injecting the venom from my fangs into its body. After 2 minutes, the leopard began convulsing. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed 2 adult creatures, guardians of the beasts. Current task completion, February 10th. Congratulations, host, for successfully devouring a leopard and gaining 290 evolution points." The Siberian tiger and the lion brothers on the side were completely dumbfounded by this scene. Obviously, they also couldn't understand why the ancient Titan python had venomous fangs. "Big brother, can the ancient Titan python have venomous fangs? Why have I never heard of it?" Looking at the 3 little brothers with confused faces, I explained with a smile, "Other ancient Titan pythons don't, so why can't I? With these venomous fangs, even an adult Tyrannosaurus rex would die if I bit it." The reason I said this is, of course, to tell the little brothers the truth. As long as you follow me, the future will definitely be promising. That's why, as the big brother, I naturally have to show some tricks from time to time to make the little brothers more attentive and follow me. Big brother is indeed big brother. A big brother with venomous fangs is so powerful that it's earth-shattering. Little Hay, who came to his senses, immediately flattered, "Only by following such a big brother can we have a bright future." These words obviously benefited me a lot. Of course, I have never treated my little brothers unfairly. "You guys can divide that musk ox if you want to eat." As soon as the words fell, the 3 of them pounced like hungry wolves. As for the water buffalo, I personally keep an eye on it. The player behind you, Lanyo, said, "When will the other 3 totem gods come? It's almost dark today. If we continue to delay, you have to spend the night with me tonight." At this moment, the water buffalo felt helpless. "Big brother is coming soon. You should let your subordinates disperse a bit later, so it's also convenient for a sneak attack. Otherwise, if we encounter a leopard that we can't beat and it runs away, it would be a big loss." After hearing the water buffalo's words, the python nodded in satisfaction. After the 3 little brothers were all satisfied with their meal, the python ordered them to spread out and not get too close, instructing them to seize the opportunity once the 3 totem beast god creatures appeared. Following the python's orders, the 3 little brothers, Black, Gold, and Fei, quickly distanced themselves and blended in along the sparsely populated stream bank. At this moment, as it was already dark, the number of animals gathered at the bank had decreased, with most of them hastily leaving after drinking water. Because the nighttime forest was truly full of dangers. If the forest during the day was considered dangerous, then the danger level at night was several times higher.
Many animals and creatures preferred to be active at night, including many predators. After waiting for another 2 hours, just as the python was about to lose patience, it finally saw the 3 totem beast god adult creatures appear. Moreover, they came together: a brown bear, a lion, and a tiger. Although all were adult creatures, compared to the python's 3 little brothers, both the tiger and lion were smaller in size. Apparently, the tiger was not a Siberian tiger, the lion was probably a regular lion, and the brown bear was also a common brown bear. Furthermore, the python noticed that these 3 individuals had a very good relationship, possibly related to the players behind them or simply getting along well naturally. At the same time, as soon as these 3 individuals arrived, they immediately spotted the water buffalo's tracks and the massive creature perched on top of it. Seeing the python's size, the 3 individuals couldn't help but gasp in shock, feeling a chill down their spines.
It wouldn't be easy to rescue the water buffalo.
After exchanging glances, the 3 individuals approached the python, maintaining a safe distance of over 30 meters. The brown bear spoke first. "Esteemed python, the water buffalo that offended you is our friend.
How can we spare it?"
Hearing this, the python glanced at its surrounding little brothers and then grinned, opening its huge mouth and said, "These 3 are my little brothers. If you 3 can defeat 2 of my little brothers, I will unconditionally spare the buffalo." Hearing this, looking at the 2 male lions and the Siberian tiger that had surrounded them, the 3 individuals exchanged glances, knowing they had no way out.
However, they were not worried, as in a 3-on-3 situation, even if they couldn't win, escaping would be easy. Therefore, a fierce battle erupted between the 2 sides in an instant. The python was pleased to see that its 3 little brothers did not disappoint, displaying strong combat prowess and quickly gaining the upper hand in the fight. In fact, with advantages in size and strength, the python's 3 little brothers had no real risk of being killed. After the battle had been raging for over 10 minutes, both sides were already in a frenzy. Although the 3 individuals were at a size disadvantage, their injuries quickly healed due to the players' influence, boosting their morale. The same was true for the python's 3 little brothers, who had their big brother as a strong support, making them fierce and relentless in battle, always maintaining the upper hand. However, as time passed, they accumulated more and more injuries. At this point, the python knew the battle could not continue to drag on. Therefore, the python opened its huge mouth and said, "Hold them off for me." Without further ado, the python bit the water buffalo's neck, injecting its venom into the creature. This sudden attack startled the water buffalo, causing it to struggle and thrash about in fear, desperately pleading, "No. Please don't. You promised, but you are not trustworthy. Damn it. Why are you like this? You deserve to die. IXXX." Amidst a series of curses, the python ignored the water buffalo and swiftly charged towards where the South China tiger was. There was no other reason. The tiger was the fastest among these 3 creatures. Moreover, although the Siberian tiger did not have a disadvantage in size, it did not have the upper hand either, as the players were helping the South China tiger recover from its injuries. That's why it had to be the first one to charge in and resolve the situation. And now, the 2 tigers were already entangled and unable to separate from each other. At this moment, the python only needed to casually deliver a fatal bite. Soon after the python appeared, the South China tiger was immediately filled with fear. It desperately tried to break free from the Siberian tiger, but the latter did not give it a chance. Moreover, the Siberian tiger knew the power of its venom, capable of killing the opponent in just 3 minutes without fail. So, even if it meant exchanging injuries, it held onto the South China tiger without letting go. "Brother, let's talk it out. We agreed to fight with your little brother, how could you intervene?" "No. Please, brother, don't kill me." In fear, the South China tiger began to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, the python remained unmoved and bit the South China tiger, then twisted its body and headed towards the direction of the brown bear. This brown bear was incredibly powerful and majestic. Even the Cape lion and the black-maned lion did not have much advantage over it, which is why the python decided to deal with it first. Meanwhile, upon seeing the python charging over, the brown bear was completely panicked. It was not afraid of the Cape lion, but the 18-meter-long Titanoboa, it was truly terrified.
Therefore, it almost hesitated to turn and run, but its intentions were already understood by the black-maned lion, who did not give it a chance to escape.
If it dared to turn and run, the black-maned lion would bravely charge at it without hesitation. Just like now, as soon as the brown bear turned to flee, the Cape lion immediately swooped down, directly biting its neck and using its powerful force to slam it to the ground. Despite the bear's frantic head shaking and paw strikes, it was futile against the Cape lion. At the same time, as the python approached, it opened its huge mouth and bit into the back of the brown bear, then released its grip without hesitation and headed towards the remaining lone lion. Seeing this lone lion being torn apart and suppressed by the python couldn't help but laugh. If it had arrived a bit later, this lone lion would probably have been dealt with by the opponent. However, the python knew it wouldn't be that easy, as the opponent had players supporting them. If it didn't come to end the battle, dragging it out for too long could potentially lead to a turnaround. As the python got closer, it decisively used its tough skin and iron bones, then opened its huge mouth and swallowed the entire lion's head in one bite. After a few shakes, it found the lion almost out of breath, so the python directly swallowed the lion, leaving the lone lion barely alive, a sight that made the python shudder. Although it knew there was a gap between a top predator of ordinary creatures and a top predator of ancient creatures, the difference was still terrifying. In less than a minute, a lion was swallowed alive by its older brother. Later, after about 10 more minutes, the remaining prey were all devoured by the python. At the same time, the system's voice kept ringing out, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a lion, gained 610 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a South China tiger, gained 623 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a brown bear, gained 810 evolution points. Attention! Congratulations to the host! Successfully devoured a water buffalo. Successfully obtained 910 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Successfully hunted and killed 5 totem beast god adult creatures. Current task progress June 10th. After listening to the system's voice, the python was overjoyed. This task is simply too easy. It's only been half a day and half of it is already completed. With a little more effort tomorrow, he will be able to complete the task. Once the task is completed, with the 2 skill chests he will receive, he can completely solve the problem of slow speed, and even gain an additional random skill. Furthermore, once he solves his speed issue, even predators as strong as the Tyrannosaurus Rex will just be a meal for him. Damn it! Good a Titan Python, I'll remember you, I won't let you off. At this moment, in a residential area, an angry female anchor smashed her keyboard in frustration. She is obviously the player behind the water buffalo leader. What drove her to madness was that the good a Titan Python not only mocked her but also went back on its promise and killed her totem beast god. As a result, she lost all her assets in the game world of the beast continent, and naturally developed a deep hatred for the python. But before she could vent her anger, her phone rang. Her friends, who she had deceived, were calling to confront her. Therefore, she couldn't care less about the python for the time being. But she swore she would seek revenge by any means necessary. She vowed to retaliate, even if it meant selling her body. Meanwhile, in another live broadcast room, a cute and adorable girl was happily saying, "Family, I received good news as soon as I logged in. My totem beast god, the Northeast Tiger, has now sworn allegiance to a big brother. This big brother is amazing. Not only is he a good a Titan Python, but he also has venom. According to Little Faye, with one bite from this big brother, whether it's a brown bear or a yak, they will basically be poisoned to death in 1 or 2 minutes. This terrifying venom is even scarier than that of a venomous snake. With such a big brother, my little Faye will have an easier time in the game world in the future." Upon hearing the anchor's words, the netizens in the live broadcast room became excited. One person below, "My goodness! Isn't this a bit too much? This is the first time I've heard that the good a Titan Python can have venomous fangs? Like a mature sister, the real world is already so absurd, what's wrong with a little absurdity in the game world? Ultimate Godzilla, that's right.
After the little devils discharged nuclear wastewater, the world seemed to have changed, and not long ago, there was news of mutated whales being discovered. Long Spear White Dragon song, please, no one knows how deep the water is in the Beast Continent game so far, right? All eyes on, I'm so envious. If only I could also swear allegiance to a big brother. The big brother that the Anchor's totem beast god has sworn to seems powerful. With its size and venomous fangs, it's simply invincible. Seeing the envy of the viewers in the live broadcast room, the female anchor became even happier and proudly said, "Family, this is like opening up a new survival method for everyone. That is, swearing allegiance to a big brother in the game, whether it's a creature of the totem beast god or a native creature in the game. As long as you have connections, having a big brother to protect you greatly increases your chances of survival." After the explanation, the female anchor started spending money. Because she decided to help her totem beast god grow directly into adulthood today. Although the difference between subadult and adult may not seem significant, in reality, the gap between them is quite substantial. Otherwise, her totem beast god wouldn't have struggled so much against an adult South China tiger. Meanwhile, in the quiet jungle at this moment, the python had sent away 3 subordinates. It instructed them to gather again tomorrow morning. Later, the python coiled its massive body and began to rest. It wasn't until the next morning that the python woke up from its slumber. The main reason it woke up naturally was that the daytime temperature was too high. As for the climate changes in the Beast Continent, he couldn't say for sure. At least in this part of the Jingang Mountain where he was, the climate temperature was not much different from Earth, but he didn't know about other places. After waking up, the python comfortably twisted its snake body and then emerged from the burrow. Just as it emerged from the burrow, the python saw its 4 subordinates sitting and chatting, consisting of the lion brothers, the northeast tiger, and the hyena. It was evident that these 4 guys got along very well. Furthermore, the lion brothers and the northeast tiger had already established a new den in this forest, so they didn't have to worry too much about dangerous threats in this forest. In addition, this forest was very close to the stream bank. It could be said that their big brother had found a treasure trove of feng shui here. The only downside was the possibility of being preyed upon at any time. However, although they were not strong enough, their big brother, the python, was now intimidating enough to deter predators, completely unconcerned about being targeted. "Good morning, big brother. Big brother, aren't you going to sleep a little longer?" Upon seeing the python, the younger brothers warmly greeted him. Hearing this, the python nodded in satisfaction with its large snake head and said, "Today, my task for you guys is to continue hunting and killing 4 adult totem beast spirit creatures." Upon hearing this, the hyena couldn't help but cheer. Big brother is truly amazing. Once these creatures become totem beast spirits in the future, they will be our enemies. By killing them in their infancy, Big Brother has eliminated 1 enemy in the future. After hearing the hyena's flattery, the python was speechless. Indeed, you could never stop people who like to flatter at any time. Similarly, the northeast tiger and the lion brothers looked at the hyena in silence. They never expected that the hyena their big brother had recently recruited was so skilled at flattery, which made the lion brothers feel immense pressure. Because their potential was not as high as the northeast tiger's. The northeast tiger's potential might not be as high as the Cape lion's. But the problem was that the northeast tiger was a totem beast spirit. Totem beast spirits inherently represented greater future potential. After all, the story of a husky becoming a powerful beast realm expert had recently spread widely in various animal circles. At this moment, the lion brother, seemingly thinking of something, said, "Big brother, isn't Little Fei also a totem beast spirit? We can totally get the players behind Little Fei to help lure a few adult totem beast spirit creatures over. In this way, it would be a piece of cake for Big Brother to kill 4 adult totem beast spirit creatures." Upon hearing this, the python's eyes lit up, and it turned its large snake head towards Little Fei and the other animals. Seeing the gazes of the python and the other animals, the northeast tiger helplessly explained, "Big brother, it's not that I don't want to help, but the players behind me were online until late last night and probably won't be online before dark. Otherwise, for such a small matter, I would be willing to help you, big brother." The python paused, then glanced at the northeast tiger's body and realized that the tiger had indeed grown larger. indicating that the tiger was probably not lying.
With this in mind, the python didn't pay much attention and said, "It's not difficult to hunt adult totem beast spirit creatures."
Similarly, adult totem beast spirit creatures are not as scarce as you imagine. They may not be everywhere, but you will definitely encounter them every day. Just like the many creatures by the stream bank, among them, there must be a small number of creatures that have become totem beast spirits. After hearing the words of the eldest brother, the Lion brothers and the Northeast Tigers were all stunned, and then they nodded in agreement. After all, just yesterday, they were by the stream and encountered a water buffalo that turned out to be a totem beast. This meant that among the creatures by the stream, there must be some that had become totem beasts. Seeing all the younger brothers nodding, the python didn't waste any time and opened its huge mouth, saying, "Let's go. Let's go check by the stream. Any suspicious creature could be a totem beast." However, even if you find out that there are creatures that are totem beasts, do not show too much hostility towards them. Otherwise, if the other totem beast creatures find out, it will be even more difficult to track them down. After giving the instructions, the python took the lead, twisting its massive body, and headed towards the stream. When they arrived at the stream, the python found that the creatures by the stream were indeed abundant, both day and night. It even saw two huge and terrifying Tyrannosaurus rexes. They were definitely adults, even surpassing adulthood. Therefore, these two Tyrannosaurus rexes stood out among the creatures. Although they looked very intimidating, they didn't actually have much power, especially against ordinary creatures. The reason being that the Tyrannosaurus rex's running speed was very slow. Trying to catch up to ordinary-sized creatures like cows and sheep was extremely difficult. Without any skills, the Tyrannosaurus rex's top speed wouldn't exceed 40 kilometers per hour. And mind you, that's the fastest 40 kilometers. In other words, the Tyrannosaurus rex's speed was much slower. It was estimated that in the python's full movement, the Tyrannosaurus rex's running speed was about the same. This was why the Tyrannosaurus rex's intimidation was not as terrifying as imagined. But someone might ask, with such a slow speed, wouldn't the Tyrannosaurus rex easily starve? This idea was completely unnecessary because most large dinosaurs had slow running speeds, similar to elephants, which could reach a top speed of 40 kilometers per hour. So with the presence of these huge creatures, the Tyrannosaurus rex never had to worry about starving, as many large herbivorous dinosaurs ran even slower than the Tyrannosaurus rex. If these Tyrannosaurus rexes were as fast as lightning, then these ordinary creatures, the top predators, would have no room for survival. Tigers and lions might not be able to beat the Tyrannosaurus rex in a fight, not even close, but in terms of speed, these ordinary top predators could easily outpace the Tyrannosaurus rex with their agility and speed. At this moment, the python's subordinates also scattered. As for the python itself, it remained still, moving at a speed like a snail, which posed no significant threat to most creatures. However, at this moment, the python noticed that one of the Tyrannosaurus rexes had its eyes fixed on him, staring at him coldly. Seeing this scene, the python was taken aback. Hadn't he offended this guy? Wasn't his unfriendly gaze a bit too much? Just as the python was puzzled, the Tyrannosaurus rex took heavy steps, opened its mouth, and roared terrifyingly, causing a commotion among the creatures by the stream. "Kid, did you kill a totem beast brown bear yesterday?" The Tyrannosaurus rex approached the python, towering over him, and questioned him. "A brown bear that is the totem beast god?" The giant python instantly knew that the other party was not good. It is likely that 8 or 9 out of 10 died in his hands yesterday, and a few players behind the totem beast gods came to find trouble for him. So, the adult Tyrannosaurus rex in front of him. There is no doubt that it is also a totem beast god. Thinking of this, the giant python slowly arched its snake head over 3 meters high, showing no weakness, and said, "So what if it's me? Do you still want to fight me?" After hearing this, the other adult Tyrannosaurus rex approached with strides, while opening its huge mouth and sneering, "What kind of reptile are you, daring to talk to us like this? Just becoming an adult and daring to be so arrogant, it seems that you have not experienced the world's beatings yet." At this point, the two Tyrannosaurus rexes had already arrived side by side, glaring at the giant python, and from their tone of speech, it was clear that they did not regard the giant python at all. In fact, they also have the qualification not to regard the giant python. Because in their eyes, the size of the giant python is still too small. They are all adult super Tyrannosaurus rexes. And they are not just newly adults. They have almost reached the late adult stage. Therefore, their size is also outstanding among the Tyrannosaurus rexes. So naturally, they do not regard the giant python. If the giant python's size reaches 30 meters, then they would be extremely wary of the giant python. Unfortunately, the size of the giant python is only 18 meters. 18 meters is indeed not enough for them to care. Faced with the two Tyrannosaurus rexes glaring and disdainful, the giant python was burning with anger, and at the same time, it was also ready to take action, just to see to what extent it had reached with all its combat power. In addition, having the skills of venomous fangs and tough skin, the giant python was extremely confident. Even if facing two super adult stage Tyrannosaurus rexes, it would not be in any life-threatening danger. Perhaps other creatures do not have a good opinion of him, but the giant python does not care. He will use his powerful combat power to let these creatures that often come to the shore to drink water know that the Tyrannosaurus rex is still not enough in his eyes. Kill him. Stop talking nonsense with him. The players promised us that after killing this guy, they will help us quickly upgrade our strength to the mutant stage. Once we reach the mutant stage, we can obtain the second skill. By then, once we have a speed-type skill, our combat power will truly explode. At this moment, the gray-black Tyrannosaurus rex spoke. Hearing this, the other Tyrannosaurus rex also nodded. Be careful, the player said that this guy has venomous fangs. Try not to let this guy bite you, otherwise, the player will have a hard time helping us detoxify. According to the players, the cost of helping us detoxify is even heavier than helping us specify a teleportation location to escape. As soon as the words fell, the two Tyrannosaurus rexes distanced themselves and began to circle around the giant python's huge body, apparently looking for the giant python's weaknesses to choose the best opportunity to attack. The giant python, however, paid no attention to this, arching its snake head over 3 meters high, looking at the two adult super Tyrannosaurus rexes circling around him, also waiting for the opportunity to strike. Because he only needed one bite to deal with the other party. As for the detoxification method mentioned by the other party, the giant python just chuckled when he heard it before. Because the specified location teleportation card costs 500,000 each. But for creatures like adult super Tyrannosaurus rexes, they need to buy a high-level specified location teleportation card for 1 million each. And it can only teleport one creature at a time, and it can only be used in a non-combat, non-entangled state. In addition, there is also a detoxification card in the game world. But this thing is even more expensive than the high-level specified teleportation card. Because its toxicity can kill a brown bear within 2 minutes. If it were a Tyrannosaurus rex, it would probably last a few more minutes. I really want to neutralize the poison in his fangs, but it seems that I need to purchase an advanced detox card to do so. However, a regular detox card costs 750,000 coins. A high-level detox card costs even more, 1.5 million coins. Therefore, in order to survive under his poisonous fangs, one must prepare an advanced detox card. In a poisoned state, the Tyrannosaurus rex will be rendered powerless, making it easy for him to entangle and strangle the opponent. So, once you are bitten by his poison fangs, unless the player behind you can quickly use an advanced detox card or a high-level teleport card, you will be entangled, and even a super Tyrannosaurus rex can only wait to die. Just the poison fangs alone can make him invincible. Roar, accompanied by a roar. The adult super Tyrannosaurus rex made a move. It roared and charged towards the giant python. Seeing this scene, the giant python sneered, immediately using its skill of copper skin and iron bones without hesitation, waiting for the charging Tyrannosaurus rex. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus rex opened its huge mouth and went straight for the python's head, apparently trying to bite off the python's head in one go. Unfortunately, the python's agility far surpassed that of the Tyrannosaurus rex. It easily dodged the opponent's huge mouth. On the contrary, the python opened its huge mouth and bit the Tyrannosaurus rex's neck. This instant hit left the adult super Tyrannosaurus rex bewildered. It instinctively kept shaking its head, trying to shake off the python, but the python's massive body had already wrapped around its neck.
In just a few breaths, the neck of this adult super Tyrannosaurus rex was tightly entwined by the python.
It was as if a young person's neck was tightly wrapped by a long scarf. Under the crushing force of the python's massive body, this terrifyingly large Tyrannosaurus rex couldn't even make a sound and fell to the ground. But even so, the adult super Tyrannosaurus rex continued to struggle desperately. Another Tyrannosaurus rex rushed over and carefully bit the python several times.
Unfortunately, it couldn't separate the python from its friend at all. It's over. This was the thought in the other Tyrannosaurus rex's mind. Just at a glance, its good brother had already fallen. The key was that it couldn't help. It was also afraid of being bitten by the python, because it knew how powerful the python's poison fangs were. This made it even more cautious even when trying to help its friend. What made it even more annoying was that there was a hyena and 2 male lions harassing and biting its legs like flies. Fortunately, what made it breathe a sigh of relief was that when its friend was on the brink of death, a halo suddenly emanated from its body, and it once again struggled frantically. But before it could be happy, it saw the ancient titan python give another bite to its friend and its body began to shrink and entwine frantically. In less than 2 minutes, its friend was completely finished. At the same time, in a wealthy area in the real world, a nearly desperate roar rang out, "No! My Tyrannosaurus rex! Is it dead like this? Is this a mistake? It fell in battle just like that?" A rich second generation looked at the game screen with a painful and ferocious expression, trembling all over. Obviously, the Tyrannosaurus rex killed by the python just now was his main beast, otherwise he wouldn't be so furious. How could this happen? Why is the poison so strong? In despair, the rich second generation couldn't help but roar with a twisted and ferocious expression, apparently unable to accept reality. Unfortunately, at this moment, the game screen on his computer had completely blacked out, and then the game automatically exited. This also means that his main beast god, the Super Tyrannosaurus Rex, has died. He has lost all the assets he spent tens of millions in the game. For a moment, the rich second generation stared blankly at the computer screen, no longer the spirited self from before, his face ashen. With the existence of this adult Super Tyrannosaurus Rex, just by selling the resources of the prey he hunted with his main beast god to other players, he could earn a minimum of 50,000 a day. If his main beast god, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, worked a bit harder, or if he got lucky and found an adult wrist dragon, he could easily make millions or even tens of millions. It can be said that as long as the Tyrannosaurus Rex in his game world is alive, he could earn a large amount of wealth every day that he couldn't possibly spend. It can be said that making 2 million in a month is a piece of cake. But now, his continuous money-making machine is completely gone. Anyone would collapse when faced with this situation. Chow, you damn bastard, why didn't you tell me that this ancient titan python had skills like invincibility? My Tyrannosaurus Rex is gone. Do you know how much I've lost? Do you? The red-eyed rich second generation roared at the internet-famous girl kneeling in front of him. Hearing this, the internet-famous girl trembled in fear, looking at him with a pained struggle because she was having trouble breathing. I'll strangle you, you bastard. Go die for me. The enraged rich second generation, not letting go of the girl's neck, his eyes filled with murderous intent, couldn't calm his anger without killing this woman. If it weren't for this bitch, if he didn't avenge this bitch, how could his main beast god, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, die in the game? What he couldn't accept even more was that this bitch had spent the night with him, resulting in the loss of his main beast god that cost him tens of millions. As the mastermind behind all this, causing him heavy losses, this bitch had no reason to live anymore. On the other side, in the game world, by the stream at the foot of Mount Kongang, 2 huge creatures lay on the ground one after another. This also shocked countless creatures around. Many creatures looked at the giant python with fear in their eyes. Even the insignificant size of these creatures was even more inadequate in front of the giant python. Even several Asian elephants, smaller than the Tyrannosaurus Rex, were also prey for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But even the Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't beat this ancient titan python. If it were them, it would probably be even less noteworthy.
Therefore, although the giant python was covered in wounds, its huge body still bloody and flesh blurred, in the eyes of the surrounding creatures, this was a symbol of strength, and its deterrence was even more terrifying than before. Because no one wanted to provoke this ancient titan python that could kill 2 adult late-stage Tyrannosaurus rexes in its just adult period.
Big Brother is mighty. Big Brother is domineering. Big Brother is amazing. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is just a little brother in front of Big Brother. Following Big Brother, our days will get better. At this moment, 4 little brothers came forward enthusiastically to please. Hearing this, the giant python glanced at the 4 little brothers, already making distinctions in his mind. From the battle just now, the most loyal little brother was undoubtedly the hyena. It was the first to rush up to help when the giant python was fighting the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although the damage caused by the hyena to the Tyrannosaurus Rex was like a mosquito bite, completely ineffective. But when he was in danger, the hyena didn't hesitate to rush up first. Just this courage and loyalty alone made the giant python relieved and happy. Because for all strong individuals, the strength of their subordinates is not important, loyalty is the most important and what strong individuals value the most. Similarly, among the 4 younger brothers, the hyena naturally held a higher position in his heart than the other 3 younger brothers, even though this younger brother was very weak. Because no strong individual would dislike a loyal younger brother, and the python was no exception. Therefore, he had already decided in his heart that the hyena would be the top guy among his subordinates in the future. These 2 ignorant super Tyrannosaurus Rex. Now they are lying under my gaping jaws. I see your loyalty. You have seen my strength. At this point, the python paused, then looked at the hyena with its huge snake head and said, "But I am more satisfied with the hyena's performance just now. Although it is weak, it is very brave. In the future, if the hyena encounters any problems, just tell me. For matters within my capabilities, I will definitely help you solve them." Upon hearing the python's praise, the hyena immediately raised its head proudly, let out an unpleasant laugh, and quickly said, "Big Brother, I will always be loyal to you. My admiration for you is like the surging waters of the Yellow River. If you don't mind, I am willing to acknowledge you as my adoptive father, serving you with filial piety." Hearing this, the python was instantly stunned. He had only praised a few words, and this guy was already asking to be adopted. It seemed he was not content with being his younger brother. Thinking of this, the python was somewhat speechless and didn't know what to say. But the next moment, Little Black and Little Gold also chimed in, "Us too. Us too." "I have no intention of adopting sons," the python said irritably. Upon hearing this, the hyena drooped its head in disappointment, and even the lion brothers were somewhat disappointed. They had also performed well. After the hyena charged forward, they quickly followed suit, which made the python somewhat approve of these 2 brothers. On the other hand, the northeast tiger, who had been observing for a long time, left the python dissatisfied. While he was fighting earlier, this guy had been observing for a long time. Only after confirming that the python had killed one of the super Tyrannosaurus Rex did he come to help out. So, undoubtedly, the worst performer among the 4 younger brothers was this northeast tiger, with many tricks up his sleeve and a lot of thoughts in his head. It was likely that he was only temporarily aligning with him, without the intention of sticking with him for long. Realizing this, the python continued, "Today we are still missing 2 totem beast gods. You guys mingle among these creatures and gather information. Don't disappoint me." After hearing the python's words, the 4 younger brothers dispersed once again, blending in with various creatures. Predators naturally mingled with predators, while it was not easy to blend in with herbivores. Therefore, the python also had an idea in mind. It seemed necessary to recruit a herbivore as a younger brother. This way, it would be more convenient to gather information when hunting the totem beast gods next time. Half an hour later, the coiled python saw a huge and exaggerated black-skinned wild boar cautiously approaching. It then asked, "Big Brother Python, can I have a bite of Tyrannosaurus Rex meat? Since I was young, I have dreamt of one day being able to taste Tyrannosaurus Rex meat, even if it's just to savor the flavor." Upon hearing this, the python looked at the large wild boar in surprise and said, "I didn't expect you, a wild boar,
to have such an absurd dream. Alright. Since you all seem to want to eat meat, help me dismember this Tyrannosaurus Rex, and you can have a taste of the other one. After speaking, the huge python scanned the nearby cheetahs and brown bears who were already looking eagerly. Upon hearing the python's words, these creatures became excited. Big brother, you're so good. Big brother, you're such a great python. Big brother is amazing. Thank you, big brother. In the next moment, these 7 or 8 creatures rushed up and began to work together to break down the Tyrannosaurus Rex for the python. In just over half an hour, they had already decomposed the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the scent of blood filling the air, attracting the gaze of countless predators, yet no creature dared to approach. Even the 7 or 8 predators who were helping the python break down the prey were eagerly watching the python, waiting for its instructions. I'll eat first, and you can eat the rest later. After saying this, the python opened its mouth wide and swallowed down chunks of the Tyrannosaurus Rex meat. At the same time, the system's voice kept ringing out, ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured adult Tyrannosaurus Rex meat, gain 340 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured adult Tyrannosaurus Rex meat, gain 260 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured adult Tyrannosaurus Rex meat, gain 310 evolution points. When the python had almost finished eating the Tyrannosaurus Rex meat, the system's voice rang out again, ding! Congratulations, host! Evolution conditions have been met, would you like to evolve now? No! Upon hearing the system's prompt, the python was delighted and immediately rejected the idea of evolving right away, as it was not the time for evolution yet. Its task for today was not yet complete. In addition, the python had also realized that it was not difficult for it to develop to the peak of adulthood. Even in the current situation, it wouldn't be too difficult for it to evolve into a mutant stage. But to rapidly develop to the level of a giant beast, it would probably be quite challenging for the time being. After coming to its senses, the python looked at the stunned predators and said with its mouth wide open, "Go ahead and break down this Tyrannosaurus Rex, and you can eat until you're full." As soon as the words fell, the predators quickly rushed up, broke down the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then ate with bloodstained mouths before leaving satisfied. Before leaving, they didn't forget to flatter the python a few times. This made the python very pleased, and it opened its mouth wide again, swallowing down chunks of the Tyrannosaurus Rex meat. When there was still over 2,000 pounds of meat left, the python stopped its desire to continue eating. After all, as the big brother, it had to leave some for its younger siblings. These younger siblings followed it for a carefree life, didn't they? Just as the python finished eating the Tyrannosaurus Rex meat and was boredly staring at a distant herd of rhinoceroses, the familiar exclamation of the hyenas caught its attention. What the heck? Brother, have you actually become the totem beast? Brother, are you trying to replicate the legendary story of the husky? Hearing this, the python turned to look, and not far away, the hyenas were mingling among a pack of wild dogs, marveling at a sturdy male wild dog. The proud wild dog said, "Haha. Keep it low-key. Brother, you're not bad at all. You've actually recognized such a powerful big brother, I still need you to watch over me." The hyena, full of enthusiasm, laughed and said, "Haha, no problem. Let's go. I'll introduce you to my big brother, he likes talented people like you." "Ha? Am I considered talented? I'm just a wild dog?" The wild dog looked puzzled and incredulous. The hyena solemnly declared, "So what if you're a wild dog? I'm still a hyena. We're all dogs, no distinction between high and low." Upon hearing this, the wild dog was deeply moved. "Brother, rest assured, when I become successful, I will never forget your kindness." After saying that, the wild dog followed the hyena with high spirits and walked towards the direction of the giant python. Seeing this scene, the giant python immediately smiled warmly. "There is still Tyrannosaurus meat here, eat if you're hungry." Upon hearing the words of the giant python, the wild dog was even more touched. It seemed that this extremely powerful ancient titan python brother was indeed a good python. After eating meat with the hyena for a while, the wild dog also became full, eating so much that its mouth was bloody and its belly was round. To be honest, this was the first time it had eaten its fill in so many days. It was hard to believe that it was actually a totem beast. This made the wild dog speculate in its heart that the player behind it was probably at the bottom of the player hierarchy, surviving at the bottom of the food chain. Otherwise, how could it be so miserable? How could the strength of other fierce beasts increase rapidly when they become totem beasts? But when it came to it, the player didn't help it get stronger at all. Several times it was lucky enough to catch some larger prey, only to have them taken away by the player behind it, which made it doubt life at one point. How could there be such a dog-like player? Big brother, thank you. To be honest, this is the first time I've eaten Tyrannosaurus meat in my life, and I rarely get to eat my fill. The wild dog said, deeply moved. Hearing this, the giant python nodded its huge snake head and asked, "Really? Aren't you a totem beast now? How could it be that the number of times I've eaten my fill is so few?" Upon hearing the giant python's question, the wild dog choked up and said, "Big brother, you don't know. I have never encountered such a dog-like player before. Not only did he not help me get stronger, but several times when I was lucky enough to catch large prey, he took them away without a word, without consulting me. If I had known I would encounter such a trash player, I would never have become a totem beast." Hearing this, the wild dog's eyes showed a fierce hatred. Seeing this scene, the giant python was speechless. If this wild dog were to survive until the game invaded reality, it would probably bite its player to death. Because this kind of player who drags others down was something it had heard of in its past life. Not only could they not help the totem beast develop, but some players awakened to totem beasts that were too weak. They would even snatch the totem beast's prey resources to sell for money. This resulted in many determined totem beasts being held back by players. After the game invaded reality, many totem beasts who harbored resentment towards their players would directly kill them. Obviously, this wild dog had also encountered such a player. It claimed to be a totem beast, but in reality, it was just for show. In fact, it was even more miserable than creatures that had not become totem beasts. After all, it was already very lowly born, and now it had to drag along a player who held it back, making its situation even worse. After a moment of silence, the giant python spoke, "It seems that you are living a very tiring life. Why persist in living like this? Why not start over?" Upon hearing this, the wild dog looked puzzled and confused. But at this moment, the hyena was furious. "You wild dog, how dare you insult my big brother, you are asking for death." Before the words had even finished, the giant python opened its huge mouth and bit down on the wild dog, ignoring its desperate struggles, and swallowed it whole. Meanwhile, the hyena, accustomed to this, deliberately scolded loudly, "You really don't know what's good for you. My big brother appreciates you so much, and you dare to insult him." Seeing this scene, the giant python nodded in approval and then opened its mouth wide, saying, "Indeed, you are quite ignorant. Be cautious in choosing your friends in the future, doggy." The hyena nodded repeatedly and said, "Got it, big brother. I'll go around and inquire about the totem beast god among the creatures." After speaking, the hyena ran off in a flash. At the same time, a voice from the system rang in the python's mind, "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully hunted an adult totem beast god wild dog. Current task progress September 10th. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a wild dog. Obtained 176 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Accumulated evolution conditions met. Would you like to evolve now? No. The python refused in its mind. At the same time, its gaze turned to the nearby lion brothers and the northeast tiger. Even though the hyena had found its target, these three guys still hadn't made a move? This made the python somewhat annoyed, but considering that they were top predators among ordinary creatures, it was even more difficult for them to blend in with the totem beast god circle, so it was understandable. After a long wait by the python, several hours passed. The python finally received good news from the lion brothers. It saw that Little Black had somehow brought a white rhinoceros, and from the way they chatted along the way, it was clear that they got along very well. "Brother, this is my big brother. As long as my big brother nods, no one will dare to bully you in this area.
Near the stream bank in the future.
If anyone dares to bully you, just tell my big brother, and he will take care of it for you."
Hearing this, the python's eyes lit up. It then smiled and asked curiously, "Rhino brother, could it be that even the totem beast gods have their own circles?"
Upon hearing the python's words, the rhinoceros humbly explained, "Big brother, actually, totem beast gods also have circles. Most totem beast god circles are actually organized by the players behind them, and some totem beast gods have even established group organizations. For example, some of the totem beast gods in our Gene Gang Mountain have also established group organizations, but not all totem beast gods are included. For example, as a herbivorous totem beast god like me, it is very likely that there is some communication between totem beast gods with similar strengths. For example, I know a circle of human totem beast gods. In this circle, there are members like us rhinoceroses, elephants, hippos, water buffaloes, and so on.
Continuing, the white rhinoceros said, "According to my guess, those top carnivorous predators should also have circles among themselves." Upon hearing this, the python suddenly realized and opened its huge mouth, saying, "I see. Little Black, go call your brother over, and also call Little Fay. Then you two brothers can have a meal of Tyrannosaurus Rex meat if you're hungry." "Okay, big brother." Little Black nodded and left in a somewhat gloating tone. Because it knew that as long as the big brother wasn't a fool, he would be able to see that Little Fay staying with them had some ulterior motives. In addition, these non-totem beast god creatures could find totem beast god creatures, so why couldn't Little Fay, who was a totem beast god himself, find one? Moreover, even if there was no evidence to prove that Little Fay had ulterior motives, being lazy and slacking off was basically a fact. Plus, considering Little Fay's terrible performance during the previous battle with the two Tyrannosaurus Rexes, the big brother probably had an even worse impression of this northeast tiger, right? Watching Little Black leave excitedly, the python then looked at the white rhinoceros and said, "Rhino buddy, are you interested in becoming a big brother?" The python's words were sincere, and his tone and attitude were friendly. If the white rhinoceros was willing to become his little brother, he would naturally be happy to accept him, as it would complement his lack of herbivorous animal followers. But if the other party did not show respect, the python would not mind killing it. It would also help him complete his mission. After hearing the python's words, the white rhinoceros hesitated for a moment, then said without hesitation, "Of course, I am willing. It is my fortune to become your little brother. Besides, no one can refuse a powerful big brother. Big brother, I bow to you." With that, the white rhinoceros respectfully knelt and bowed to the python. "Ha ha! Great! With you as my little brother, I will be even stronger." As the python laughed heartily, Little Black had already arrived with his brothers and Little Fly. "Big brother X3. The python nodded slightly with his large snake head. Then his cold snake eyes fell on Little Fly and he said, "Little Fly, Big brother still needs an adult totem beast god. The dog and Little Black have been found, why haven't you made any progress yet?" "Well, big brother, I am still trying to find one," the Siberian tiger explained nervously. The python asked again, "But how come this white rhinoceros friend of yours mentioned that your totem beast gods, although belonging to the herbivorous and carnivorous camps, also have a social circle?" Upon hearing this, the Siberian tiger quickly swore, "Big brother, I swear, I have never been in contact with any social circle of totem beast gods. Perhaps this white rhinoceros brother has heard of it, but I really haven't. And I just reached adulthood yesterday." After hearing the Siberian tiger's explanation, the python was somewhat speechless because what he said was indeed true. Thinking about it, the python opened his mouth wide and said, "All right. Big brother is waiting for good news from you today. Big brother believes you won't disappoint him. I'm counting on you for the last adult totem beast god." The Siberian tiger nodded repeatedly, then reluctantly continued to mingle among the creatures on the shore. Seeing this, Little Black was puzzled. "Big brother, this kid is just dragging his feet. When you were fighting the Tyrannosaurus Rex this morning, he was also timid. Why give him a chance?" After hearing this, the python was also very speechless.
He also wanted to kill the Siberian tiger directly without following the rules.
But he absolutely couldn't do that now. Otherwise, how would his little brothers view him? There would definitely be a feeling of disappointment. Besides, he had just taken in a white rhinoceros as a little brother. He couldn't appear too heartless. That was also the reason why the python chose to give the Siberian tiger a chance. At this moment, the white rhinoceros suddenly felt anxious, but when it saw the reassuring look from Little Black, it felt relieved. Then, the python's words made it feel at ease. The python opened his mouth wide and said, "Although I want to hunt adult totem beast gods, the Siberian tiger has become my little brother after all. Even though he was timid when I fought the Tyrannosaurus Rex this morning, I am still willing to give him a chance. And, even if I need to hunt adult totem beast gods, I don't need to use my own little brother. Where else can you find such a good big brother?" This is what the white rhinoceros thought. Then it took the initiative to say, "Big brother, I know some herbivorous adult totem beast gods, and my relationship with them is not good. I can help you find them." Upon hearing this, the python smiled. He felt that accepting the white rhinoceros as a little brother was truly an extremely correct decision. Okay, Big brother knows your intentions. How about this? Wait until the Northeast tiger really can't find the totem beast. You are helping Big brother find someone you have a bad relationship with. The python said, very satisfied. The white rhinoceros then felt happy. To it, it was just betraying a stranger with a bad relationship, nothing more. To get a good big brother in return, this deal was simply too good to pass up. Unfortunately, the performance of the Northeast tiger next made the python even more disappointed. Because by noon, this guy still hadn't found a totem beast creature. Instead, the hyena brought another creature to the python. Moreover, the hyena proudly introduced, "Big brother, although this guy is not a totem beast creature, it says there is one in its group, but it wants to talk to you in person after seeing you." Upon hearing this, the python immediately looked at the hippopotamus in front of it with interest, opening its huge mouth and asking, "You want to talk to me in person? Go ahead." Hearing this, the hippopotamus spoke pleasingly, "Big brother, I can identify the totem beast creature at any time, but can I make a small request?" The python burst into laughter and opened its huge mouth, saying, "Sure. Go ahead." Hearing this, the hippopotamus quickly began to speak through gritted teeth, "It's like this, Big brother, the leader of our group is the totem beast. He used to be just an ordinary hippopotamus like me, we were even like brothers. But since becoming the totem beast, he quickly gained power, defeated the old leader to take over the position, and even took my wife and several concubines that were promised to the old leader, and killed my children. And he even played with my wife and concubines in front of me, saying that playing with them was showing respect to me." Hearing this, the python was also stunned. It didn't expect such bizarre things to happen among creatures. The python's little brothers also looked enlightened. Later, the python regained its composure and asked, "So what is your request?" Hearing this, the hippopotamus, with red eyes, gritted his teeth and said, "Big brother, I don't want him to die so easily. I want to kill his son in front of him, and play with his wife and daughters. If possible, I also want Big brother to pressure him and cheer for me." "You dare to make so many demands to my big brother? Do you want me to bring a whole group of spectators to cheer you on? Daring to make so many demands to my big brother, I see you have chosen the path of death." Seeing the hippopotamus still wanting to speak, the hyena interrupted angrily. Hearing this, the python slowly nodded its large snake head. If it was a small favor, it didn't mind helping. The problem was that this guy was asking for too much. At this moment, the white rhinoceros suddenly said, "Big brother, this kid is lying. I have interacted with the hippo leader, and that guy is definitely not that despicable. He may be competing for the position of hippo leader, but it's unlikely he would do such a thing. The hippo group wouldn't agree. After all, everyone's intelligence is high. If he really did that, his position as the hippo leader would be unstable." Hearing this, the python looked surprised at the white rhinoceros, opening its huge mouth and asking, "So, this kid is lying?" Hearing this, the white rhinoceros nodded, "Yes, big brother, most likely this kid has conflicts with the hippo leader."
Upon hearing this, the two brothers, Little Black and Little Gold, were suddenly furious, especially Little Black, who stared coldly at the hippopotamus. The hippopotamus was so scared that it lowered its head, stuttering and unable to speak. Upon seeing this scene, the giant python opened its huge mouth and said, "Get lost before I get angry." Hearing this, the hippopotamus was so scared that it ran away without saying a word. Then, the giant python turned its massive snake head towards the white rhinoceros and gently said, "Little White, take Little Black and Little Gold to find a totem beast. It seems we can't rely on Little Fay for this. Little Fay has disappointed me too much." Upon hearing this, the white rhinoceros immediately said happily, "Okay, big brother, the two brothers will follow me." After all, this was an opportunity to show off. After speaking, the white rhinoceros set off with Little Gold and Little Black. As for the hyena, it approached the giant python and said pleasingly, "Big brother, can Little Fay help Little Gold and Little Black tomorrow?" The giant python glanced at the hyena and immediately guessed its intentions. Most likely, this guy wanted Little Gold and Little Black to help it seek revenge. It remembered that the hyena had come to pay respects because it was being chased by a pair of male lions. Thinking this, the giant python said, "It's a small matter, just tell the two brothers when the time comes." "With my trust in you, won't the two brothers give you face?" Upon hearing the python's permission, the hyena was overjoyed. As the big brother's top little brother, its status was obviously incomparable to the male lions. Not to mention the northeast tiger that didn't know its place. Even if it became a totem beast, so what? The big brother would always love and appreciate it the most. With great pride, the hyena was spirited and held its head high. In its eyes, most creatures were beneath it. Because it had the big brother behind it, perhaps these creatures wouldn't be intimidated elsewhere. But near the big brother's territory, no one dared to offend it easily. Even top predators like brown bears, lions, tigers, saber-toothed tigers, and crocodiles wouldn't attack it. Not even elephants, hippos, rhinos, or dinosaurs would provoke it. After all, one must consider the master when fighting the dog. As the white rhinoceros led the way, Little Gold and Little Black quickly found a seemingly inconspicuous wolf. In no time, they captured it with their combined efforts. Then, Little Gold carried the wolf and ran towards the giant python as if seeking praise. "Big brother, this wolf is also your target. I saw a white light on it just now." Looking at the wolf in Little Gold's mouth, the giant python looked puzzled and asked the white rhinoceros, "Little White, didn't you say that herbivorous totem creatures are different from carnivores? And how did a wolf sneak into your circle?" Upon hearing the python's words, the white rhinoceros explained with a smile, "Big brother, this wolf is not from our circle, I just happen to know it and know that it is a totem beast. Anyway, it's an adult totem beast, so I caught it and handed it over to you." After hearing this, the giant python suddenly understood. It was the little wolf who couldn't help but curse, "Do you have no shame? Two African lions bullying a lone wolf? Our wolf clan has always had a good relationship with your lion clan. Yet you dare to bully a weak wolf?" Little Black retorted, "Your wolf clan is all spineless. It's not just with our lion clan, right? Whenever it comes to top predators, your wolf clan gets along well. Our lion clan often battles with the hyena clan, and you wolves are always there to incite trouble." The hyena also nodded, "Big brother, the wolf clan is very despicable. After our lion clan catches prey, they inform us hyenas or other predators. Similarly, after our hyenas catch prey, they inform other predators, often leading to multiple battles with heavy losses for us. They take advantage of the situation and eat until they are full and satisfied. Without the wolf clan, our hyenas and other groups would not have so many large-scale battles. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are warmongers who incite conflicts." After hearing the words of the lion and hyenas, the wolf's voice softened. It looked pitifully at the python and its younger siblings. "So, is this the reason you want to kill me?" Upon hearing this, the python did not respond to the wolf's boring question. It opened its huge mouth, took the wolf from its mouth, and swallowed it alive. At the same time, the system's voice rang out again, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured an adult life beast god creature.
Ding!
Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a wolf, gaining 135 evolution points.
Ding!
Congratulations, host!
Accumulated evolution conditions met, would you like to start evolving? Ding!
Congratulations, host!
Successfully completed the mission. Ding!
Congratulations, host!
Successfully obtained a bronze level random skill chest X1. Ding!
Congratulations, host!
Successfully obtained a bronze level designated skill chest X1. After listening to the system's voice, the python was overjoyed.
It had finally completed the mission, and in just 2 days.
To be honest, the mission was quite easy. Of course, during the mission, the help from its younger siblings was significant.
Without them, it would have been difficult for the python to complete the tasks assigned by the system. At that moment, the python was in a great mood. With 2 bronze-level skill chests, it could acquire 2 more skills. This meant that its combat power would once again experience a terrifying surge. The python had not forgotten that the player behind it had mentioned 2 days ago that she would come online today to recharge and help it become stronger quickly.
Even if not today, probably in the next few days.
If it could increase its strength to the level of a giant beast in one go, it might even be able to dominate the King Kong mountain and become its ruler. Of course, all of this depended on the python reaching the level of a giant beast. Otherwise, relying solely on its mutant strength, the python was not confident it could defeat the leaders of King Kong Mountain, the 2 Kong brothers. As the python was feeling confident and envisioning a bright future, suddenly it felt the ground shaking, as if an earthquake had occurred. When it came to its senses, the python realized it was not the only one who had noticed the situation. On the contrary, all the creatures by the stream on the bank had also noticed it.
What the heck? An earthquake? Could it be that the earth is splitting again? Impossible.
We haven't seen any super strong fighters, how could this happen?
Oh my small body can't stand still at all. What's going on?
Damn, I was just about to get intimate with my wife, and I got scared in an instant. For a moment, the creatures on the bank began to complain.
And panic.
Soon after, the creatures started looking around, but quickly a 30-meter-tall behemoth appeared in the sight of countless creatures. A completely black, muscular, monster-like gorilla slowly walked to the bank. All the creatures, including the python, began to move away, making way for this super behemoth. The reason being, this super behemoth was one of the 2 leaders of King Kong Mountain, the black-backed gorilla. According to the information provided by the hyenas to the python, there was also a silverback gorilla in King Kong Mountain, and the 2 gorillas were brothers. Under the gaze of the creatures, the black-backed gorilla squatted down by the stream and took a few sips of water. Later, he sat on the bank, looking at the creatures in the distance.
With a turn of his eyes, the black-backed gorilla immediately ordered, "You 2 big elephants, fight in front of me, I'm too bored."
After speaking, the black-backed gorilla crossed his arms and waited with interest for the 2 elephants to fight. Despite the elephants' height of over 4 meters, they seemed like toys compared to the 30-meter-tall black-backed gorilla. Therefore, the 2 elephants, although confused, reluctantly left the group and started fighting in front of the black-backed gorilla. However, due to their good relationship, the fight was soft and playful, almost like flirting.
This displeased the black-backed gorilla, who roared, "Today, only one of you will be allowed to live.
Fight hard for me, or I will crush you both." Hearing this, the elephants went wild and started fighting fiercely.
The black-backed gorilla watched with satisfaction, nodding occasionally.
"Big brother, let's retreat. The leader of Kong Mountain is here. This guy often makes the creatures on the bank fight for its entertainment.
And if they don't obey, it will crush them all."
At this moment, a hyena approached the giant python and whispered. Upon hearing this, the python nodded uncomfortably, feeling threatened and awkward in front of the massive creature.
Eventually, the python signaled its subordinates to prepare to leave.
However, whether by coincidence or due to its size, the gorilla immediately noticed the python. When the black-backed gorilla saw the python, its eyes lit up, thinking that roasting this sizable creature would be a good meal. But soon, it remembered what its brother had told it before, about pulling out the fangs of an adult titan python and playing with it, which was incredibly enjoyable. This thought made the black-backed gorilla's eyes turn red, feeling eager to try it out. It wanted to see how fun it would be to play with the titan python after removing its fangs.
If it wasn't enjoyable, its good brother wouldn't have recommended it so strongly. Little python, don't leave. Let me play and try it out first. I heard that removing your fangs makes playing with you heavenly? Excited, the black-backed gorilla walked towards the python.
The python, upon hearing this, was stunned. Not only the python but also the other creatures were confused. However, as the gorilla approached, the python quickly regained its composure, feeling extremely angry. This was too much of an insult to the python. He never expected to be tortured to death by the silverback gorilla before his rebirth. Now, reborn in the game world, he was targeted by a black-backed gorilla. What made him even more furious was the gorilla's words.
This gorilla actually wanted to pull out his fangs to play with him. Damn it! This was too much of an insult to the python. The python vowed that once his strength increased, he would torture these two brothers from Kong Mountain severely. He would make them beg for life and wish for death. If possible, he would kill all the monkeys, silverbacks, and gorillas. Holy crap! Big brother, run! You've been targeted by this psycho gorilla. After speaking, the hyena slipped away, not because it was disloyal to abandon its brother. It knew its brother would run later, the gap was too significant. Besides, even if it stayed, it couldn't help the python in any way. Therefore, it was better to wait for the big brother to get through this ordeal, and then it would come back to find the python. Big brother, you can't die. We are still looking forward to living good days with you. After the two lion brothers said this, they immediately ran in the direction where the hyenas were escaping. Seeing this scene, the python, despite feeling angry, did not blame his subordinates. The question he was rapidly thinking about was how to escape from this situation. The opponent's size was too massive, over 30 meters tall, like a monster, far beyond what a Tyrannosaurus rex with a body length of just over 10 meters could compare to. It can be said that if this black-backed gorilla wanted to kill an adult peak Tyrannosaurus rex, it would probably just take a few slaps. This shows how powerful this black-backed gorilla is, with a huge gap between the two sides. The gap was so large that the python didn't even have the courage to fight, only thinking about how to escape first. His main attack method, the venomous fangs, had no effect on powerful beasts, as they were only effective against creatures below the giant beast realm. Once the opponent was in the giant beast realm, the venomous fangs would be useless, even if he had reached that realm himself. This was why the python was quickly thinking about how to escape. At this moment, the black-backed gorilla looked at the python, who was abandoned by his subordinates, like a pitiful girl, with a lecherous smile, saying, "Even your subordinates have abandoned you. Just surrender to me and stop struggling. As long as you serve me well, I promise you a luxurious life with delicious food and drinks. It's better to die in battle than to be humiliated." Even if he died in battle, the python would never compromise. At the same time, the python knew he couldn't escape. His only hope now was to use a skill box. Therefore, without hesitation, the python silently prayed in his heart system. Use the bronze level designated skill box, skill direction, speed and escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully used the bronze level designated skill box. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained the rare speed skill, Extreme Speed. Extreme Speed, when the host uses the skill, the speed can be increased up to 5 times the host's own speed, with no side effects, lasting until the host's stamina is depleted." When he heard the system's voice, the python was overjoyed. It was like his wish had come true. Previously, he had no way to escape the current situation, but now with this skill, the python had absolute confidence in getting rid of the black gorilla. Even though his speed was only 40 kilometers per hour, with the ability to increase it 5 times, he could reach up to 200 kilometers per hour. What did this mean? In his extreme speed state, even a cheetah couldn't outrun him.
Unless there was a creature with a speed skill, it was impossible to escape him in terms of speed. As for the giant gorilla, although it might be fast, it still couldn't catch up to him. At that moment, the confident python, with a fierce look in his cold snake eyes, stared at the black gorilla intently. Suddenly, an inconspicuous wild dog appeared next to the black gorilla. Seeing this, the black gorilla extended his palm, and the wild dog jumped into his hand. When the black gorilla placed his palm near his ear, the wild dog whispered, "Be careful, Your Majesty.
This ancient titan python is extraordinary.
This morning, it effortlessly killed 2 adult late-stage Tyrannosaurus rexes. And it used its venomous fangs to kill them."
After hearing the wild dog's warning, the black gorilla, who had initially dismissed it, took it more seriously.
It didn't dare to let the python try his family heirloom easily. After a second thought, the black gorilla felt relieved. All he needed to do was pull out the snake's fangs. What was there to be afraid of? With this in mind, the black gorilla let go of the informant, then smirked and walked towards the giant python, its massive body causing the earth to tremble with each step. Seeing this scene, the python immediately opened its huge mouth and said, "Black gorilla, I'll remember you.
When I come back next time, I will make you wish you were dead." Hearing this, the black gorilla laughed and looked down at the python, mocking, "Little guy, do you think you can escape from under my nose? With your speed, if you could escape from under my nose, wouldn't it be a disgrace for me, the black demon? Don't make me unhappy, just submit to me obediently, that's your only choice now." With that, the black gorilla opened its huge hand and reached out towards the python.
At the same time, the python, without hesitation, used its extreme speed skill, moving as fast as lightning, and shot out in an instant. In just a breath, the python had already darted into the jungle, its massive body stirring up a cloud of dust.
"Dare to defy me? You're dead."
In a fit of rage, the black gorilla went mad and chased after the fleeing python. But not long after it started chasing, it saw the python waiting for it in the distance in the jungle, taunting, "You think you can catch up with me with that speed? I could take a dump, and you still wouldn't catch up. When I enhance my strength, I'll come back and slowly torture you. I will make your gorilla clan wish they were all dead." With that, the python, seeing the enraged black gorilla charging towards it, accelerated once again and fled into the distant jungle.
"You damn ant! You can't escape!"
At that moment, a thunderous roar came from behind. Hearing this, as the python fled, it subconsciously looked back and was terrified to see the towering gorilla descending from the sky, its fists like cannonballs, directly striking the ground where the python had just passed.
Bang!
In an instant, sand and stones flew, creating a crater over 10 meters wide, and the enraged black gorilla, with red eyes, continued its pursuit. Seeing this, the python dared not slow down, and began to flee at full speed, agilely weaving through the forest. The pursuing black gorilla became even more ferocious. Its massive body crashed through countless giant trees, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. However, the speed difference between the two sides remained significant. Despite the gorilla's already fast speed, there was still a gap of several hundred meters between them, and as time passed, the distance between them continued to widen. Seeing this, the furious black gorilla gritted its teeth and continued the chase, but no matter how hard it ran and jumped, it couldn't close the distance.
This chase continued for an hour.
The python didn't even know where it had fled to, and finally stopped running.
After an hour of relentless fleeing, the black gorilla had long been left behind.
Now, in a bamboo forest, the exhausted python stopped, panting heavily and spitting out saliva.
After resting
for a while, the python, completely exhausted, opened its huge mouth and continued to spit out saliva. After a short break, the python, with its massive body, prepared to find a source of water to drink. Feeling extremely thirsty and dehydrated, it needed to quench its thirst to cool down its overheated body caused by the intense running and rapid blood circulation. Soon, the python, with its massive body, found a large flowing lake at the foot of a mountain. The lake is like a spherical shape, with a very vast area, estimated to be close to 10 square kilometers, and the water is clear and transparent, but the water is so deep that it looks black.
There are also many creatures drinking water on the shore, but the distance between the animals is sparse.
Seeing this scene, the python's heart suddenly felt heavy. Because in such a large and flowing water source lake, there must be a super huge creature hidden. Because for many creatures that like to stay in the water, or are close to water creatures, this is simply an excellent feng shui treasure land.
However, these have little to do with the python.
At the moment, all he needs to do is drink some water and take a bath on the shore to cool down his body. After arriving at the lakeshore, the python took a few sips of water and couldn't wait to get into the water under the scorching heat. When his body was immersed in the cold water, the python felt more awake and his body became extremely comfortable. Just as the python was enjoying the cold lake water all over his body, a familiar and pleasant voice sounded in his mind, "Python brother, I'm online.
Do you miss me?"
This sudden voice startled the python. He immediately realized that it was the player's sister who had come online. His originally calm heart was instantly excited. This meant that he was about to become stronger quickly.
Thinking of this, the python immediately asked, "Are you ready to help me spend money to get stronger?"
Hearing this, the player, Man Tianqing, was extremely proud and said, "Of course, this time I will definitely make you stronger."
At this point, Man Tianqing's voice became distressed again. "Python big brother, you promised me that you wouldn't run around everywhere. You make me so scared. What if something happens to you, what should I do?"
After hearing the player's sister's words, the python also felt helpless. He had to recount everything that had happened in the past 2 days. When Man Tianqing heard that the python was being chased by the black gorilla in the giant beast realm, she was almost scared to death even through the screen. She didn't expect that her main beast god had already reached adulthood and the game world was still so dangerous. What surprised and scared her even more was that the python had encountered such a weird and powerful creature in the giant beast realm. No wonder after the game invasion in the previous life, she often heard about so many keepers sacrificing themselves to their main beast gods. The world is truly full of wonders, not only in the real world but also in the game world. Fortunately, her main beast god managed to overcome the danger in the end, otherwise, she would really cry. Similarly, Man Tianqing was very satisfied with the escapability and strength of her main beast god. Truly a potential main beast god of the unknown level. Not only was its combat power outrageously strong, but it could also acquire so many skills.
Once it grows up, it's simply unimaginable. Thinking of this, Man Tianqing's worries turned into joy.
Because the stronger her main beast god was, the more worry-free she would be when it descended into reality. The only thing that made her conflicted was whether, after descending into the real world, her main beast god would also demand her sacrifice like other main beast gods? Thinking of this, Man Tianqing's pretty face blushed inexplicably in the villa's boudoir. But considering the python's huge size, he shouldn't demand her sacrifice, right? After all, the size difference between them is too great. Even if a small horse pulls a big cart, it won't work.
With this in mind, Man Tianqing became happy.
Without saying a word, she immediately started recharging. At the same time, she reminded the python, "Python big brother, I'm recharging now, find a safe place to wait." Hearing this, the python trembled all over, feeling extremely excited. Without saying a word, he returned to the shore and moved towards the deep forest.
After 10 minutes, the python found a very nice cave. Yes, it's not a rabbit hole, but a cave.
This cave is over 3 meters high and over 3 meters wide, with a rugged and winding interior, dark, damp, and cool. When the python entered the cave, it discovered that a brown bear with 2 cubs lived in the cave.
Upon seeing the python, the brown bear trembled in fear and said, "Big brother python, I haven't offended you, have I?" Annoyed, the python replied, "I'm taking over your cave, so get out." The mother bear nodded repeatedly and bowed, saying, "Okay, brother." With that, she grabbed her cubs and ran away as fast as she could. The speed was so fast that one could only wish their parents had given them 2 more legs. The python then happily settled in the dark cave. At the same time, he was curious about how the world will help him become stronger after the girl player spends money. After all, it was his first time experiencing such a rapid increase in strength, and he was looking forward to it. Half an hour later, the python heard the soft, sweet laughter of the stars in his mind again. "Python brother, I've topped up the money. But, according to the game page instructions, I can only help you reach the peak of mutation." Upon hearing this, the python was instantly confused. What? How do I reach the peak of mutation? Wasn't it supposed to be an instant upgrade to the giant beast realm? With this thought, the python immediately asked in dissatisfaction, "Didn't you say you could help me reach the giant beast realm?" Hearing the python's words, the voice of the stars sounded aggrieved. "Python brother, it's not that I don't want to, I've tried my best. I managed to gather 2 billion in top-ups, but it seems I can only help Big Brother advance from the early adult stage to the peak of mutation. Based on my estimate, to help you advance from the peak of mutation to the giant beast realm, you probably need at least 10 billion as a base." Upon hearing this, the python was dumbfounded. Damn! Is it really that outrageous? No wonder in my past life, I never heard of how many players upgraded their totem beast to the giant beast realm. The required funds are just too massive. Starting at 10 billion. It's not something an ordinary person can come up with. Even ordinary billionaires couldn't come up with 10 billion in liquid assets at once. Those even wealthier super-rich individuals are even less likely to spend so much money on a game, right? Unless it's those super-rich individuals who happen to love playing this game, happen to have a powerful totem beast, and are willing to spend crazy amounts of money, then maybe they could spend over 10 billion. Otherwise, even though they know this game can make a lot of money, these super-rich individuals will at most cultivate a few loyal subordinates, restrict their freedom, help them top up for their totem beast players, and use the game's resources to make massive profits. But there are also significant risks in this. Once something unexpected happens to the totem beast in the game world, it means the investment of over 10 billion is gone. With such a huge risk of losing over 10 billion in investments, even with massive capital, they wouldn't dare to spend a lot of money to cultivate a totem beast to the giant beast realm. In this way, the will of the game world is actually using massive funds to limit the number of totem beasts. Thinking of this, the python also speculated that if he wanted to become stronger by spending money, the upper limit would only be the giant beast realm. If he wanted to become even stronger, he probably wouldn't know how much money he would need to spend. Helplessly, the python opened his mouth wide and said, "Alright. Let's just go with the peak of mutation. Help me increase my strength first. By then, I should be able to contend with ordinary giant beast creatures." After hearing the python's words, the soft voice of the stars sounded sweetly again. "Python big brother, rest assured, after I log off, I will continue to work hard to gather funds. Please don't die. Otherwise, I'll lose so much money. I am confident that I will help you reach the realm of the behemoth within a month and a half." With a soft and determined voice, Full Star expressed. Hearing this, the python's mood instantly improved. Of course, he also guessed Full Star's thoughts. Indeed, he was worthy of being a reborn individual. In just 2 days, he managed to get 2 billion. Not only that, judging from the girl's tone, she seemed determined to help him elevate his strength to the realm of the behemoth before the game invaded reality. Thinking of this, the python opened its huge mouth eagerly and said, "Don't worry, I believe in you, come on. Help me get stronger first. Let me see how powerful the strength of the peak of the mutant period is." At this moment, Full Star's excited voice rang out, "Alright." As soon as the words fell, a faint white light appeared around the python. Then the python's huge body was immediately enveloped in a faint white light. At the same time, the voice of the system also sounded in the python's mind, "Ding. Detected the power of the current world will, continuously injecting into the host's body. Ding. Detected the host's strength skyrocketing madly. The evolution points required for each strength increase will be recalculated after the host's strength upgrade is completed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully broke through the mid-adult stage. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully broke through the late adult stage. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully broke through the peak of adulthood. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully broke through the early stage of mutation. When the system's voice completely ended, the python was still enveloped in a faint white light. At the same time, the python also fell into a brief sleep. After an hour, the faint white light completely disappeared. Similarly, the python also woke up from its slumber.
At this moment, he felt warm all over his body. This feeling was unprecedentedly comfortable. In addition, the python felt that his body now contained immense power. At the same time, his body was much larger than before. As for how much his size had increased, the python had no idea. But now he only felt that this cave was very crowded. It even made him feel very uncomfortable being squeezed by his body. Curious, the python joyfully murmured in his heart, "System, open the information page." As soon as the words fell, the system page appeared in his mind. Host, Python. Species, Ancient Titan Python. Realm, Mutant Peak Period. Size, 50 meters long, 3.5 meters wide, 200 tons in weight. Combat power, bite force of 50 tons, speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Evolution points, 20,000/5,000,000. Skills, gluttonous giant stomach, death entanglement, bronze skin iron bones, underwater breathing, beast language, venomous fangs, recovery, extreme speed, color change, can control body color for camouflage when using skills, Backpack, bronze level random skill chest X1. After reading the information page, the python was completely stunned. He did not expect that his size had suddenly increased from 18 meters to 50 meters. The adult peak period of the ancient Titan python was only 30 meters. Unexpectedly, the strength of the mutant peak period had increased his size almost several times. No wonder he felt that this huge cave was a bit crowded. His size had really grown too exaggeratedly, increasing to a size of 50 meters. With this size, as long as he did not act recklessly, even ordinary behemoth realm strong individuals could not threaten him. For a moment, the python, in a great mood, couldn't help but move his new and powerful body, feeling a sense of pride. If he had such a huge size immediately, then the Black King Kong would definitely not dare to provoke him easily. Although defeating the Black King Kong with this size might still be a bit mysterious, he believed that self-preservation was completely not a problem. With great enthusiasm, the giant python moved its massive body and finally struggled to drill out of the cave. Fortunately, the cave was over 3 meters high and 3 meters wide, so although it was uncomfortable, the python successfully emerged. Upon entering the deep forest, the python realized how exaggerated its current size was. Just the intimidating size alone was enough to make any creature below the giant beast realm feel terrified, and even ordinary giant beasts would definitely be wary of its size. At this moment, the joyful voice of the starry sky also rang out, "Big brother Python, with your current size, even ordinary giant beasts wouldn't dare provoke you. You must be careful and prioritize your own safety. I'm logging off now." With that, the voice of the starry sky happily disappeared. As for the python, all its attention was focused on its mighty and terrifying body. It really wanted to go back and fight the black gorilla to see if it could kill it. However, considering that the gorilla had help and was also a giant beast, the python dispelled that thought. It wasn't sure if it could win one-on-one, and in a two-on-one situation, the python didn't have much confidence either. Moreover, although its size had increased, its strength had surged, the fundamental issue was the lack of a killer skill. The python currently had no such skill, especially in terms of attack methods. Its venomous fangs were its most effective attack, but they had little effect on creatures in the giant beast realm. This led to the python's strength being quite awkward, as its size was enough to intimidate giant beast creatures, but in terms of attack methods and strength, there was still a huge gap. However, thinking about having a bronze-level random skill chest, the python began to feel hopeful again. If it could obtain an attack-type skill, it would have more confidence, even if it went back to kill directly. With this in mind, the python immediately said without hesitation, "System, open the bronze-level random skill chest for me." As soon as the words fell, the system's voice rang out again, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully opened the bronze-level random skill chest." Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a rare skill, Deadly Venomous Fangs. Ding! Detected that the host has venomous fangs. Would you like to merge the two venomous fawn skills? Upon hearing the system's voice, the python was momentarily stunned, then delighted. Almost without hesitation, it silently said, "Merge." As soon as the words fell, the system's voice rang out again, ding. Congratulations, host. Successful fusion of 2 skills. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained the kiss of 1,000 poisons. Skill description: once this skill is used, any target bitten by the host will be poisoned to death within 3 minutes if they are of the same level. Creatures 1 level higher than the host will have vastly different outcomes based on their strength. Skill downside: excludes creatures of the same level with extremely strong poison resistance, or those with super strong poison resistance or immunity skills. Skill limit: legendary realm. Using it on creatures above the legendary realm will gradually lose any effect. After listening to the system's voice, the python was speechless. Why did the rare skills seem less useful than the common ones? However, considering that common skills had very limited killing power, the python was resigned. Skills like Death Coil, Camouflage, would basically become useless in the future. Also, skills like Underwater Breathing, which seemed very good, when one's strength reached a certain level, the abilities one possessed were already included. For example, like the python with the peak strength of the mutant period, even if it does not have the skill of breathing underwater, it can now stay in the water for a long time, half a month or even a month, and even exceed 2 months. If the strength continues to increase, it is very likely that this so-called skill will become an ability that it naturally possesses. The python is not sure whether this is a change brought about by the realm or the special nature of the ancient Titan python family's body. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly came from a distance, instantly echoing throughout the mountains and forests. Upon hearing this sudden noise, the python immediately came to his senses and then hesitantly headed towards the direction of the lake where the sound was coming from. But when the python arrived near the lake, he instantly saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. A giant elephant over 40 meters tall had appeared on the shore of the lake. However, this super terrifying behemoth of an elephant was now struggling frantically, constantly emitting cries of distress, as if begging for mercy and wailing. Because in the lake, a cow with double horns, like a huge creature resembling a blue dragon, had bitten onto the massive elephant, dragging it into the lake. Moreover, this creature, emitting a blue light like a dragon, with just its body exposed on the water's surface, was already over 100 meters long. The python, in awe, watched as the giant elephant, struggling frantically at over 40 meters high, eventually cried out as it was pulled into the water after a few minutes of struggle. Its massive body only thrashed a few times on the water's surface before disappearing completely beneath the lake's surface, devoured by the creature resembling a blue dragon. My goodness! How big is this thing? This creature resembling a dragon must be at least 200 meters long, right? Just the width of its body is 10 meters. Its length must be close to 200 meters. Even a giant elephant at the level of a giant beast realm couldn't struggle for more than a few minutes under its massive jaws. The python, deeply shaken, looked at the lake on the mountain with fear and decided not to stay any longer. Therefore, the python simply twisted its body and quickly disappeared into the deep forest. While wandering freely in the deep forest, the python asked a creature before leaving what mountain this was, and finally got the answer he wanted. This mountain, with a creature resembling a dragon, was called Tianqing Mountain, and the king of the mountain was the Tianqing bull python in the lake. Upon hearing this name, the python was immediately dumbfounded. Isn't this kind of python only found in novels in the real world? How come it exists in the game world too? Isn't this too absurd? For a moment, the python felt that his head was not enough. In his previous life, he had never heard of a Tianqing bull python appearing in the real world. After pondering for a long time, the python could only attribute it to the wonders of the world, and even such absurd things as the invasion of the game world into reality could happen. So what's wrong with the appearance of snake-like creatures from novels? Moreover, it's better if it's a snake rather than a dragon. If it were a dragon, the python would really have to move out. Even if this place is quite far from his home in Jingang Mountain, it's not safe. What does a dragon signify? Dragons are mythical creatures. Even in this terrifying game world, they are creatures of high power levels. After coming to his senses, the python continued on his way, thinking about how to get revenge when he returned this time. If it's one-on-one, he's not worried, but if the two brothers team up, he could be in danger. And the python also remembered that the hyena little brother had once said that the Jingang 3 actually had 3 brothers, and all 3 brothers were giant beasts. With such strength, occupying a mountain top already made them very powerful.
1 hour later. When crossing through a gloomy forest, the python saw a terrifying scene.
In the forest thousands of meters ahead, a towering giant tree continuously attacked passing creatures with its vines. Regardless of the size of the creatures, once caught by the vines would pierce the creatures' bodies with their tips, then suck out all the blood and essence like a pump in almost an instant. Seeing this, the python immediately prepared to detour, but the towering giant tree in the distance also noticed the python. A human face appeared on the massive trunk, and it spoke to the python, "Young friend, please stay."
Hearing this, the python hesitated, and with a puzzled look, asked, "What is it, senior?" Don't ask why the python called it senior. Although it was a tree, its height was several hundred meters, so the towering giant tree was not just for show.
If strength was measured by volume, the opponent's strength was at least at the level of a giant beast. To be honest, if it weren't for being chased by the black gorilla this time, it wouldn't have known that this game world was even more dangerous than it had imagined. It had crossed such a long distance without encountering any dangerous creatures, so luck seemed to play a significant role. It was no wonder that the hyenas and the lion brothers begged it not to die before running away. It seemed that this world was indeed very dangerous. Not only were there super colossal creatures, even trees and plants could be high-level beings. Just as the python was pondering, the gentle voice of the towering giant tree sounded in its ear, "Young friend, you are just a step away from the level of a giant beast, right? Do you know that breaking through to the level of a giant beast is not that easy? If you are willing to help me with a small favor, I can help you." Hearing this, the python was stunned and
asked with its massive snake head raised in confusion, "Senior, do you have a way to help me?" The towering giant tree gently replied, "Of course. To reach the level of a giant beast, there are 3 methods. The first method is to devour a large amount of blood and essence, accumulating enough to transform in quantity and advance to the level of a giant beast. This method is used by many creatures, but it is the slowest because consuming enough blood and essence is a massive amount, which is why many creatures are forever stuck in the mutation period. The second method is to obtain a giant beast fruit or obtain rare and precious treasures of the same level as the giant beast fruit, and then use these rare and precious treasures to directly make up for the energy gap needed by the blood and essence, thus breaking through to the level of a giant beast. But how rare are giant beast fruits and such treasures? The probability of encountering them is almost as low as a dog breaking through to the level of a giant beast on its own. The third method is to devour the blood and essence of creatures at the level of a giant beast. Once you can devour the blood and essence of 10 to 20 giant beast level creatures, it is enough, but this possibility is extremely low, as creatures at the level of a giant beast are not easy to provoke. However, although your strength is not enough to kill creatures at the level of a giant beast, it shouldn't be a problem to lure them for self-defense, right? As long as you help me lure 10 giant beast-level creatures, I will help you break through to the level of a giant beast. At that point, you will have completely stepped into this world." Hearing this, the python was speechless. This guy obviously wanted him to be a scammer. Or perhaps he wanted him to be bait to lure giant beast-level creatures in. However, how could the python easily agree to the other party's request? It was not accustomed to being someone else's subordinate. But the python did not rush to turn hostile. Instead, it asked curiously, "Senior, from the way you speak, it seems like killing creatures at the level of a giant beast is as easy as killing a chicken for you?" Upon hearing this, the voice of the towering giant tree sounded soft and slightly smug. "Of course, for me, killing beasts of the giant realm is not much more difficult than killing chickens. If it weren't for being trapped in the place of birth and unable to obtain enough essence of blood and flesh power, I would have broken through to the legendary realm long ago." After hearing this, the giant python suddenly realized. He had just guessed that this old guy should not be able to move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let go of all the passing small creatures. Thinking of this, the giant python immediately opened its huge mouth and shook its head. "Senior, forget it. I am weak and cannot help you." Upon hearing this, the towering giant tree seemed unsurprised, but instead smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you are weak, as long as you are willing to help me. I have a flesh and blood fruit here that you can take first." By then,
your strength can instantly step into the half-step giant realm. Hearing this, the giant python immediately opened its huge mouth and sneered, "Do I look like a fool to you? Will I believe your nonsense? I never believe that good things will fall from the sky. Even if they do, they won't fall on my head. And with your stingy appearance, not even letting passing mice go, why would you help me for no reason?" After speaking, the giant python no longer paid attention to the old tree, and twisted its huge body to prepare to leave. Seeing this scene, the soft voice of the towering giant tree sounded again, "Do you know, your current situation is the most embarrassing? Strong beings in the giant realm are very unfriendly to those of your realm. And now, any mountain outside is occupied by creatures of the giant realm. Anyway, you can only bow down and serve. Why not work for me? Besides, this evergreen mountain belongs to me. As long as you agree to work for me, you can do whatever you want on this mountain, and I will help you improve your strength. I really can't understand why you refuse. Going to other mountains means living under someone else's control. Why not enjoy freedom as the king of this evergreen mountain under my rule?" Upon hearing this, the giant python was somewhat moved, but immediately became alert. Because the treatment offered by the other party was too good, the more suspicious the giant python felt, in this cruel world of survival of the fittest. How could there be genuinely kind people? Thinking of this, the giant python immediately stopped hesitating and turned around to leave. Seeing this scene, the towering giant tree became somewhat frustrated. But in the end, it held back its anger and sighed helplessly. Young creatures nowadays are not easy to deceive. They are all very sharp-minded. But they can also restrain their greed. However, it was not too angry. Only the weak would be frustrated. With its peak in the giant realm, even if it developed slowly and accumulated, it would eventually reach the legendary realm. At the same time, after 3 hours of rushing, the giant python finally returned to Mount Kong before dark. And this time, upon returning to Mount Kong, the giant python did not choose to open a cave in the deep forest. Instead, it chose to open a huge water cave nest on the bank of a stream. This water cave nest extended to a depth of 200 meters, with 3 openings, and a water depth of 30 to 40 meters from the water surface. Due to the varying depths in some areas along the stream bank, the location where it chose to open the water cave nest was already a very good place. In addition, this place was not very far from the stream bank where the giant python used to frequent, only about 1,000 meters away. It is worth mentioning that after seeing the super huge creature, the giant python, the crocodiles in the stream, and even the larger fish in the stream, all voluntarily gave up this territory to the giant python and retreated far away. Obviously, they also knew that the huge python's massive size was not something they could provoke, a 50-meter-long giant python. Such a terrifying size, actually hidden in a small stream, isn't it outrageous? Although this was the idea of many crocodiles, not a single crocodile dared to ask the python, because according to the crocodile's speculation, this python was most likely a creature of the giant beast realm. Even if it was not of the giant beast realm, its combat power should be enough to rival creatures of the giant beast realm, and not just any ordinary creature of the giant beast realm. For example, a dog in the early stages of the giant beast realm would definitely not be able to fight the python. Similarly, a tiger in the early stages of the giant beast realm would probably not be able to fight the python either. Because of this, even if there was no giant beast realm, the crocodile groups in these small streams still regarded the python as a creature of the giant beast realm, with absolutely no intention of provoking it. After finishing building the water cave nest at this moment, the python happily twisted its massive body and came to the shore to survey the environment. Although it was the same stream, the location where it chose to open the water cave not only had a depth of 40 to 50 meters, but the width of the river was also about 70 to 80 meters, which also belonged to the territory of the King Kong mountain range. However, the python believed that early the next morning, news of its settling in the stream would quickly reach the ears of the creatures of the giant beast realm and the King Kong mountain. Because before fleeing, the python might have forgotten that there were many inconspicuous animals in the King Kong mountain who were the eyes and ears of the King Kong brothers. However, the python was not worried about being exposed. It could now change the color of its body surface and was not concerned about being recognized. Furthermore, it was already quite different from its morning self. Just the huge change in body size would not make the King Kong brothers suspect that it was the same python as yesterday. Unless it voluntarily exposed itself, even if the Black King Kong came, it would not discover any clues. Thinking of this, the python already had a rough plan of revenge in mind. If the other party accepted it, it could endure for a while and seek revenge when the opportunity arose. The main thing was that the python did not have much confidence in being able to quickly kill any of the King Kongs in the King Kong Mountain. If it could not kill them quickly, it would be in a very passive situation, attracting another creature of the giant beast realm. Although it had the skill of extreme speed and was not worried about being caught by the King Kongs, nor had any fear for its life, the python firmly believed in one thought: either not strike, or strike with a thunderous means to be fatal. After taking a deep breath, the python wandered around nearby, then returned to its water cave nest to rest. The next day, the python was awakened by the occasional huge waves and commotion in the water. When the python wriggled its massive body out, it saw two huge legs constantly stirring the waters near its lair. At the same time, the Black King Kong on the shore saw the python appear and quickly retracted its legs, then looked down from a high vantage point at the massive black shadow in the water. Obviously, this unwelcome guest who intruded into their territory had appeared. Sure enough, under its gaze, the python's huge snake head slowly emerged from the water. "Brother, you have trespassed into our territory, breaking the rules." The Black King Kong stared at the python, its dark eyes constantly flickering, and slowly spoke. Hearing this, the python immediately opened its mouth wide and lowered its voice, saying, "Indeed, I have broken the rules, unintentionally intruding here and offending the king. I would like to reside here for a while, would the king mind?" Upon hearing this, the Black King Kong assessed the massive size of the giant python and slowly said, "You are mistaken. I take offense to this. If you do not wish to be my enemy, leave Mount Kong immediately. Or if you are willing to submit to me, I don't mind letting you stay here," he added. Upon hearing this, the giant python fell into contemplation. If he agreed too quickly, the other party would definitely be suspicious. After all, he was a peak-stage ancient titan python, with formidable strength. His sheer size alone was enough to make him unafraid of ordinary giant beasts. This was why the giant python could not easily show willingness to submit. After a moment of silence, the giant python slowly raised its massive snake head and opened its huge mouth, saying, "If you want me to submit, I can consider it. But you must show me your strength first. If your strength is sufficient, I can become your subordinate," he continued. Upon hearing the giant python's words, the Black King Kong was momentarily stunned, but then became interested and said, "All right. Let me assess your strength. If it is enough, not only will I let you stay, but I will also make you one of the 4 kings of Mount Kong. However, I will not hold back," he added. With that, the Black King Kong made the first move. He casually grabbed a large rock over 3 meters high and viciously smashed it towards the giant python. The python quickly used its defenses to dodge the rock instinctively, but still got hit, though the damage was minimal. In the next moment, the Black King Kong descended from the sky, his massive body jumping down and creating a huge splash of water. He then grabbed the giant python's body with both arms, attempting to throw it onto the shore. This scene caught the interest of the Silverback King Kong watching from afar. The Silverback, along with the Blackback and Goldenback King Kongs, were actually siblings. The Goldenback was the eldest, the Blackback the second, and the Silverback the third. In terms of strength, the Goldenback was clearly superior, while the Silverback was on par with the youngest. Early that morning, they received a report from the youngest brother that a large intruder had entered their territory, prompting the 2 elder brothers to rush over. Indeed, it was a massive creature, a 50-meter-long ancient titan python. This size was just a step away from being a giant beast, and the bloodline of the ancient titan python had the potential to become a powerful giant beast. If the creature's combat power was strong enough, they didn't mind having the python join them. During the peak of their mutation period, there were not many creatures that caught their attention. Some with average potential in the peak mutation period had lackluster combat abilities, while others with excellent potential had absurdly strong combat abilities. Therefore, finding suitable subordinates with satisfactory combat power was not easy. Although creatures in the peak mutation period were in a precarious situation, they were also admired by giant beast creatures, especially those with the potential to become giant beasts. By first recruiting them as subordinates and cultivating relationships, they could help them advance to become giant beasts when the opportunity arose. At that time, these peak mutation creatures could become valuable allies and owe them a favor. Meanwhile, in a small stream, the giant python fighting in the water experienced for the first time how terrifying the power of the King Kongs was. Even in the water, the python could not gain any advantage because the Black King Kong clearly had a long breath-holding ability underwater. Under the immense power suppression, although the python did not get injured using its defenses, the damage it could inflict on the opponent without using its venom was very limited. And, the reason why the python did not use its venomous fangs was naturally because it saw another giant beast, the silverback gorilla, watching not far away. So the python also decided not to use its venomous fangs, choosing instead to rely on its agility in the water to easily engage in a long battle with the opponent. The only thing that puzzled the python was that the opponent never displayed any special skills, making it difficult for the python to gauge how much strength this guy was hiding. But this state did not last long. After fighting for a while, the black gorilla, feeling unable to fully utilize its strength in the water, said, "Let's go. Let's fight on land." With that, the black gorilla rushed ashore. Of course, the python was not about to back down. It never expected to kill the opponent in the first place. Now it was just about showing its strength and getting close to this guy. At this point, the black gorilla that had come ashore suddenly surged in power. It directly used a special skill, causing its terrifying muscular body to instantly transform into chunks of rock, and then its fist, like a giant stone, began wildly pounding the python's body. The giant fists of rock were pounding the python so hard that it was left dizzy. Finally, in a fit of rage, the python decided to no longer hold back. Apart from not using its venomous fangs, it unleashed all its other means without reservation, biting, coiling, and strangling the opponent, leaving many wounds on the black gorilla. After an hour of battle, the python finally used its massive body to bind the black gorilla, rendering it unable to struggle. Unable to break free, the black gorilla smiled and said, "All right, I acknowledge your strength." Hearing this, the python released its grip on the black gorilla. However, the python also knew that it was unlikely to strangle the opponent. The opponent's body was too robust, making it difficult to strangle. Moreover, the python speculated that this guy definitely had skills that he had not yet used. Sure enough, when the python let go, the black gorilla smiled satisfactorily and said, "Your strength is impressive. Ordinary giant beasts in the realm should not be your match. Being able to fight me in close combat for so long, you also have the strength of a giant beast. But compared to powerful giant beasts, the gap is still very large. Even if it were in my hands, with all my skills in use. With your quick reflexes, you should have no problem protecting yourself." At this point, the silverback gorilla in the distance also approached, smiling and saying, "Well done. Being able to fight my brother for so long in close combat, although you were suppressed for a long time, is still impressive. I also acknowledge you. Let's go with what my brother said. From now on, you are one of the 4 kings of our gorilla mountain." Continuing, the silverback gorilla smiled and said, "Brother, this guy probably doesn't know the situation in our gorilla mountain, right? Actually, Gorilla Mountain is the territory of the 3 of us brothers, but usually it's me and my brother who live here. Let me tell you about your situation. After all, you are already at the peak of mutation, so for trivial matters, we brothers won't bother you. But when faced with difficult problems, you will have to listen to us, but on ordinary days, we won't ask you to act casually. What you need to do now is accumulate essence of blood and flesh, hunt more mutated peak creatures when you have the chance. You probably need to devour about 100 mutated peak creatures to become a strong giant beast." Upon hearing this, the black gorilla waved his hand and interrupted, "Third brother, how could you expect it to accumulate and devour 100 mutated peak creatures? Mutated creatures are not easy to kill, and relying on itself, it will take at least 10 or 20 years. When the time comes, just send the eldest brother to Wancho Mountain to fight for a giant beast fruit." At this point, He Jingguang seemed to think of something and asked, "By the way, you can call me He Dashuai, my second brother is called Yin Yuanbao, our eldest brother is called Jin Yuanbao,
what should we call you?
Upon hearing this, the giant python immediately showed a very respectful look and said, reporting to the two kings, "You can call me Lao Lu."
Hearing this, He Dashwai nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Lao Lu, right?
In the future, follow us brothers well, helping you advance to the realm of giant beasts is not a big problem. You are also lucky, we just had the idea of finding a capable subordinate, and you happened to appear." Upon hearing this, the giant python immediately looked excited and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Thank you, two kings. I will definitely not disappoint the expectations of the two kings." Upon hearing this, the two golden gorillas nodded in satisfaction and said, "Alright, if there is anything you need, we will have our subordinates instruct you." With that, the two brothers turned and left. The creatures watching from the distant shore also returned to normal, each busy with their own tasks. But they knew that there was now another master on the territory of Jingang Mountain.
At the same time, watching the backs of the two brothers leaving, the giant python couldn't help but smile.
He didn't expect joining them to be easier than he imagined. And from the tone of the two brothers, they clearly didn't mind cultivating him.
Thinking of this, the giant python couldn't help but feel pleased.
Since that's the case, there's no need for him to turn hostile and expose himself. After all, now that he has infiltrated Jingang Mountain, he has plenty of time to deal with these two brothers. He was prepared to perform well now, to see if he could really evolve with the help of these two brothers and obtain this so-called giant beast fruit. After all, if he wanted to rely on consuming the flesh and blood of creatures to satisfy the conditions for evolution, the amount needed was extremely large.
What concept is 5 million evolution points?
Normal flesh and blood would require devouring 5 million catties.
What concept is 5 million catties? 2,500 tons of flesh and blood. Remember, his own weight is only 50 tons. In other words, he would have to eat at least 50 of his own kind of super huge creatures to accumulate enough evolution points needed for evolution. Since that's the case, he might as well wait patiently for an opportunity, gain the trust of the two brothers first. By then, maybe his player hadn't been able to gather enough funds to help him break through to the realm of giant beasts, but these two brothers might help him become a giant beast first? With this thought, the giant python felt happy. He then moved his huge body like patrolling, scanning the creatures on the bank of the stream, mainly to see if his little brothers were still there. Sure enough, the giant python was not disappointed.
He soon saw the familiar figure of the hyena in the crowd, blending in well with a group of hyenas, looking very spirited. Then, the giant python began to scan the group of creatures on the bank, looking for the figures of the lion brothers, and sure enough, he found the two figures of the lion brothers, surrounded by several adult male lions, chatting away. On the other hand, the main beast god, the northeast tiger Xiaofei, the giant python didn't even find his figure, and the same goes for Xiaobai. This made the giant python nod secretly, thinking about what method to use. But just then, the system's voice rang out, "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully triggered a mission. Please choose one of the following tasks to complete and receive a reward. Task 1. Before the game invades reality, the host must hunt down more than 50 mutant creatures in the evolutionary period.
Task time, 44 days. Task reward, bronze level random blind box X1. 1 million evolution points. Task 2. Before the game invades reality, the host is required to hunt and kill over 50 mutated peak stage creatures. Task duration, 44 days. Task reward, silver level random blind box X1.
2 million evolution points. Task 3. Before the game invades reality, the host is required to hunt and kill over 5 giant beast level creatures.
Task duration, 44 days. Task reward, gold level blind box X1. 4 million evolution points. Upon hearing the tasks announced by the system, the python was immediately stunned.
In this way, he almost had a 3-layer guarantee to reach the giant beast level. The first layer was the players and girls behind him pooling funds to help him spend money.
The second layer of assurance was the giant beast fruit mentioned by the two brothers.
The third layer was the tasks currently released by the system, allowing him to rely on his own efforts, making it a well-prepared situation.
Moreover, the 3 tasks were actually very easy to choose from.
The first task was impossible, as hunting over 50 mutated creatures was not difficult for the python, but the challenge was that mutated creatures were not easy to hunt, and their numbers were not large. As for the second task, it was even more demanding. It required killing 50 mutated peak stage creatures. This was even more difficult than the first task, but the rewards were higher. However, it did not have much appeal to the python, as the task was difficult. Therefore, the python's final choice was naturally the third task. Although the third task was also very difficult, it had the highest rewards and was actually the easiest to complete in terms of quantity. Moreover, just by completing this task, the rewards from the system alone could directly promote him to a giant beast level expert. With this in mind, the python hesitated no more and silently said in his heart, "System, I choose task 3. The next moment, the system's voice rang out, "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully chosen the task. Please complete the task as soon as possible to receive the rewards." After hearing the system's voice, the python began to think about how to hunt and kill 5 giant beast-level creatures. Black Dashwai and Silver Yuanbao, the two brothers, were clearly his targets as well. However, it was obvious that killing them alone was not the best solution. The best way was actually for the two brothers of Jinguang Mountain to engage in battles with other giant beasts. At that time, he could help in the fight against the wind while seizing the opportunity to take their heads directly at critical moments. By doing so, not only could he gain achievements, but he could also earn the trust of the two brothers. With this plan in mind, the python had already made up his mind. He would wait a few days to see if it was feasible, and if not, he would go to other mountains to provoke some giant beast-level experts. This way, the two brothers would not have the opportunity to relax. Therefore, in the following days, the python behaved honestly, but in reality, he was investigating the mountains near Jinguang Mountain. After a few days of investigation, the python learned some information. Some of the information was personally shared by the two brothers. For example, the mountain to the east was called Giant Bear Mountain. The king of the mountain was a very powerful giant bear who had once had a fierce conflict with the silverback King Kong. The mountain to the west was called Black Tiger Mountain. It was said that the king of the mountain was a mountain lord with very strong combat power, who had several major conflicts with the giant bear king of Giant Bear Mountain. The mountain to the south was called Giant Elephant Mountain. The king of the mountain was naturally a giant elephant, and it was said that there was a group living on Giant Elephant Mountain, which was one of the more common group forces on the mountain. The mountain to the north was called Bullhead Mountain, which had fought several times with the Black Tiger King of Black Tiger Mountain, but they had always been peaceful. After learning this information, the python immediately had an idea. He realized that these giant beast-level creatures seemed to have conflicts to varying degrees as long as their territories were relatively close. Naturally, this led to grudges, and the reason why the situation eventually remained peaceful was that the power gap between them was not significant. Because the giant beasts of the different realms cannot survive on the mountain peaks anymore. They would either be driven away by neighbors, have their territory taken over, or flee in defeat. Therefore, it is much easier than imagined to sow discord between the mountain peaks, as long as the plan is well thought out. However, what the giant python did not expect was that on the 6th day in the morning, while planning to sow discord among the major mountain peaks, 2 unexpected guests arrived at Mount Kong. Early that day, before the giant python emerged from the stream, it spotted 2 colossal creatures on the distant shore. These were 2 super beasts, towering at 40 meters in height and 120 meters in length, the Tyrannosaurus of the giant beast realm. Their terrifying size made the earth tremble with each step they took. At the same time, it caused numerous creatures on the shore to panic and scatter. When they reached a vast open space by the stream's edge, the 2 Tyrannosaurus of the giant beast realm opened their huge mouths and roared deafeningly, "3 little monkeys! Get out here!" Witnessing this scene, the giant python lurking at the stream's edge dared not show itself. It even began to doubt whether the Kong brothers were in deep trouble. These 2 tyrannosaurs seemed to be seeking revenge, and their size was terrifying. Standing at 40 meters tall and 120 meters long. Such a size was significantly larger than the Kong brothers. Although most of the Tyrannosaurus's length was due to its tail. but this was still an enormous size. At that moment, one of the super beasts of the giant beast realm clearly spotted the giant python lurking in the water and then opened its mouth wide, saying, "Are you the lackeys of those three monkeys?" Upon hearing this, the giant python knew it could no longer hide. Therefore, the giant python slowly revealed its massive snake head above the water's surface. Just as the giant python was about to speak, a furious roar echoed from a distance. The two tyrannosaurs of the giant beast realm also turned their gaze towards the mountain forest. They then saw the Kong brothers charging towards them with great momentum. However, when they saw the two tyrannosaurs, it seemed as if they had anticipated this, as they stopped not far from the tyrannosaurs, glaring at them fiercely. Seeing this scene, the giant python was puzzled. At the same time, it was torn between whether to turn against them. Judging by the current situation, the giant python did not favor the Kong brothers. The problem was that the giant python knew one thing. If these two brothers lacked confidence, they would not easily fight to the end, meaning they probably had some hidden cards. Sure enough, not long after, two more colossal creatures appeared behind the two super tyrannosaurs. One of them was also a Kong, but with golden fur all over its body, standing at over 40 meters tall, even larger than the two brothers. The other creature was a giant brown bear over 30 meters tall, equally massive, with muscles like boulders all over its body, appearing strong and robust even next to the golden Kong. "No wonder you were so confident, turns out you three brothers have brought in reinforcements." The two tyrannosaurs, feeling surrounded by the four colossal creatures, spoke in a dark tone. Witnessing this scene, the giant python was at a loss. No wonder the Kong brothers had been acting mysteriously these past few days. It seemed they had anticipated the appearance of the two tyrannosaurs of the giant beast realm. And they had already united allies, waiting to trap their enemies. Indeed, those who could become giant beasts were highly intelligent. At the same time, the giant python secretly rejoiced that it had not rushed out to betray the Kong brothers, or it would have been in big trouble. At the next moment, the giant python was thinking about when to go out and help. The six giant beasts, huge creatures in the beast realm, were on the verge of a major battle, and the entire battlefield instantly became chaotic. The two Tyrannosaurus Rex were instantly separated. The two brothers dealt with one of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The other golden gorilla and brown bear surrounded the other Tyrannosaurus Rex. In a moment, dust filled the air, and as their battle began, the surrounding environment was further devastated. The giant python was not worried about this, because in the game world, the plants grow very quickly, far beyond what Earth can compare to. Therefore, even if a mountain was severely damaged, with all the trees destroyed, as long as given some time to rest, the forest would quickly grow back. Otherwise, these mountains and forests would not withstand the abuse and destruction by these huge creatures. At the same time, the giant python was also looking for an opportunity to strike. Half an hour later, seeing that the two giant beasts, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, were at a disadvantage, the giant python was also ready to make a move. But at that moment, something happened that left the giant python bewildered once again. Just as the golden gorilla was lifting a huge rock to smash the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head, the brown bear, who had been standing by the gorilla's side, suddenly turned against it. The bear grabbed a large rock from behind and viciously smashed it onto the golden gorilla's head. The golden gorilla couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. But it didn't end there. The brown bear then grabbed the gorilla's neck from behind, opened its mouth wide, and crazily tore at the golden gorilla's head, causing a bloody mess. At the same time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex seized the opportunity and fiercely bit down on one of the golden gorilla's legs, shaking its head wildly, trying to tear off the gorilla's head. Seeing this scene, the silver ingot and the black gorilla immediately became furious, roaring repeatedly, "Big brother! King Bear! How dare you betray us!" While roaring, the black gorilla immediately rushed forward and engaged in a fierce battle, its muscles turning into chunks of rock. In a moment, the battlefield once again split into three sides, but from the current situation, it was clear that the three gorilla brothers were at a disadvantage. The golden gorilla had clearly been seriously injured in the surprise attack and was being suppressed by the king bear, while the other two Tyrannosaurus Rex were completely overpowering the two golden gorillas in one-on-one combat. Moreover, these two super Tyrannosaurus Rex also had skills such as fire breathing and healing abilities. Although their recovery speed was not very fast, they were constantly healing.
Damn! The situation in this battle is changing too fast. Shouldn't I wait a little longer? What if the situation reverses again?
Seeing this scene, the giant python was also speechless with astonishment. The situation was changing too fast, with reversals happening too quickly.
So the safest and most prudent approach at the moment was to wait and see. Moreover, with such intense fighting, it would inevitably attract the attention of other powerful beings in the beast realm on the other 3 mountain territories. Although they had not shown themselves yet, who knew if they might be lurking like hawks? Although choosing a side now might lead to immediate completion of half the mission, the risk was too great. The situation was still unclear. But after some thought, the giant python felt that waiting for the situation to clarify was not the way to go. What else did he have to do then? He might end up pleasing neither side. And with his extreme speed, if he couldn't win, was he afraid he couldn't escape? With this in mind, the giant python had already made the final decision on which side to choose. He decided to go along with the current situation and directly choose to backstab the 3 gorilla brothers. But as soon as the giant python made this decision, he immediately heard the roar of the black gorilla, number 6. As one of the 4 kings of the gorilla mountain, when are you going to lend me a hand? Hurry up and help me. While roaring in anger, the black King Kong was bitten on the arm by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, unable to break free. However, his other arm was tightly holding onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head, using his massive size to pin the Tyrannosaurus Rex to the ground. But his gaze was fixed on the direction of the stream where the giant python was. He couldn't believe that the python wouldn't be aware of the commotion caused by the battle. Upon hearing this, the giant python emerged from the water, its massive black body twisting as it came ashore. Opening its huge mouth, the python said, "Second King, don't worry, I'll help you right away." With that, the python swiftly moved towards where the black King Kong was. The Bear King and another Tyrannosaurus Rex who witnessed this scene wanted to help but were unable to. Their opponents were not easy targets like the Silver Spear Wax Head. Although their combat power was inferior, their strength was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been fighting for so long without killing these 3 King Kongs. Therefore, the Bear King and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who were held back by the Golden and Silver King Kongs, roared in frustration, "Kid, this is not a battle you can participate in. Get out of here quickly to avoid losing your life. A mere peak mutant dares to join the battle. Don't throw away your life in vain, leave quickly." Compared to the threats of the Bear King and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, although the Golden King Kong was seriously injured, its combat power remained very strong. While fighting the Bear King, it also spoke to the giant python, "Kid, hurry up and help the Black King Kong kill the Tyrannosaurus Rex. I will help you compete for the giant beast fruit and assist you in becoming a strong giant beast." The Bear King roared again, "Kid, don't listen to the nonsense of these 3 brothers. The giant beast fruit will not mature for another month, and these 3 brothers have killed countless subordinates. As long as you help us, we will also help you obtain the giant beast fruit and become a strong giant beast." Upon hearing this, the giant python immediately twisted its body towards where the Black King Kong was, while opening its mouth wide. "I am one of the 4 kings of the Golden Mountain. I didn't come out earlier because the situation was unclear. Now that the situation is clear and your strengths are evenly matched, no matter what the outcome. As long as I help these 3 brothers, can they still treat me unfairly? Once this news spreads, won't their reputation be tarnished?" With that, the giant python decisively rushed forward, unleashing its copper skin iron bones technique, instantly increasing its speed. Seeing this, the Black King Kong laughed excitedly, "Good kid. You haven't disappointed me. Quickly entangle its neck and trap it, I will kill it." Upon hearing this, the giant python respectfully said, "Second King, rest assured, I will assist you." With that, the giant python, which was close to the battlefield, effortlessly climbed onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. Because the Tyrannosaurus Rex was pinned down by the Black King Kong, although the Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth was firmly clamped on the Black King Kong's arm, the Black King Kong's massive size was pressing down on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and his other hand was tightly holding the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head.
Therefore, this super Tyrannosaurus Rex in the giant beast realm was naturally unable to break free for the time
being. But as long as the Black King Kong dared to let go, showing any slack, the situation would likely immediately reverse. When the giant python came up, it took advantage of the Black King Kong's moment of inattention and suddenly opened its mouth wide, fiercely biting the back of the Black King Kong's neck. Ah! Lao Lu! How dare you betray me?
In pain, the Black King Kong instantly released the arm that was holding the python, grabbing the python's body with one hand, roaring in anger.
But as soon as he let go, the Black King Kong regretted it. Because the Tyrannosaurus Rex seized the opportunity to climb back up. It crazily tore at the Black King Kong's arm with its mouth, causing the Black King Kong to scream in pain. Although his arm had petrified into stone, he still felt the excruciating pain. More importantly, at this moment, the temperature in the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex is very high, apparently wanting to melt its arm. Third brother. Big brother, please save me. In pain, the Black King Kong directly began to ask for help. If it was just a pure Tyrannosaurus Rex, it would be fine, absolutely impossible to be a problem after being bitten by a python. Although it has now released its mouth, the problem is that the python's body has already wrapped around its neck. In other words, if it can't break free from the python, it will definitely die miserably. Because there is still a giant beast Tyrannosaurus Rex beside it, how could it easily let it go? So now it is trapped by the python. The possibility of its death is very high. This is why it begged for mercy without hesitation. At this moment, in the other two battlefields, the Golden-back King Kong and the Silver-back King Kong are also in a bad situation. Seeing the danger of their brothers falling, they are extremely angry, but they cannot help at all. Because the situation has completely reversed. The Brown Bear King and another Tyrannosaurus Rex. How could they allow them to intervene in the battle of the Black King Kong? Once the Black King Kong dies, they will be able to defeat and kill these three brothers one by one. At the same time, whether it is the Brown Bear King or the other Tyrannosaurus Rex, they are all happy. Fortune turns around. In the past, you killed so many mutant peak creatures. Now it's your turn. Finally, you encounter betrayal at a critical moment. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was biting the Black King Kong suddenly released the Black King Kong's arm. Then, it opened its huge mouth and spewed out terrifying flames, burning towards the lower body of the Black King Kong. The flames swept out, making the Black King Kong look extremely distorted in pain. But even screaming was a luxury. Because it was already locked in the python's throat. At the same time, the python continued to open its huge mouth, tearing at the back of the Black King Kong's head. Keeping the Black King Kong in a state of paralysis due to poison, it had no strength to struggle and resist. At this moment, the python said, "Big brother, you go help the other two big brothers quickly. Leave this trash to me." After hearing the python's words, the Tyrannosaurus Rex that had already burned off one of the Black King Kong's legs nodded without hesitation. Because it also saw that the Black King Kong was seriously injured and locked in the python's throat, it was basically doomed to die. "Brother, I leave it to you here. We won't treat you unfairly after the battle is over." After speaking, this giant beast Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed towards another battlefield. Obviously, it also wanted to end the battle quickly to avoid unexpected events. Seeing this scene, the python knew that it had to work harder to kill this guy quickly, otherwise the other two heads would not have a share. Therefore, the python occasionally tore at the King Kong's head, and inadvertently saw the bloodthirsty and angry eyes of the Black King Kong. The python couldn't help but laugh. This guy wanted to break free from its entwined body, and now he was almost dead, still looking at him with such hatred, obviously hating him. "Like watching, huh? Let me blind your eyes." After cursing, the python began to madly bite the Black King Kong's eyeballs. In a short while, the Black King Kong's eyeballs were bitten and exploded by it. It was estimated that it was completely blind, with blood flowing from its huge eye sockets. Obviously, even if the Black King Kong used its skills to petrify its body, its eyeballs were still one of its weak points. Watching the painfully suffering Black King Kong, the python felt extremely pleased. It couldn't help but mock the Black King Kong in a low voice. "Baby, didn't you want to play with me? Look at who's playing with who now." A few days ago, you were still chasing me. What's going on now, little baby? I was planning to lurk around you, wait for you to get me the giant beast fruit, and then find an opportunity to betray you. Who knew your enemies would come so quickly? Look, even the heavens don't want to see me wronged. Hey! Why so silent? Seems like you're not happy with me. In that case, why don't we just get rid of these ears of yours? With that, the python opened its huge mouth again and tore at Black King Kong's ears. Before long, Black King Kong's ears were bitten to a bloody pulp. Faced with the python's cruel torture, Black King Kong was already in tears. It wanted to speak too. The problem was, it couldn't. If it could speak, it would have cursed the python long ago. At the same time, it deeply regretted not realizing that the python was the ancient Titan python. So the python was actually a sacred beast. Only by becoming a sacred beast could it explain why the python's body had grown so outrageously in just one day and how it easily deceived it. Unfortunately, even if it knew, it couldn't say anything, let alone warn its two good brothers. It could clearly feel that under the python's torture and after being destroyed by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, its injuries were getting worse. Each time the python tore at it, its condition worsened. This was clearly because the python left toxins in its body with each bite. In the end, Black King Kong, filled with regret and resentment, gradually lost its vitality under the continuous torture of the python. Even the resilient Black King Kong couldn't hold on. After a few more minutes, Black King Kong finally went silent. But the python still didn't dare to let go, unsure if it was truly dead. What if it was just pretending? Just then, the system's voice rang out, ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully hunted a giant beast realm Black King Kong. Current task progress January 5th. Upon hearing the system's voice, the python was momentarily stunned, then immediately realized that the creature was indeed dead. With a sense of satisfaction, the python slowly released its massive body and then crawled down from Black King Kong's corpse. Later, the python raised its huge snake head and discovered something. In the other two battlefields, the situation of the Silverback King Kong was also very dire. Under the siege of two giant beast realm Tyrannosaurus Rexes, covered in blood, despite the Silverback King Kong's agile dodging and delaying tactics, it was ultimately futile. Instead, it grew more exhausted, with not a single intact part on its body. On the other hand, the Goldenback King Kong, unexpectedly reversing its decline, began to overpower the Brown Bear King in their fight, becoming more courageous as the battle went on. Seeing this, the python immediately targeted the Silverback King Kong to help first. Because the Silverback King Kong was the most severely injured and in a critical condition. If left alone, it would die even faster. The main reason the Silverback King Kong could hold off two opponents was its focus on evasion. It basically avoided direct confrontation with the two Tyrannosaurus Rexes. If it had fought head-on, it wouldn't have survived until now. After all, in terms of sheer strength, the Tyrannosaurus Rexes could easily overpower the three Kong brothers. At the same time, the Brown Bear King couldn't help but roar in anger, "Hurry up, or I'll come over and help myself." Hearing this, the two Tyrannosaurus Rexes glanced at each other, and one of them immediately charged towards the Brown Bear King's battlefield. This dragging on was not working. It was better to send one to fight the Goldenback King Kong. They also noticed that not far away, the python had already finished its battle. Soon, as the two Tyrannosaurus Rexes dispersed, the pressure on the Silverback King Kong lessened significantly, and it breathed a sigh of relief. Although its older brother was injured, facing two giant beast realm opponents was definitely not as daunting as its current situation. In fact, it was the case that the Silverback Gorilla was not lightly injured unless it was attacked by the Brown Bear King. Even if it was outnumbered, it could handle the situation with ease. With one less Tyrannosaurus Rex, the fighting style of the Silverback Gorilla changed instantly. From being completely unwilling to confront head-on, to now daring to fight back against the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, this kind of battle was also what the giant beast Tyrannosaurus Rex desired. Previously, the Silverback Gorilla only knew how to dodge, which made it very unhappy. But in a head-on battle situation, whether it was with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, there were many vulnerabilities exposed by both sides. For example, at this moment, when the Tyrannosaurus Rex tried to bite the silverback gorilla's arm, it failed to do so, and instead, the silverback gorilla seized the opportunity to grab the Tyrannosaurus Rex from behind and struggled fiercely. Seizing the opportunity, the silverback gorilla was about to take further action, intending to kill the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Because the most intimidating aspect of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was its mouth, once the silverback gorilla grabbed the Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth, making it impossible for the opponent to open its mouth, it could completely manipulate the situation. However, at a critical moment, a giant python watching from a distance appeared to be preparing to charge over aggressively. This moment startled the silverback gorilla, causing it to instinctively release the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Annoyed, the silverback gorilla gritted its teeth at the python, saying, "Damn traitor. Just wait, I won't let you off the hook." Hearing this, the python was indifferent to the threat, as it was inconsequential. At this moment, the freed Tyrannosaurus Rex also became wary. If it hadn't been for the python's intimidation earlier, it would have suffered losses and needed help to escape. Supersized creatures like them were most afraid of being entangled in a fight, as once entangled, it was basically a death sentence unless there was assistance. For example, the previous blackback gorilla fell because it didn't have help to free its hand, otherwise, it wouldn't have fallen so easily. The vitality of giant creatures was usually very tenacious and terrifying. In the next moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the gorilla fought again, with the gorilla relying on its agility to effectively counter the Tyrannosaurus Rex's big mouth and flame skills. Basically, whenever the Tyrannosaurus Rex dared to approach and try to bite it, the gorilla would fiercely punch the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. The Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared very sluggish in speed, especially compared to the gorilla. This also greatly reduced the python's fear of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Is that all? This speed. It's much slower than the gorilla. It seems that these two giant Tyrannosaurus Rexes did not acquire speed-related skills. Or maybe they didn't awaken such abilities at the giant creature level. Thinking of this, the python suddenly became more contemptuous of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Sometimes, even if one had great combat power, lacking in speed could be quite frustrating. In comparison, the gorilla's overall strength appeared to be more balanced. After another 10 minutes passed, the Tyrannosaurus Rex finally seized an opportunity to exploit a vulnerability in the silverback gorilla, biting its arm directly. The silverback gorilla immediately let out a cry of pain. At the same time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had bitten the silverback gorilla, kept looking towards the python. Because, previously, they had teamed up to kill the blackback gorilla in this way. Seeing this scene, the python became excited, as another opportunity had presented itself. Truly, the Tyrannosaurus Rex that had previously bitten the arm of the blackback gorilla was remarkable. Not only did it repeat the same tactic, but it also succeeded again. At the same time, the silverback gorilla, whose arm was bitten, also became fearful. It had already imagined the scene of its elder brother's tragic death, and now the Tyrannosaurus Rex wanted to repeat the same tactic. Therefore, it wildly swung its fists and pounded the head of the Tyrannosaurus, roaring in anger, "Damn it! Let me go!" Unfortunately, the Tyrannosaurus refused to let go, sneering inwardly as it continued to shake its massive jaws, causing the silverback gorilla to cry out in pain. Witnessing this scene, the python laughed and said, "Tyrannosaurus brother, I'm here to help you again." With that, the python twisted its huge body and charged towards the silverback gorilla. Seeing the python approaching aggressively, the silverback gorilla, who was already in agony, became completely panicked. Fear filled its eyes as it shouted in terror at the python, "Don't come any closer." Seeing the python undeterred, the terrified silverback gorilla could only plead for help, "Brother, save me." In this situation, it could only seek help from its brother. Seeing this, the golden-backed gorilla also considered fleeing. It was already struggling to handle two opponents, let alone assist its younger brother. With this in mind, the golden-backed gorilla gritted its teeth and said, "Younger brother, hold on." After that, it ignored its younger brother and began planning its escape. The situation had deteriorated to the point where staying would serve no purpose. Continuing would only make things worse, so it was better to retreat for now and seek revenge for its two brothers when it had the strength. Meanwhile, as the python charged forward, the silverback gorilla became increasingly frantic.
When the python approached, the gorilla tried to kick it with its feet to push it away. However, the python immediately bit its foot with its massive jaws. After biting it, the python waited for 2 minutes and made several attempts. It noticed that the gorilla's resistance had weakened significantly, so it quickly wrapped around the gorilla's body and soon reached its waist, preparing to climb up to its neck. The silverback gorilla grabbed the python's body with one hand, preventing it from climbing further. It had realized that the python's fangs carried a terrifying paralyzing toxin. Although the toxin couldn't kill it, it would paralyze the gorilla and weaken its resistance. However, as soon as it grabbed the python's body, the python bit it again, causing the silverback gorilla to scream in pain. Despite the agony, it tried to pull the python off its body, but the python continued to coil around it calmly. When the gorilla fell into paralysis again, the python swiftly climbed to the gorilla's neck and, in the process, burst its eyes. Even when the gorilla bit back, the python didn't care and tightened its coils, unleashing its ferocity. Seeing this, the Tyrannosaurus became delighted and resumed tearing at the gorilla's arm, intending to rip it off. With relentless effort, the Tyrannosaurus succeeded in tearing off the gorilla's arm. Then, following the same pattern, it used its flame skill to burn the vital lower body parts of the silverback gorilla. In no time, the gorilla's lower body was charred, causing it intense pain and struggles, yet it couldn't even scream. With only one arm left, it desperately tried to pull the python off its head, but the python had already coiled around it tightly, making it impossible to remove. No matter how the silverback gorilla pounded and struggled, it was futile. On the contrary, the more it struggled, the more ferociously the python bit it. Both ears were torn off by the python, and its head was covered in a mess of flesh and blood. "Let me take off this guy's legs for you," the Tyrannosaurus said with a smile. After speaking, it began to bite wildly. After more than 10 minutes, the familiar voice of the system sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully hunted a giant beast realm gorilla. Current task progress February 5th. Upon hearing the system's voice, the python finally breathed a sigh of relief. It then slowly loosened its massive body, looking at the silverback gorilla lying in a pool of blood, feeling even more proud. 2 giant beast realm gorilla powerhouses had been hunted. Look at the speed of these hunts, it's incredible. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus also smiled warmly at the python. "Wait for me to dismember this guy for you, so you can eat it. It should help you accumulate enough essence of flesh and blood to become a giant beast realm sooner." Obviously, the Tyrannosaurus had a great fondness for the python, as it played a significant role in killing the 2 gorillas. Because of this, it didn't mind giving benefits to the python, as it truly valued the python and found it pleasing. Their cooperation was very tacit. Even after the battle, it planned to talk to its brother and have the python join them as one of the 3 kings of the mountain. Not long after, in just over 10 minutes, the Tyrannosaurus had dismembered the silverback and blackback gorillas into pieces of meat, perfectly sized for the python to swallow. Seeing this scene, the python immediately expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Tyrannosaurus. It's nothing, you eat first, I'll go help." With that, it rushed towards the battlefield where the golden-back gorilla was. Seeing this, the golden-back gorilla in the distance hesitated no more, seizing an opportunity to retreat and then fleeing without a word. But how could the brown bear king and Tyrannosaurus let it escape so easily? Therefore, the 2 Tyrannosaurus and the brown bear king immediately began to chase the golden-back gorilla. As for the python, it began to devour the flesh and blood of the 2 gorillas without hesitation. 1 piece. 2 pieces. 3 pieces. The flesh and blood of the 2 gorillas, like a mountain of meat, were being swallowed by the python at a visible speed. After more than 2 hours, the python had completely consumed the flesh and blood of the 2 gorillas. At the same time, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured 2 giant beast realm early stage gorillas. Successfully obtained 2 million evolution points. Wow! 1 million for a giant beast realm?" Upon hearing the system's voice, the python, covered in blood, was shocked. It never expected that the flesh and blood of a giant beast realm powerhouse would be so valuable. The system actually assigned a value of 1 million evolution points for a giant beast realm early stage creature. This meant that if it hunted 3 more giant beast realm creatures, not only would it receive a massive reward from the system, but by devouring them, it would have enough to become a giant beast realm powerhouse without relying on completing tasks. With this in mind, the python was full of confidence and was about to go wash off the heavy smell of blood by the stream. Suddenly, it saw the return of the 2 Tyrannosaurus and the brown bear king, and judging by their lack of enthusiasm, it seemed they had not killed the golden-backed gorilla. At the same time, when the 2 Tyrannosaurus and the brown bear king returned, they were stunned to see the empty blood pool. The next moment, the brown bear king's face turned fierce as he looked down at the python and roared with a wide-open mouth, "We fought to the death up front, and you just ate all the spoils?" Faced with the brown bear king's roaring question, the python felt extremely embarrassed. He knew beforehand that finishing off the spoils would definitely incur the displeasure of the Tyrannosaurus Rex or the brown bear king, but he still chose to do so. Because the blood and flesh of this giant beast realm were too important to him. A giant beast realm is worth 1 million evolution points. Not to mention being scolded a few times, even if the brown bear king were to make a move against him, he would not hesitate to eat it. Because this stuff is obviously good for giant beast realm creatures, and even more so for him to accelerate his advancement to the giant beast realm. At this moment, the giant python could only innocently raise its huge snake head and look towards the previous Tyrannosaurus Rex. Upon seeing the gaze of the giant python, the Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately spoke, "If it's eaten, it's eaten, indeed I let it eat." Besides, in the agreement we made earlier, there was no mention of spoils. In addition, among the 2 giant beast realm gorilla brothers killed in this battle, this little brother, the ancient titan python, also made a great contribution. Upon hearing the Tyrannosaurus Rex speak, the other Tyrannosaurus Rex also nodded, yes. If it weren't for this little brother's intervention, the situation would definitely not be so optimistic. Seeing both giant beast realm Tyrannosaurus Rex speaking up for the giant python, although the brown bear king was not happy, he still snorted coldly and then left without saying a word. The cooperation between the 2 sides has now been completed. It had no reason to stay any longer. If the benefits given by the 2 brothers were not substantial enough, it would not have agreed to help them defeat the gorilla brothers. In addition to the benefits, the decision to help these 2 giant beast realm Tyrannosaurus Rex was also due to its significant conflict with the gorilla brothers. Seeing the displeased departure of the brown bear king, the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers did not pay much attention. The eldest brother, the black Tyrannosaurus Rex, even smiled at the giant python and said, "If the little brother has nowhere to go, why not stay in the gorilla mountain and become one of the 3 kings? By then, the 2 of us will help you advance to the giant beast realm." Upon hearing this, the giant python became excited. "Thank you, 2 big brothers. I am willing to follow the 2 big brothers." The black Tyrannosaurus Rex expressed satisfaction. "Little brother, I did not misjudge you, you have great potential." The gray Tyrannosaurus Rex also nodded slightly, indicating that the big brother's words were correct. Moreover, the reason why this kid betrayed the gorilla brothers, in its view, was probably because the little brother had heard about the reputation of the gorilla brothers in the past. In comparison, the reputation of the 2 brothers was much better than that of the gorilla brothers, so naturally, they were not worried about the giant python betraying them. At this point, the giant python couldn't help but ask, "Did the golden-backed gorilla escape?" Upon hearing this, the black Tyrannosaurus Rex nodded, "Yes. This guy awakened speed-type skills and ran faster than us." At this point, there was a hint of helplessness in its tone. It also awakened 3 skills, but unfortunately, they were recovery type, fire breathing, and stamina type, so its overall combat power was actually very good, but its speed was very slow, and the drawbacks were very obvious. In fact, many large giant beast realm creatures were very eager to awaken speed type skills because speed was really important for these behemoths. It was even more practical and cost-effective than many attack type skills. Unfortunately, speed-type skills were not so easy to obtain, awakening a random skill during adulthood, during the mutation period, and even in the giant beast realm. In other words, basically, the creatures that reached the giant beast realm had at least 3 skills, and some talented individuals might have awakened even more skills. If it ran away, big brother, don't worry, now that it has lost 2 brothers, can it still turn the tables? The gray Tyrannosaurus Rex spoke up. The giant python quickly agreed, yes. The strength of the two big brothers is not afraid of the golden-backed gorilla one-on-one, let alone two-on-one.
Moreover, although the little brother's strength is not enough, it can still contribute. The black Tyrannosaurus Rex nodded slightly with its huge head, then smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the mountain together and find a place to build a cave. Now that you are also one of our three kings, you should have the appropriate status." Upon hearing this, the python quickly shook its huge snake head and said, "Brothers, there's no need for that. My cave is built underwater." Hearing this, the Tyrannosaurus brothers were surprised at first, then nodded. "Since our little brother already has a cave, there's no need to build one on the mountain. After stabilizing this situation in a couple of days, we brothers will take you hunting and killing giant beasts, let you devour a few more, and finally compete for the giant beast fruit. By then, even if we can't get the giant beast fruit, as long as you devour enough giant beast level creatures, little brother will be able to successfully advance to the giant beast level." The python once again expressed its loyalty earnestly. "Thank you, brothers. I swear to follow you faithfully, never to leave or abandon you." "Ha ha. Alright, little brother, the two of us will go organize the cave first, call you if we need anything." With that, the two Tyrannosaurus Rexes took giant strides and walked towards the mountain. At the same time, as the two super Tyrannosaurus Rexes disappeared, the python saw many predators cautiously licking the blood and flesh in the blood pool. This bit of blood was useless to the python, but for these ordinary predators, it was a rare and nourishing treat. Just like the many hyenas licking the blood on the ground. Among them, the python's little brother, the dog, was also there, but apparently didn't recognize it, busily licking the blood foam. Seeing this scene, the python opened its mouth wide and said, "Dog." With the python's call, the hyenas and wild dogs licking the blood foam on the ground all looked up at the python, their eyes filled with fear. "Can't you recognize me? My little brother, dog." Seeing its former subordinate looking confused and submissive, the python stared at it. Seeing this scene, the hyena was stunned, looking at the python in confusion, feeling the voice was very familiar. It tentatively asked the python, "Are you the big brother?" The python nodded satisfactorily with its huge snake head, of course. Seeing the python's admission, the hyena became excited. "Wow. Big brother, you've grown so big. So big brother, you've already come back." Obviously, the hyena had noticed the python 5 days ago. But it never expected that this colossal ancient titan python would be its big brother. In addition, it probably guessed what its big brother had been up to these days and how outrageous his actions were. Because its big brother had been chased by the black gorilla for a long time, but in just one day, he had grown so huge and openly returned the next day, deceiving the black gorilla and gaining the trust of the gorilla brothers, becoming one of the 4 kings. Today, when the gorilla brothers encountered their enemies, this big brother immediately rebelled and betrayed the gorilla brothers. He even helped the 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes kill 2 of the gorilla brothers. Finally, he ate the 2 giant beasts and became the biggest winner. Now, he has gained the appreciation of the 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers and become one of the 3 kings. Thinking of his big brother's deeds, the hyena admired him immensely. At the same time, it was very proud and fortunate to have found its big brother. How could such a big brother fail? Now, this big brother of his is just a step away from the giant beast level. Who would have thought that the big brother he was looking for initially had such great potential? With this in mind, the hyena immediately flattered, "Big brother, are you a beast god?" It said this mainly because only in such a situation could one go from adulthood to the peak of mutation in one day. Or perhaps they have found some extraordinary treasures. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to cross so many realms in one go from the beginning of adulthood. Upon hearing this, the giant python nodded slightly with its large snake head, then asked, "Why haven't you seen Bai Shi and Xiao Fei?" Upon hearing this, the hyena explained indignantly, "Big brother, you may not know, but after you escaped, Xiao Fei fled to the neighboring mountain. I don't know by what means, but he ended up under the Black Tiger King's command, and now he is feeling very pleased with himself. As for where Xiao Bai went, it's not very clear, but I guess he went to enhance his strength. After all, Xiao Bai is also a beast god. As for the 2 lion brothers, Xiao He and Xiao Jin, they are still staying in King Kong Mountain, waiting for your return."
Upon hearing this, the giant python nodded in satisfaction and said, "It seems that you and the lion brothers are the most loyal to me." The hyena wagged its tail happily and said, "Of course, big brother, even if you don't come back for a while, I will never turn to others."
Well, the hyena knows itself very well. Even if it wanted to join other strong beings, it wouldn't be that easy.
After all, its role is very small, and its combat power is very weak.
Apart from flattering to express loyalty, it doesn't have many other abilities. Because of this self-awareness, the hyena has never thought of looking for another big brother.
As a result, the giant python also gave it a big surprise, being just one step away from becoming a giant beast realm. Now that it has also eaten the two giant beast realm brothers, it shouldn't be long before it becomes a strong giant beast realm being. Once the time comes, its real good days will just be beginning. Moreover, even if the giant python hasn't become a giant beast realm powerhouse yet, it is still one of the three kings of King Kong Mountain.
With the giant python's protection, its days will be happy.
It won't need to hunt for food anymore. There will be creatures willing to hunt for it and bring it to its mouth. However, in the absence of the giant python these days, it hasn't enjoyed this treatment. Because those who flatter are very practical. When it is in power, everyone tries to please it. Once it falls from power, mockery and betrayal are normal. The giant python smiled inwardly, then opened its huge mouth and said, "Go bring the lion brothers here.
And also bring Bai Shi here.
As for that traitor, the northeast tiger, there's no need to pay attention to him." After hearing the giant python's words, the hyena quickly said, "Okay, big brother." With that, it eagerly ran towards the group of creatures on the distant shore.
The other hyenas looked at its back with jealous eyes. Each of them wished they could replace the hyena. After all, they were all hyenas, so why was this guy so lucky? It's worth noting that the huge creature in front of them has now become one of the three kings of the mountain, truly becoming the little brother of the giant python. Soon after, the giant python saw the hyena bringing the lion brothers, running towards them excitedly. The two lion brothers were also particularly excited. "Big brother, you are mighty and domineering.
Big brother, your dominance is leaking." After the two brothers came up, they immediately started flattering. Upon hearing this, the giant python nodded in satisfaction with its large snake head and then instructed, "My nest is established at the bottom of the stream.
If there is anything important, inform me promptly."
At this moment, Xiao Hei, one of the lion brothers, couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, how should we deal with Xiao Fei?
This scum dared to betray you."
The two brothers gritted their teeth as they spoke. Obviously, they were very resentful towards the northeast tiger who betrayed the giant python. The giant python opened its huge mouth and said, "There's no rush, let me reach the giant beast realm first, then we'll settle the score later. The top priority now is for your big brother and me to be promoted to the realm of giant beasts as soon as possible.
By then, don't even mention the little northeast tiger who betrayed me. Even the black tiger king, what does he count for in front of me?"
After hearing the confident words of the big brother, the two lion brothers also nodded one after another.
The big brother is indeed adept at strategic planning.
After giving some instructions to the three younger brothers, the giant python slowly twisted its massive body and slithered into the stream, then returned to its lair to rest. Because of the experience of a great battle, the giant python was actually not lightly injured. Although he had healing skills, they were passive in nature. Each time, he needed the cover of night for his injuries to fully recover. In addition, after experiencing a great battle, the giant python needed to reflect on the experience. Back in the underwater nest, the giant python began to review the entire battle situation. In all honesty, the combat power of creatures in the giant beast realm is actually just average. They are not as strong as they seem, at least in a one-on-one situation. The giant python felt very confident in facing a creature of the same realm, even defeating it was not impossible. Because the strength of creatures in the giant beast realm depends on the skills they possess, the more extraordinary the skills, the more exaggerated the combat power. Since the size difference between creatures in the giant beast realm is not too extreme, the awakened skills become particularly important. Just like the reason why the Tyrannosaurus Rex admires the giant python, it is because they see the value in the giant python, a creature with innate talent, hence the admiration.
Because the Tyrannosaurus Rex discovered at least 3 skills from the giant python alone.
It was because the giant python demonstrated its considerable value and combat power. Otherwise, the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers would not even bother nurturing him, let alone not attacking him. Because this is the land of 10,000 beasts, where the strong are respected and it's a survival of the fittest. The natives of this world can be said to be extremely pragmatic. After some assessment, the giant python could roughly determine its combat power. Although he was still in the peak of mutation, he possessed the strength of the early stage of the giant beast realm. And those weaker creatures in the giant beast realm didn't even have the qualifications to compete with him. And once he reaches the giant beast realm, he will have an incredibly dominant power among creatures of the same realm. Just relying on his powerful ability to poison and kill creatures of the same realm, by then, whether it's the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers, the Brown Bear King, the Elephant King, the Bullhead King, or the Black Tiger King, they will all be like ants in front of him. Of course, when the time comes, if the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers treat him too well, the giant python is not the kind of person to turn his back on them. Everyone should part on good terms. After all, once he reaches the giant beast realm, the giant python will not be content to stay below others for long. In the following days, the giant python spent most of his time cultivating himself, waiting for the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers to take him hunting for strong creatures in the giant beast realm. But the giant python did not expect this wait to last for about 10 days. When there were only 30 days left before the invasion of the game world into reality, the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers arrived early one morning at the edge of the stream. When the giant python heard the call and appeared by twisting its massive body, the leading Tyrannosaurus Rex smiled and said, "Let's go, little brother. Today, I'll take you to hunt 2 creatures in the giant beast realm. If we succeed this time, I'll take you to snatch the giant beast fruit later. Even if we don't snatch the giant beast fruit, just scavenging and looting corpses will probably be enough for you to become a strong creature in the giant beast realm. After all, every time the giant beast fruit appears, the competition is particularly fierce, and many strong creatures in the giant beast realm fall." Hearing this, the giant python immediately replied respectfully, "Thank you, 2 big brothers. Let's go." The Tyrannosaurus Rex smiled and then started walking towards the depths of the mountains, with the giant python quickly following behind the 2 brothers. This time, the targets we are hunting are the 2 rivals of the Brown Bear King. Last time we promised it that as long as it helped us deal with the 3 Kong brothers. Not only will we give it a generous reward, but we also owe it a favor. This time we promised to help it hunt down 2 giant beast realm creatures. Walking on the road, the Tyrannosaurus Rex explained to the python. Upon hearing this, the python suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. After another 10 minutes, the python saw the Brown Bear King waiting in a deep forest. As the Brown Bear King approached, it glanced at the 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers, then looked at the python and exclaimed with surprise, "This little brother is coming too? Not bad. This little brother's strength is quite good." After that, the Brown Bear King chatted with the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers as they walked. The python following behind noticed that the relationship between the Brown Bear King and the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers was not just a simple cooperation. The Brown Bear King was very friendly towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers. This made the python somewhat puzzled. The python knew very well about the strength of the Brown Bear King. In a one-on-one fight, dealing with one of the 2 brothers would be quite simple. However, not long after, from the conversation between the Brown Bear King and the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers, the python finally understood why. It turned out that the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers had a very powerful father, a legendary Tyrannosaurus Rex, meaning a legendary realm Tyrannosaurus Rex. Upon hearing this, the python was even more shocked. No wonder the Brown Bear King treated the 2 brothers so well. It seemed that these 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers had influential connections. Therefore, during the journey, the curious python asked, "Brothers, how can one break through to the legendary realm?" Upon hearing this, the Brown Bear King glanced at the python and casually explained, "The legendary realm, as the name suggests, is full of legends. Becoming a legend is actually very difficult. It requires hunting and devouring 100 peak realm giant beasts. Only then can one step into the legendary realm.
It can truly be called legendary.
If one does not hunt and devour 100 peak realm giant beasts, they can choose to hunt and devour 500 giant beast realm creatures. Apart from these two methods, there are also rare natural treasures. Finding a natural treasure that can satisfy the advancement to the legendary realm is even rarer than finding giant beast fruits, 100 times rarer. At least I have never heard of anyone who was lucky enough to find a natural treasure that could break through to the legendary realm. At this point, the Brown Bear King admired, the father of you two Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers is a legendary Tyrannosaurus Rex. And it advanced to the legendary realm by devouring 100 peak realm giant beasts. Even within the legendary realm, their father is a dominant figure. Because their father's advancement to the legendary realm was achieved by indirectly stepping on the corpses of over 100 peak realm giant beasts.
This is the strongest within the legendary realm.
Upon hearing this, the python was utterly astonished.
If the giant beast realm was already unbelievable, then this so-called legendary realm was even more unbelievable. Either devour 500 giant beast realm creatures, or devour 100 peak realm giant beasts. The former was relatively simple. The latter was truly difficult. Thinking about this, the python made a decision. Unless absolutely necessary, do not betray the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers. These two guys had some seriously strong backgrounds. Seeing the python silent, the Brown Bear King smiled and said, "Now you know how powerful the fathers of your two brothers are, right?" With that, the Brown Bear King's tone changed, "But for your python species, there are even more legendary realm creatures. Perhaps it is because you are closer to the dragon race than the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The powerful python species are also very numerous, considered a very powerful race on this continent of 10,000 beasts." Chatting like this, more than 2 hours passed. At this moment, the python discovered that it had arrived at a strange mountain top. This was a primitive mountain forest, with tall trees and a good environment for wildlife. Following the lead of the Brown Bear King, they arrived at the bank of a river 500 meters wide. There were many crocodiles basking in the sun on the bank, all of them large in size, with the smallest being 7 to 8 meters long, and crocodiles over 10 meters long could be seen everywhere. In addition, there were many other creatures drinking water and hunting on the riverbank. But with the appearance of the Brown Bear King and two Super Tyrannosaurus Rex, countless creatures began to stir. Many creatures scattered and fled, and the crocodiles basking on the bank hurriedly went into the water to hide. At this moment, the Brown Bear King had already reached the bank, then opened its huge mouth and roared loudly towards the river, "Two dead crocodiles, get out of here!" As soon as the Brown Bear King's voice fell, after a while, two huge black shadows slowly emerged from the vast river. Then, the python saw in the river two super colossal creatures, each about 120 meters long, actually two plus crocodiles. Seeing this scene, the python couldn't help but gasp in shock. Because, these were 120 meters long plus crocodiles. This Brown Bear King actually wanted to hunt and kill plus crocodiles? Is he looking for death? You see, in the realm of giant beasts, the hierarchy of the food chain is very clear, with size representing strength, followed by skills representing strength. Because once a creature reaches the realm of giant beasts, their size can usually increase by about 8 to 12 times compared to their adult size. Just like the python, its current size is already outrageous. Although it looks like a 50-meter-long super colossal creature. But once it breaks through the realm of giant beasts, its size will skyrocket to 180 meters. Even in the realm of giant beasts, its size can grow to nearly 300 meters. By then, just its size alone would be enough to dominate and directly kill countless creatures. But the Prus crocodile, which is on par with the ancient Titan python, is also a super overlord among ancient creatures. In the realm of giant beasts, their maximum size can also reach about 200 meters. Such a size. Even the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the realm of giant beasts may not be able to beat them. Thinking of this, the python was really puzzled. Does this Brown Bear King have a problem with his brain? He actually wants to kill two 120 meters long Prus crocodiles? Brown Bear brother, are you sure you can kill them? They are in the water, how can we kill them? Upon hearing the python's words, the Brown Bear King slowly said, "What's the rush? If it's just us, of course it's not enough. My helpers will come later, just wait. The Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers also nodded slightly. If they relied solely on themselves, they would indeed be unable to deal with these two giant beasts in the realm of giant beasts. At the same time, one of the Prus crocodiles in the river slowly climbed onto the bank with its huge body, its cold eyes scanning the brown bear king and the two Tyrannosaurus Rex. As for the python's size, it was completely ignored by them. Because its own size had reached 120 meters, a terrifyingly huge size that could crush countless creatures of the same level in the realm of giant beasts, let alone those that were not in the realm of giant beasts. Unless the python also reached the realm of giant beasts, they would not take it seriously at all. Something that doesn't know the difference between life and death, a brown bear that has luckily reached the realm of giants, dares to come looking for death? At this moment, the Prus crocodile that came ashore looked down on the brown bear king with disdain in its eyes. Obviously, it held the brown bear king in very low regard, even looking down on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, because although they were ancient creatures, it considered itself to be at the top of the ancient creatures, with fully grown bodies reaching close to 20 meters in size. It could be said that even the Tyrannosaurus Rex would be a meal for them in freshwater. There were hardly any ancient creatures that could threaten them in freshwater. The only ones that could pose a threat were mythical creatures like dragons, serpents, celestial and terrestrial beasts, fierce beasts, and other exotic creatures. Unless there were more powerful characters in the sea, such as the megalodon, the leviathan whale, the giant squid, and unknown deep-sea creatures. Upon hearing the words of the Prus crocodile, the brown bear king became furious and gritted his teeth, saying, "Don't be too pleased, soon you won't be able to be pleased anymore." In response, the Prus crocodile sneered, "Can't be happy? Could it be that you can bring in some powerful help?" Hearing this, the brown bear king smirked and remained silent. Seeing this, the Prus crocodile turned to the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers and said, "You two brothers shouldn't deceive yourselves, thinking that having a legendary realm father means you can do whatever you want. Even if we kill you, we won't have any problems." Upon hearing this, the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers said, "Rest assured, even if we die, our father won't interfere. If we, the younger generation, die due to our own lack of strength, the elders won't intervene, everyone understands the rules." The Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers were so straightforward in their words. The Prus crocodile couldn't be bothered to persuade them further because they also had legendary support behind them. After waiting for over an hour, the giant python finally saw the brown bear king's helper. It was a giant eagle with its wings spread out, covering the sky. It was extremely proud, just like its golden feathers. When it arrived near the river, it refused to land and instead circled in the sky, proud like a king of the sky. However, upon closer observation, the giant python noticed that this golden-winged eagle looked majestic, but its feathers were of various colors, with many feathers of different colors on its body. At this moment, the Prus crocodile, looking at the circling eagle in the sky, couldn't help but open its mouth wide and mock, "Is this your helper? A mixed-blood mutt?" Upon hearing the mockery, the circling eagle in the sky became furious and screamed, "Crocodile! You deserve to die 1,000 times." It hated being called a mixed-blood mutt. Because it was indeed of impure blood, born of a mix between a golden eagle and a mixed-blood giant eagle, although it had the blood of a giant eagle flowing through its body, it could indeed be called a mixed-blood mutt. So it couldn't truly integrate into the giant eagle clan, let alone the royal golden-winged giant eagle clan within the giant eagle clan. This made it extremely self-conscious, outwardly proud but inwardly very self-conscious, with a volatile temperament. Being called a mixed-blood mutt was something that could instantly make it lose its temper and rationality. The next moment, the sky was covered by the diving mixed-blood giant eagle, descending from the sky at lightning speed, clearly targeting the Prus crocodile on the shore who had mocked it. But just then, a shocking scene unfolded that left the giant python in awe. The Prus crocodile, a super-colossal creature in the river, suddenly stood upright, shooting out of the water's surface hundreds of meters high, opening its mouth wide, ready to bite the mixed-blood giant eagle in the sky. The mixed-blood giant eagle was so frightened that it twisted its body in an instant, narrowly avoiding the attack, and circled back in the sky, not daring to dive down easily. At this moment, the brown bear king also roared, "Charge!" As soon as the words fell, the brown bear king rushed towards the shore's Prus crocodile,
and the Tyrannosaurus Rex naturally followed suit. Seeing this scene, the python did not rush up recklessly because its size was too small compared to the Prus crocodile. The python even seriously doubted whether it could bite through the Prus crocodile's armor.
That's why it didn't rush up.
Because if it did, it would be like serving itself on a platter, no different from seeking death. With the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the brown bear king charging up, the battle was
about to begin.
What greatly surprised the python was that the massive body of the Prus crocodile was incredibly agile. Whenever it charged, the brown bear king and the Tyrannosaurus Rex would choose to evade, basically not daring to confront it head-on. The Tyrannosaurus Rex and the brown bear king were also somewhat at a loss, choosing to attack the Prus crocodile's limbs and back, relying on their numerical advantage. Even the Prus crocodile was somewhat passive, especially when the brown bear king seized the opportunity to hammer it from behind. After half an hour of fighting, the Prus crocodile, somewhat exhausted from the onslaught, appeared somewhat overwhelmed during the battle. Because these three guys not only didn't confront it head-on but also chose to attack its limbs and back. If it weren't for its terrifying defense, it would probably have been torn to shreds by the brown bear king and the Tyrannosaurus Rex long ago. At this moment, seizing another opportunity, the brown bear king charged up and tightly grabbed the Prus crocodile from behind, pressing its head firmly against the Prus crocodile's head, holding its jaws tightly shut, and then roared, "Kill it for me." Hearing this, the Tyrannosaurus Rex brother immediately opened its huge mouth without hesitation and crazily tore into the Prus crocodile. As for the python watching from a distance, it was enjoying the spectacle. But the next moment, it felt a chilling sensation behind it.
Damn it! It's being targeted.
This was the python's immediate intuition. When it subconsciously turned its massive snake head around, it saw a golden gorilla with over 40 meters of golden fur charging towards it at a terrifying speed like a mountain.
Damn! How did the golden back gorilla appear here? Seeing this scene, the python was instantly dumbfounded.
It never expected to encounter the golden back gorilla here. And judging by its red eyes full of hatred, it clearly despised him. But the python could understand, after all, both of its brothers died at his hands. Even without his interference, the final winner of that battle was not certain. After all, in a 3-on-3 situation, although the gorilla brothers' chances of winning were not great, they wouldn't have suffered such losses, losing two brothers directly. Seeing the charging golden-back gorilla, the python immediately opened its huge mouth and roared, "Jin Yuan Bao.
I spared your life last time, and you dare to come here to die?"
The reason the python shouted so loudly was to attract the attention of the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers. In fact, the python's roar had an effect. After the python's loud shout, whether it was the brown bear king, the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers, or the mixed-feathered giant pink bird in the sky, they all noticed this unexpected guest.
"Brother, you hold it off first.
Little brother, you hold it off first." The Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers and the brown bear king almost simultaneously spoke. They were not unwilling to help, in fact, they also wanted to kill the golden-back gorilla. Because having enemies alive was not a good thing for them, they could face retaliation at any time, just like the current situation. Obviously, the golden-back gorilla had found out about their movements, so it came to take revenge, and it really caught the gorilla off guard. Just like now, the timing was perfect, and they couldn't break away to help the python. In addition, whether it's the brown bear king or the Tyrannosaurus brothers, they are very fortunate to have the python with them. Otherwise, they would have no chance of winning this battle at all. In the current situation of 2 against 1, they still have a significant advantage. But if a King Kong were to join, the situation would once again be reversed. Upon hearing the words of the brown bear king and the Tyrannosaurus brothers, the python also prepared to face King Kong alone. Because he didn't think his strength was much weaker than King Kong's, even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. With this in mind, the python immediately arched its massive snake body, its cold snake eyes staring at the charging King Kong. King Kong grinned and, when he was about 30 meters away from the python, he leaped into the air, clenched his fists, and descended from the sky. Seeing this scene, the python immediately accelerated to dodge.
Boom! With a loud noise following.
Where the python was previously, King Kong smashed a huge pit of several tens of meters, causing dust and smoke to fill the air. The next moment, without keeping the python waiting long, King Kong charged out of the dust again, looking at the python with a fierce smile and saying, "Traitor scum!
Who else can help you this time? I'll make you wish you were dead."
With that, he quickly charged forward, clearly intending to take down the python at the fastest speed. Hearing this, the python did not back down, facing the charging King Kong. He also used his skills of copper skin and iron bones, adjusting his body to prepare for the attack.
"I'll crush you into pieces." A roar rang out.
The charging King Kong leaped high once again. Then he fiercely slammed his fists down. This time, the python also dodged King Kong's iron fists, but did not move too far away. Instead, he took the opportunity to bite King Kong's arm, injecting venom with his fangs. At the same time, King Kong seized the python's massive snake head, then began wildly swinging his fists, pounding the python on the ground. The python was momentarily disoriented, even though he had used his copper skin and iron bones. His head was still being pounded into a bloody mess, causing unbearable pain.
But the python did not show any fear.
While King Kong was paralyzed by the venom, the python immediately broke free from King Kong's arm, swiftly coiled around his massive body, and quickly reached his waist. He then opened his mouth wide, fiercely biting and injecting a large amount of venom into King Kong's abdomen. After doing all this, the python quickly moved up to entwine King Kong's head in an attempt to strangle him to death. But when the python approached King Kong's chest, King Kong once again grabbed his head and body, his eyes turning red as he said, "So that's how it is. It seems your venom has a paralyzing effect, which can temporarily weaken the resistance of living beings. No wonder my second and third brothers died at your hands. I really underestimated the skills you possess." With that, the ferocious King Kong began to fiercely bite the python's body, not giving the python a chance to fight back.
In just a moment, the python's massive body was torn to a bloody mess by King Kong, with wounds deep enough to see bone.
Clearly, even though the copper skin and iron bones could resist King Kong, his terrifying bite force could still cause him great harm. Unfortunately, it was impossible for King Kong to try to bite the python's body in half.
Although the python was bitten very badly, he was equally ferocious.
He opened his mouth wide and counterattacked fiercely, continuously biting King Kong's arms and chest, and his body was entwining tighter and tighter.
Unfortunately, he couldn't manage to entwine his neck.
Otherwise, the python would definitely be able to kill him alone.
"Come on. Keep going. Let's see who gives up first."
At this moment, the python became even more ferocious, fiercely biting King Kong's arms and chest, as if the bloody body torn by King Kong was not his own. Because, at this moment, both sides are completely bloodthirsty. The golden-backed gorilla wishes to kill the other without a burial place. Similarly, the giant python also wants to kill the other completely. Therefore, in this battle, both sides are fighting for their lives.
At the same time, not far away, the battle is also very bloody.
Both the two Tyrannosaurus Rex and the brown bear king are being torn apart miserably. Similarly, the two Prus crocodiles are also in bad shape, with their limbs almost being torn off by the two Tyrannosaurus Rex and brown bear king. Because the mixed feathered peng bird in the sky occasionally attacks the Prus crocodile, its terrifying claws can leave terrifying bloodstains on these two super colossal creatures, and its sharp beak can also cause a lot of damage.
At the same time,
at this moment, as the giant python continues to inject venom into the gorilla, who was originally beating the python, is now in a passive position. Because the venom from the python's fangs seems endless, continuously injecting into its body, causing it to be in a paralyzed state, with its body soft and weak. Several times, it was almost strangled by the python around its neck. Therefore, if they continue to stalemate, it is afraid that before killing the python might actually kill it. Thinking of this possibility, the originally enraged gorilla suddenly calmed down a lot and said in a gloomy tone, "You let go of me, I let go of you, our conflict will be resolved, and I won't bother you again in the future, how about that?" Upon hearing this, the python sneered, "Dream on, only when you are dead can I be at ease." With that, the python began to bite the gorilla, not giving the other any time to recover, further provoking the gorilla's rage. Even though it was in a paralyzed state, driven by anger, it still had the strength to bite the python, but the power and biting force were far from the damage it caused in its peak state.
Half an hour later, the python finally seized an opportunity.
It took the chance to blind the gorilla's eyes directly.
Ah!
Accompanied by a painful scream, the gorilla instinctively let go of the python, covering its eyes flowing with blood, its face twisted in agony. The python immediately wrapped around the gorilla's neck, and when the golden-backed gorilla reacted, it was already too late.
Because the python's huge body had already wrapped around its neck and even its head. Please spare me.
In pain, the gorilla panicked and even begged for mercy.
It never expected that it couldn't kill the python in a one-on-one fight. After all, the python had not even reached the level of a giant beast. On the contrary, it was now being killed by the python. But faced with the gorilla's plea for mercy, the python ignored it. In the previous frenzied battle, it was almost completely bitten by the gorilla, with horrifying wounds all over its huge body. Therefore, the python, who finally seized the opportunity, did not give the gorilla any chance to turn the tables. It opened its huge mouth and continued to bite the gorilla's head, ears, and other parts, leaving terrifying wounds on the gorilla's body. Each time it bit, it injected a large amount of venom into the gorilla's body. As the python's attacks became more and more frenzied, the gorilla's struggling strength became weaker and weaker. Until half an hour later, the gorilla's huge body fell weakly to the ground, but the python, entwined around its head, still had no intention of letting go. Because it would not give the other any chance. It wouldn't even allow the other to pretend to be dead. Until a few minutes later, the python finally heard the familiar voice of the system, ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully killed an early-stage giant beast, the golden-backed gorilla. Current task progress March 5th. Awesome. Never thought that without breaking through the giant beast realm, I could still solo a giant beast. It seems that one's future potential is great. For a moment, the python was full of spirit. Although it used to be able to fight with giant beasts for a long time. But that was just a battle after all. Without a grand defeat of the giant beasts, everything seemed so empty. But this time is different. There were no other giant beasts involved in the battle, not even any help. It was a direct defeat. So, the python was naturally very happy. Moreover, the python believes that after this battle, the voice of the Bear King when speaking to itself should be quieter. In fact, it was true. When the Bear King and the Tyrannosaurus brothers who were fighting in the distance saw this scene, they were all shocked. Originally, they thought that the python's strength was at most close to the level of the giant beasts, maybe unable to defeat the gorilla, but should be able to hold on. But the results surprised them. The python actually single-handedly killed the golden-backed gorilla. They were very clear about how strong the golden-backed gorilla was, having fought with it before, and even joining forces couldn't kill it. But today, the golden-backed gorilla, who was preparing to avenge an ambush, died at the hands of this little brother. This made the Bear King feel dizzy. This guy was just at the peak of mutation. Once it breaks through the giant beast realm in the future, won't it be invincible? Of course. After the python showed such strong strength, the happiest ones were naturally the Tyrannosaurus brothers. They bet on the right person this time. This little brother indeed has unlimited potential. At the same time, after the python finished the battle, the Tyrannosaurus brothers did not ask the python for help. In fact, the implicit meaning was to let the python eat the gorilla first. After all, they came off this time to let the python consume the essence of the flesh and blood of several giant beasts, to accumulate enough to reach the giant beast realm as soon as possible. And after this battle, they also planned to wait half a month later to bring the python to compete for the giant beast fruit. Even if they couldn't compete for it, just picking up the corpses would be enough to meet the conditions. At the same time, the python naturally understood the intentions of the Tyrannosaurus brothers. Even if the Tyrannosaurus brothers didn't say anything, the python was ready to eat the golden-backed gorilla first. After all, this was 1,000,000 evolution points. Unfortunately, during the process of dismembering it, the python had some headaches. Mainly because the body of the golden-backed gorilla was too large. In the past, at least the Tyrannosaurus helped him to dissect the prey. But now, it was a bit difficult to dissect the prey on his own. However, with the python's continuous efforts, he finally spent half an hour and managed to dissect the golden-backed gorilla.
Because the golden-backed gorilla was just a body of flesh and blood after death. With the help of the death entanglement and the big mouth, although it was a bit difficult during the dissection process, he managed to dissect it into pieces. Afterwards, the python immediately swallowed the golden-backed gorilla in one gulp. When the python completely swallowed the golden-backed gorilla, the familiar voice of the system sounded, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured an initial stage giant beast golden-backed gorilla. Obtained 1 million evolution points. Cool." After listening to the system's voice, the python, covered in blood, felt even more delighted. Although he was seriously injured in this battle, the significance was too important. It could even be said that his strength, indirectly, was stronger than that of the Bear King and the Tyrannosaurus brothers. Because the combat power of these two Tyrannosaurus brothers was, to be honest, really average. If their agility and speed were improved, perhaps their combat power would be very formidable, but unfortunately, the two brothers did not have speed-related skills. At this time, the Bear King, who was hunting the Prus crocodile, couldn't help but envy the python and said, "Brother, come and help. We need you in the battle." Despite the envy, its tone was completely different from before. Speaking, it completely placed the python on an equal footing. This is because the strength displayed by the giant python qualifies it to have an equal conversation with it. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex spoke up, "Brother, you don't need to take action. You have already dealt with Kong, which was a great help. Besides, you don't owe anything to the Brown Bear King this time, there is no need to help. The two of us brothers taking action this time is fulfilling our promise." When he said the latter part, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was clearly telling the Brown Bear King not to take advantage of his little brother. Hearing this, the giant python also felt it made sense. The two Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers had promised the Brown Bear King, he had not promised the Brown Bear King anything, and this sudden appearance of Kong, if it weren't for him, the Brown Bear King would have returned empty-handed after joining the battle. So, he had indirectly helped the Brown Bear King. Well, even though Kong wanted to kill him the most, he did help. Because once Kong killed him, he would definitely go after the Brown Bear King. Because initially the Brown Bear King also betrayed the Kong brothers, which led to the reversal of the battle, and ultimately the defeat of the Kong three brothers. If the Brown Bear King had not betrayed, the giant python would not have betrayed the Kong brothers, so if the giant python was the one Kong hated the most, then the Brown Bear King was definitely the second. Therefore, the giant python naturally felt justified in not helping. And now he was seriously injured, unable to break the defense of the Prussian crocodile, so he might as well watch the show. What if he gets injured again? Or even killed directly? That wouldn't be good at all, right? And now they have been fighting for over an hour. In the 4-on-2 situation, the Brown Bear King and his group have a significant advantage. Yet, neither of the two Prussian crocodiles suffered any serious injuries. Even if they continue to fight, they may not be able to defeat the Prussian crocodiles. Seeing that the giant python remained unmoved, the Brown Bear King was deeply resentful. It had never liked the giant python in the first place, thinking that the giant python was just a fickle opportunist, and eating all the spoils later made it dislike the giant python even more. But out of respect for the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers, it did not make things difficult for the giant python. Now seeing that the giant python was unwilling to help and just watched from the sidelines, the Brown Bear King naturally harbored even more hatred towards the giant python. But considering that it needed help from the giant python, the Brown Bear King had to suppress its anger and gritted its teeth, saying, "Brother, as long as you lend a hand, after killing these two Prussian crocodiles later, I will make sure all their bodies belong to you." Upon hearing this, one of the Prussian crocodiles couldn't help but laugh. "You two think you can kill us? You're dreaming before it's even dark? It's not that I look down on you, if you hadn't brought 3 helpers this time, I could have torn you apart in half an hour. Little guy, your Titan Python family has always had a good relationship with our Prussian crocodile family. Don't get involved in this battle, wait until I kill this bear that doesn't know its place, I will make sure to give you its body." "Thank you so much. I'm not even dead yet. And you're already planning to send my body out?" At that moment, the Brown Bear King felt extremely aggrieved. At the same time, the attacks on the Prussian crocodiles became even more intense. Seeing this, the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the side also made probing attacks, while instinctively glancing at its brother.
Coincidentally, the Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately noticed that its good brother had also glanced at it inadvertently, but didn't say anything.
To be honest, they also felt that it would be very difficult to defeat these two Prussian crocodiles in this battle, even with two more helpers. Because the combat power of the Prussian crocodiles is truly formidable. In addition, the defense of the Prussians is also outrageous. The thick black armor alone is enough to make many giant creatures pale in comparison. Moreover, they dare not fight with the Pruss crocodile, otherwise its huge bloodthirsty mouth can easily crush their legs. Once bitten by the Pruss crocodile, there is a real danger to life. However, the Brown Bear King is still holding on at the moment, so they cannot stop.
What has been promised cannot be violated. Without trust, one's reputation will be tarnished, and it's not easy to survive in the Beast Continent.
The three Kong brothers have a bad reputation, making them vulnerable to betrayal. At the same time, the two Pruss crocodiles also noticed a problem. They could see that the Tyrannosaurus brothers were not very determined. On the contrary, the mixed-blood giant ping bird and the Brown Bear King had the strongest fighting spirit.
If they could kill the Brown Bear King, the Tyrannosaurus brothers would probably choose to retreat.
With this in mind, the Pruss crocodile brothers focused on the Brown Bear King, preparing to quickly deal with him. As for the giant python on the side, it did not respond to the Pruss crocodiles, nor did it refuse. It silently watched the battle, then went to the river to wash off the bloodstains from its body. After washing, the python patiently waited for the situation on the battlefield.
After about half an hour, an unexpected event finally occurred.
The python also witnessed a scene that shocked him deeply. The Brown Bear King was preparing to blind the Pruss crocodile's eyes.
And he almost succeeded.
But in the end, he failed. And in his attempt to blind the Pruss crocodile, he was also very close to it. After a failed move in trying to retreat, he was instantly bitten on the thigh by the attacking Pruss crocodile.
Ah!
In an instant, the Brown Bear King screamed in pain. But before he could struggle, the other Pruss crocodile, which had been preparing, rushed forward and bit the Brown Bear King's other leg with its huge mouth. This scene shocked both the Tyrannosaurus brothers and the mixed-blood giant ping bird hovering in the sky.
Because everything happened too fast. It was just a split second. Ah! Save me! Help me!
After being bitten by the two Pruss crocodiles, the Brown Bear King was completely terrified.
While frantically calling for help, he also kept pounding the Pruss crocodiles with his fists.
But the next moment, the two Pruss crocodiles were very coordinated. After biting the Brown Bear King, they immediately started a deadly roll. Accompanied by the Brown Bear King's painful screams, the two frenzied rolling Pruss crocodiles tore off the Brown Bear King's two legs. But the resilient Brown Bear King was not dead yet, just lying in a pool of blood, losing his two legs, with the lower half of his body bleeding profusely and his life rapidly fading away. This scene frightened the Tyrannosaurus brothers, who hesitated to approach for a moment.
Because during the deadly roll, they couldn't attack the Pruss crocodiles at all. Save me! Take me away quickly!
At this moment, the Brown Bear King, bleeding heavily from his severed legs, begged the Tyrannosaurus brothers for help in fear. But the next moment, the Pruss crocodile brothers rushed forward in unison and each bit the Brown Bear King's arms.
With their coordinated tearing and pulling, the Brown Bear King's arms were torn off.
The Brown Bear King's screams became even more tragic, sending chills down the spine with his heart-wrenching cries.
Is this it? Is this it? You, a waste like you, dare to come and bother us brothers? Last time we spared your dog's life by chance, but you didn't appreciate it.
At this moment, the two Pruss crocodiles couldn't help but mock the Brown Bear King in front of them, who had lost his legs and arms. Because, faced with the current plight of the Brown Bear King, he could only wait for death in despair. Similarly, knowing that he was doomed, the Brown Bear King couldn't help but roar ferociously, "Evil heavens! Evil earth, Lousy just took a step ahead, I'll be waiting for you two to accompany me down there.
And you, Ba Hua. Ba too.
You two brothers are not working hard, you two brothers are not going to have a good end." Just as the Brown Bear King was about to continue cursing, its massive head was instantly bitten by the Proust giant crocodile, and with a few swings, its head was torn off. At this point, the brown bear king's corpse separated, completely losing its life breath, and the blood flowing on the shore eventually flowed into the river, dyeing a large area of the water red. Seeing this scene, the Tyrannosaurus brothers exchanged glances, subconsciously stepping back a distance, their eyes showing fear and dread. The scruffy mixed-blood great-ping bird in the sky also looked stunned at the tragic death of the brown bear king. Now that even the employer is dead, it seems they don't need to continue fighting. After all, they had already received their benefits, helped out, and now that the employer is dead, it could be considered fulfilling their promise. After all, it had only promised to lend a hand, not guaranteed to take down these two Proust giant crocodiles. For a moment, it also had the intention to retreat, but decided to first see what the Tyrannosaurus brothers would do. At this moment, Bahwat and Batu exchanged glances, then nodded one after another. Subsequently, the lead Bahwa couldn't help but ask the Proust giant crocodiles, "Are you two going to keep your word? Give this brown bear king's body to our little brother here." Hearing this, the lead Proust giant crocodile, Evil Sky, opened its huge mouth and said, "Of course, we always keep our word as brothers." In fact, it never intended to go back on its word. It was just a matter of essence of a giant beast realm. For them, it wasn't really that difficult. Moreover, the number of giant beasts they hunted on a regular basis was not small. After hearing this, the giant python immediately wriggled its massive body over and said, "Thank you, two Tyrannosaurus brothers, and thank you, two Proust giant crocodile brothers." After speaking, the giant python's gaze stared straight at the brown bear king's body under the feet of the Proust giant crocodile. Seeing this, the Proust giant crocodile nodded slightly, then began to move its massive body, swaggering into the river. Before leaving, Evil Sky raised its massive head, looked at the scruffy mixed-blood great-ping bird in the sky, its eyes full of disdain and contempt, then its massive body sank into the river and disappeared. Seeing this scene, the scruffy mixed-blood great-ping bird had a dark expression but could do nothing. It was the Tyrannosaurus brothers who quickly helped the giant python carry the brown bear king's body to a position more than 100 meters away from the shore. As for the giant python, it was extremely excited and said, "Thank you, two brothers." The black Tyrannosaurus was said indifferently, "Hurry up and eat. This trip out was quite rewarding for us." Hearing this, the giant python nodded quickly and immediately opened its huge mouth, swallowing down one of the brown bear king's thighs. After seeing this scene, the great ping bird in the sky quickly said, "Let me have some too, the consumption just now was a bit much." After speaking, it saw the Tyrannosaurus nod slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. It then swooped down from the sky, landing steadily on the ground. It excitedly pecked at a bear's arm, preparing to swallow it whole. Seeing this, the giant python felt a sinking feeling in its heart, feeling very unhappy. But since both of its Tyrannosaurus brothers had nodded, it couldn't say anything. However, the next moment, the giant python saw the Tyrannosaurus brother quietly approaching behind the scruffy mixed-blood great-ping bird, opening its huge mouth fiercely and biting towards the bird. Ah! Cough, cough! Ah! The scruffy mixed-blood great-ping bird, who had just swallowed half of the bear's arm, was immediately bitten on the buttocks by the Tyrannosaurus brother, letting out a painful howl. Without waiting for the struggling mixed-blood great rock, the other Tyrannosaurus Rex brother rushed up and directly opened its huge mouth, biting onto the mixed-blood great rock. Ah! Brothers, can't I stop eating? The terrified mixed-blood great rock quickly spat out a bear's arm. It begged for mercy while frantically struggling. Unfortunately, the two Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers were not prepared to let it go. They began tearing at the great rock with their huge mouths, trying to tear it apart. In a desperate move, the mixed-blood great rock pecked at one of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes. This scared the Tyrannosaurus Rex brother, who instinctively backed away. It then quickly pecked at the other Tyrannosaurus Rex's eye. Seeing this, the second Tyrannosaurus Rex brother reluctantly let go. The mixed-blood great rock breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to fly away. However, at the critical moment, the python, with its tough skin and iron bones, bit onto the bloody claw of the mixed-blood great rock. The fierce mixed-blood great rock aimed its sharp beak at the python's eye, intending to blind it. Even the python, in fear, instinctively released its grip, but the beak left a deep bloody hole on its head, causing blood to gush out. The python shook its large head in pain, then opened its eyes to see the mixed blood great rock flying away. Seeing the bloody hole on the python's head, the Tyrannosaurus Rex brother comforted, "Little brother, this bird is not easy to kill. Otherwise, I would have helped you kill it earlier. Its claws and beak are dangerous." During the battle just now, even the Prus crocodile brothers were afraid of being pecked in the eyes and going blind. Even though they have tough skin, except for their backs, they have many bloody holes from this bird. Hearing the comfort from the brother, the python nodded in frustration. He really wanted to kill the mixed blood great rock because once he succeeded, he would complete his mission. By just eating the bodies of giant beasts, he would gather enough evolution points for evolution. Plus, he would receive a reward of 5 million evolution points for completing the mission. He might quickly advance to the mid-stage of the giant beast realm. You guys are despicable. Utterly shameless. You promised to let me eat, but then ambushed me from behind. At this moment, the mixed blood great rock circling in the sky couldn't help but grit its teeth. Obviously, recalling the ambush earlier, it was terrified. Because it was so close to death before. For a moment, the mixed blood great rock completely resented the python and the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers. These three mongrels were truly despicable. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers ignoring it and the python only focused on devouring the flesh of the brown bear king, it couldn't hold back its anger. These three mongrels showed no remorse. You all wait for me, I will definitely seek revenge. After angrily shouting in the sky, the mixed blood great rock glared fiercely at the three mongrels, then flapped its wings with effort and left. At the same time, the python, having just devoured the body of the brown bear king, heard the system's voice again in its mind, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured an early-stage giant beast brown bear king, gaining 1 million evolution points. Feels great." The python felt even better after eating. Now, it was ready to hunt down another giant beast creature. He can easily complete the task, and similarly, by devouring a giant beast realm creature, he can also satisfy the evolutionary conditions. But at this point, the python was a bit puzzled. Why was the brown bear king classified by the system as being hunted by him? Logically speaking, even if the brown bear king's head was bitten off, was it not dead when he ate it? Just as the python was puzzled, the system's voice sounded, "Ding!" Friendly reminder to the host. Even if the brown bear king's head was bitten off before, it did not immediately die. Ding! It is because the opponent was not completely dead when devoured by the host, that's why it was classified as a kill by the host. After listening to the system's voice, the python was even more shocked. The vitality of this brown bear king is truly tenacious. Even when the body parts are separated, it is not completely dead. Amazing! Amazing! It seems like I just picked up a freebie. Thinking of this, the python almost laughed out loud. Luck is unstoppable when it comes. Little brother. You have already devoured 4 giant realm creatures, getting another 6 or 7 should be enough. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex brother spoke. Right. Right. Big brother's judgment is as good as ever. Bata the Tyrannosaurus Rex also smiled and agreed. The python opened its mouth wide, flattered, and said, "Without the cultivation of the two big brothers, how could the little brother have reached this point today?" The Tyrannosaurus Rex brother laughed heartily and said, "Huh? Don't be modest. Little brother's strength is not bad. Let's go back. On the way back, let's see if we can encounter weaker giant realm creatures." Hearing this, the python had no objections and immediately left with the two brothers. In fact, on this trip, being able to devour and hunt 2 giant realm creatures, the python was very satisfied. Indeed, in this perilous land of beasts, one must acknowledge the big brothers to live comfortably and smoothly. On the way back, the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly said, "Little brother. The brown bear king is dead now, and that Shantao is now ownerless. Do you have any thoughts?" After speaking, the Tyrannosaurus Rex brother casually glanced at the python. Hearing this, the python's heart trembled, knowing that the big brother's question was not simple. Seeing that the python did not speak, the Tyrannosaurus Rex brother smiled and said, "Don't think too much. Mainly, I was thinking that since it's empty anyway, if you have any ideas, just claim the territory. Even if you don't claim it, it will be taken by other giant realm creatures." Upon hearing this, the python immediately opened its mouth wide and solemnly said, "Big brother, rest assured, little brother will never leave you. Whether it's about the territory or not, the important thing is that I like being by your side, big brother. Because being by the side of the two big brothers gives me a warm sense of happiness." The python was not lying about this, and it was truly what it felt. Now, with the help of two giant realm brothers to hunt giant realm creatures, why would it want to establish its own territory? Isn't it more comfortable to stick with the big brothers? Although struggle is indeed important, who would still struggle if given the opportunity? Who would want to struggle when they can win easily? Look at how hard it was to defeat the golden back gorilla, ending up covered in injuries. If it wasn't for this battle proving its status and wanting to prove itself, to be honest, the python didn't want to fight the opponent, but it couldn't avoid the battle. Fortunately, the result was very good. Its status rose after the battle. At the same time, after listening to the python's words, the Tyrannosaurus Rex brother nodded silently in his heart. This little brother can be cultivated into a deep relationship. This was one of the few times, apart from his wife, that it had cultivated a younger brother, and from the current perspective, the little brother's performance was quite satisfactory. Alright then, when the time comes, we will go back and occupy the mountaintop directly. Both mountaintops belong to our tyrant mountain. After speaking, the tyrant dragon brothers were in a good mood, their huge bodies shuttling through the jungle, encountering almost no troublemakers along the way. Because the vast majority of creatures, upon sensing their presence, were scared away. Even when passing by many mountaintops, either the giant beasts on the mountaintop were too weak, and upon seeing the tyrant dragon brothers, they either distanced themselves or left, returning only after the brothers had left. Or the mountaintops they passed by had extremely powerful giant beasts, which even the tyrant dragon brothers avoided and bypassed, not daring to provoke a conflict. Big brother, this won't work. The weak mountain kings don't confront us directly, and the strong ones we dare not provoke. At this moment, the second brother of the tyrant dragon spoke up. Seeing his big brother deep in thought, the second brother of the tyrant dragon continued, "Big brother, why don't we target our neighbors, the Bull King or the Elephant King, or even the Black Tiger King? Among these three, except for the Elephant King who was not easy to provoke, the Bull King and the Black Tiger King are of average strength, and the easiest to bully is the Bull King." After hearing this, the giant python hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement, "Big brother. What the second brother said makes sense." The tyrant dragon big brother was speechless. "Makes sense my ass. We can't just target our neighbors, can we?" But just as he finished speaking, the tyrant dragon big brother's tone changed. "However, it seems that the Bull King is indeed the easiest to bully. We can consider it. When we go back later, if we can't find a target, we'll go after it." Hearing this, the giant python became even happier. This meant that it would soon advance to the giant beast realm. Following the two tyrant dragon big brothers, they quickly passed through countless deep forest mountaintops. When they were less than half an hour away from returning to their old nest on the mountaintop, the giant python and the two big brothers stopped in their tracks, looking up at the distant forest. The reason was simple. They all heard the sound of intense fighting coming from the distant forest. "There's a situation. Let's go check it out." The tyrant dragon big brother's eyes lit up. Hearing this, the giant python and the second brother of the tyrant dragon didn't hesitate. They immediately followed the tyrant dragon big brother and hurried towards the location of the fight. Several minutes later, when the giant python and the tyrant dragon brothers arrived at a vast forest clearing, they saw two supersized creatures engaged in a fierce battle on the open ground. One was a giant beast realm level leopard, hunting down an extremely fat giant beast realm black-skinned wild boar. At this moment, the black-skinned wild boar, a giant beast realm creature, was covered in wounds inflicted by the giant beast realm leopard. The giant beast realm boar was also fighting fiercely, almost like a small hill, charging at the leopard whenever it saw it, showing no signs of giving up until it defeated the leopard. Seeing this scene, the giant python was shocked.
How could even a leopard and a boar reach the giant beast realm? What kind of opportunities did these two creatures encounter? Otherwise, based on their bloodline and potential, they would never be able to reach the giant beast realm in their lifetimes. The tyrant dragon Big Brother, who was crouching quietly, was also surprised and whispered, "These two creatures must have encountered some incredible opportunities. Otherwise, with their species and physique, they would never have been able to reach the giant beast realm in their lifetimes." Many creatures with short lifespans, even if they break through to the mutant stage, have a lifespan of at most 100 years. Unless they are long-lived creatures like turtles. Upon hearing this, the giant python suddenly realized and finally understood the lifespan of creatures in the game world of the Beast Continent. But the python was still puzzled and asked softly, "Big Brother, if the mutated period has such a short lifespan, what about the creatures in the beast realm?" Hearing this, the Tyrannosaurus Big Brother explained softly, "The beast realm is extraordinary. Basically, they have a lifespan of at least 500 years, and there are many creatures with long lifespans that can live for thousands of years." Upon hearing this, the python nodded thoughtfully. Just as the python was about to ask for more information, a frenzied roar suddenly erupted in the battlefield. The python quickly raised its huge snake head slightly and saw the beast realm leopard, with its huge and incredibly agile body, effortlessly jumping onto the back of the black-skinned wild boar. It bit the boar's head with its huge mouth and its 4 sharp claws firmly hooked onto the boar's body. The black-skinned wild boar, bitten and howling miserably, went mad and kept jumping and swinging its body, trying to shake off the beast realm leopard, but to no avail. The beast realm leopard also occasionally extended a claw, trying to scratch the eyes of the black-skinned wild boar. This made the black-skinned wild boar go mad and extremely helpless, constantly closing its eyes and shaking its head, and finally, in a fit of rage, charged towards a towering stone pillar over 50 meters high. Helpless, the beast realm leopard had to jump off the boar's back, and then, with an elegant stride, taunted the black-skinned wild boar, running is useless, old black, just immediately become the prey of your leopard grandpa. With your speed, I can easily leave you behind by several mountains. After speaking, the leopard looked playfully at the enraged charging black-skinned wild boar, but suddenly stopped at the sight of the giant stone, with a mocking look in its eyes, as if waiting for the black-skinned wild boar. "Ah! I'll ram you to death." The black-skinned wild boar, with its eyes red, charged madly. But just as it was about to collide with the leopard, a scene that dumbfounded the python unfolded. The leopard effortlessly bounced in place over 80 meters high. Then, the python and the two Tyrannosaurus brothers heard a loud bang. The black-skinned wild boar crashed into the giant stone, its body immediately collapsed and lay lifeless on the ground, convulsing, its head deformed, blood flowing profusely. Seeing this, the nearby leopard couldn't help but grin and sneer. Indeed, a pig is always a pig. Even if it becomes a beast realm, it's not necessarily smart. Why not just wait for death obediently? Why struggle? It's simply a waste of time for both of us. Since you provoked your leopard grandpa, you've already chosen the path of death. With that, the leopard pounced to lock the boar's throat. Although the boar was still struggling, it was futile. At the same time, watching the weakening struggles of the black-skinned wild boar, the python knew it was time for it to step in. Seeing the python ready to act, the two big brothers also felt it was time, no longer lurking low, and immediately walked up in a grand manner, with the python following closely behind. When the leopard saw the python and the two Tyrannosaurus brothers, it was instantly stunned. When did these guys appear? It had no defenses at all. Seeing the bewildered leopard, the Tyrannosaurus Big Brother opened his mouth wide and laughed, "Little leopard, even though you caught the prey, in my eyes, it's all mine. So I advise you to obediently let go of the prey, or you might have chosen the path of death." Seeing the three approaching like a group of bandits and bullies, the beast realm leopard's face turned ugly, and it couldn't help but curse inwardly. The things it used to do frequently had unexpectedly happened to itself one day. It used to love lurking and waiting for other predators to catch prey, then jump out to eat for free, which was truly satisfying. After all, the sense of achievement from getting something for nothing. If you haven't done it before, you really can't understand. But now it's its turn to be the target of freeloaders. It deeply experiences the powerless anger and uncontrollable rage in its heart. However, it has no way to deal with it, and can only stare blankly. It wants to drag the prey away directly, but unfortunately, it has no chance at all. Because the giant realm black-skinned wild boar is too huge. It would be quite difficult for it to drag that weight. Moreover, the combat power of the black-skinned wild boar is not to be underestimated. It can easily defeat the black-skinned wild boar by using its brain. If relying on brute force, it probably wouldn't be able to beat the black-skinned wild boar. Therefore, as the giant python and two Tyrannosaurus rexes approached, the giant realm leopard kept retreating, ultimately reluctantly handing over the prey in frustration. As the python approached the prey, it immediately began the death coil. Because it wanted to ensure that this prey was killed by it, and it still had energy. Soon, the wild boar, whose head was entwined by the python's death coil, struggled for a while and then completely lost its breath. At the same time, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully hunted a giant realm early-stage black-skinned wild boar. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission completed successfully. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 4 million evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a golden level random blind box. Random blind box, as the name suggests, it can contain anything, either junk or good items. It has a certain hidden mechanism to ensure that among the items opened, some have certain value. Ding. Congratulations, host. Accumulated evolution conditions met. Would you like to start evolving? No. After listening to the system's voice, the python immediately refused. This was not the place for evolution right now. Besides, it had already completed the mission. It could evolve anytime, anywhere, no need to rush. Furthermore, there was still a giant realm black-skinned wild boar corpse waiting for it. That was 1 million evolution points. The python was not so extravagant as to ignore a giant realm corpse. As long as it was in the giant realm, it couldn't ignore the value a giant realm corpse brought. Just as the python was in a great mood, ready to enjoy the black-skinned wild boar, an angry voice of the giant realm leopard came, "You bastards, wait for me." Hearing this, both the python and the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers were furious, glaring at the leopard with murderous intent. The eldest brother Tyrannosaurus Rex spoke coldly, "If you have the guts to provoke us, you're good. If you're a man, don't run away." After speaking, the eldest brother Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed forward without hesitation. Seeing this, the giant realm leopard immediately distanced itself but still refused to leave, glaring fiercely at the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers and the python. "You fools! We targeted your prey out of respect for you," the second brother Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't help but say in a cold tone. "Exactly. Haven't you ever stolen prey and freeloaded? If you can steal from others, we can steal from you too," the eldest brother Tyrannosaurus Rex added. The python also opened its mouth wide, "If you're not afraid of death, you can continue to stay here. If there's not enough to eat later, we can use you as a side dish. After all, fresh ingredients are the best." Seeing the shameless faces of the three beasts, the giant realm leopard trembled with anger, opened its mouth wide, gritted its teeth, and said, "Why don't you go die?" But the python simply ignored the guy. The two elder brothers of the Tyrannosaurus Rex also felt that bullying a leopard was not very fulfilling, so they immediately came to the python's side to help it dismember the giant realm black-skinned wild boar. Although the tough-skinned black boar was thick-skinned, it was easily dismantled by the sharp teeth of the two Tyrannosaurus brothers, the whole process taking no more than half an hour. As the giant beast realm leopard watched enviously from the side, it seemed like it wanted to kill the three hybrids with its eyes 1,000 times over. "Let's eat together, brothers. You've been busy all day." Seeing that the Tyrannosaurus brothers were not moving to eat, the python warmly invited them. Hearing this, the Tyrannosaurus brothers nodded and began to eat. Before long, under the sorrowful gaze of the giant beast realm leopard, the black boar of the giant beast realm was reduced to a pool of blood on the ground. Of course, most of the essence of the black boar's blood and meat had been eaten by the python, consuming about 60%, while the Tyrannosaurus brothers had eaten less than half. It's not that they couldn't eat like the python, they could actually eat a whole giant beast realm creature in one go. But after eating, it would take them a long time to digest and absorb it. because the two brothers didn't have as good an appetite as the python. Moreover, according to the Tyrannosaurus brothers' speculation, the python should have a special digestion-like skill. Otherwise, with the python eating a golden-backed gorilla, a brown bear king, and now almost half of a black boar in a day, it would probably burst. Thinking this way, the two brothers were even more satisfied. The more skills the python had, the greater its potential. When this little python reached the giant beast realm in the future, its combat power would surely sweep countless giant beasts, right? By then, as big brothers, they might even benefit from it. Let's go. Let's go back. After saying that, the Tyrannosaurus looked at the resentful giant beast realm leopard and opened its blood-stained mouth, saying, "You've been watching for so long, I'm feeling a bit soft-hearted, why don't you come and lick some blood off the ground?" The leopard, who already hated these three guys, couldn't help but lose control and cursed, "I'll lick your grandpa." Hearing this, the second Tyrannosaurus licked its mouth with relish and said, "Big brother, ignore this guy, let's go back." After hearing this, the python, who had eaten the last piece of meat, also nodded and said, "Okay, let's go back, big brother." Just as the words fell, the familiar voice of the system rang in its mind, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured half of the giant beast realm black boar. You have gained 650,000 evolution points. Ding! The host's current accumulated evolution points have met the conditions for evolution. Would you like to start the evolution?" "No." The python once again refused without hesitation. Then, it followed the two Tyrannosaurus brothers back home. What surprised both the python and the Tyrannosaurus brothers was that the giant beast realm leopard quietly followed behind them. And it stared at them with eyes full of hatred. It seemed like this little guy wanted to confirm their territory so he could seek revenge in the future. Whether it was the python or the Tyrannosaurus brothers, they immediately guessed what this guy was thinking. But neither the Tyrannosaurus brothers nor the python paid too much attention to it. To put it bluntly, they didn't even consider this guy a threat. And even if the giant beast realm leopard had help, what kind of characters could it bring? As the saying goes, the strong only deal with the strong. How many powerful characters could an ordinary top predator know if it hadn't broken through to the giant beast realm by chance? Just like the Prussian crocodile brothers looking down on the brown bear king, even if they brought a group of helpers, they not only failed to avenge themselves but also got themselves into trouble. But what really annoyed the python was that this giant beast realm leopard, following them was one thing, but all the way it kept muttering curses behind them. Seeing the two big brothers getting annoyed by the scolding but looking helpless, the python couldn't stand it anymore. It immediately turned around and used its speed skill, rushing towards the giant beast realm leopard like lightning. "You bunch of dogs, darn it!" The leopard, who was enjoying the scolding, was startled when the python suddenly attacked. Without hesitation, it turned and ran, even faster than the python, leaving only a blur behind. In just a blink of an eye, the giant beast realm leopard had already fled far away. Seeing this scene, even though the python increased its speed to the extreme, it was still left in the dust, easily shaken off by the leopard. At the same time, the Tyrannosaurus brothers were completely shocked. They never expected their little brother to be so fast. Clearly, he had speed skills. Darn it! How many more skills does this little brother have? This was the question in the minds of the two Tyrannosaurus at that moment. At this moment, the leopard in the giant beast realm, who had stopped in the distance, looked at the python with a sneer and taunted, "Good speed, but to catch up with me, you still have a long way to go. Speed is my specialty, if you want to kill me? Dream on, leopard." Seeing the smug face of the leopard, the python felt a bit helpless and also very weak. Because the opponent's speed was indeed so fast that the python couldn't even catch up, the python estimated that this guy's maximum speed was at least 500 miles per hour. As for how fast exactly, the python had no idea. But after being scolded for so long, to be honest, not only did the Tyrannosaurus brothers regret it, even the python regretted it a bit. How did they provoke such a creature? Can't beat them, planning to disgust them to death? Helplessly shaking its huge snake head, the python continued on the road with the two big brothers, while the giant beast realm leopard continued to follow behind, chattering incessantly.
And this time, it had also become smarter, not daring to get too close, afraid of being ambushed by the python. It wasn't until the python and the Tyrannosaurus brothers had returned to Tyrannosaurus Mountain and confirmed that their lair was there, that the giant beast realm leopard finally threatened, "You three dogs, wait for me, leopard." After making the threat, the giant beast realm leopard left, but it had already remembered this mountain and would naturally come back for revenge when the opportunity arose. Seeing this scene, the Tyrannosaurus brothers finally breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting rid of this annoying nuisance. Damn it, to be honest, being humiliated like this for the first time, I wish I had a few more legs to catch up with this dog and kill it, the eldest Tyrannosaurus brother gritted his teeth. Yeah. A leopard actually followed us all the way cursing, who would believe it if we told anyone? I dare not even think about it myself, the second Tyrannosaurus brother said speechlessly. The eldest Tyrannosaurus brother spoke up, "Let's not talk about it. Follow me to take over the Brown Bear King's territory. Besides, are the three of us still afraid of a leopard?" After that, the eldest Tyrannosaurus brother led the other two towards the Brown Bear King's territory. It is worth mentioning that as soon as they entered the Brown Bear King's territory, a mutant brown bear, over 6 meters tall, nervously ran over and cautiously asked, "Are you here to find our king? After he went out with you, he hasn't come back yet." The eldest Tyrannosaurus brother immediately opened his mouth wide and said, "Your king has already died in the mouths of the Pruss crocodile twins. From now on, your Bear King Mountain belongs to our Tyrannosaurus Mountain." Upon hearing this, the mutant brown bear's face instantly changed, then his eyes rolled a few times, and immediately his legs went weak, kneeling directly on the ground. "I, Xiaozhong, pay my respects to the three kings." Seeing this mutant brown bear being so tactful, both the python and the Tyrannosaurus brothers smiled. Not bad, not bad. This little guy is quick on the uptake. Okay. From now on, you are under the three of us brothers. Besides you, are there any other mutated creatures in Bear King Mountain? Big brother Tyrannosaurus Rex asked with a wide open mouth. Xiaozhong shook his head repeatedly, in response to the three kings, "There are none. Throughout Bear King Mountain, only I have reached the mutated stage." Hearing this, big brother Tyrannosaurus Rex nodded. After all, even the python knew that breaking through the mutated stage was not easy. When the python reached the peak of mutation, it cost billions of funds. One can imagine how much blood and essence it took to evolve. Moreover, the lower the talent and bloodline of a creature, the lower its potential. Many creatures spend their whole lives, and their ultimate goal is actually the mutated stage. It really takes a lot of luck to reach the giant beast realm, along with talent and bloodline. The worse the bloodline, the harder it is, unless there are greater resources and opportunities. Alright. In the future, remember to inform us at Bear King Mountain if there is anything. The three of US brothers will also come to Bear King Mountain more often to mark our territory. After speaking, big brother Tyrannosaurus Rex sent away the mutated brown bear, then turned to the python and said, "Third brother, you like the damp areas of the water, why not go check out the water areas and rivers on that mountain peak, and if you find a satisfactory place, you can build another nest. Or just move into the cave nest built by the Brown Bear King." After hearing Big Brother's words, the python hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Big brother, I will check out the water areas on that mountain peak, and if the environment is good, I will establish a water cave nest." As for the cave nest originally built by the Brown Bear King on the mountain peak, forget it, I prefer to stay in the damp water areas. After hearing this, the Tyrannosaurus brothers smiled and said, "Alright. Little brother, you go ahead. We will go see if we need to renovate the Brown Bear King's place on the mountain peak, and if it's good, we'll keep it as it is. Also, in the coming days, if we need your help, we will inform you. When we are ready to compete for the giant beast fruit, we will let you know." Alright. You two big brothers go ahead. After giving instructions, the Tyrannosaurus brothers headed towards the mountain peak. As for the python, it moved its massive body towards the water source at the foot of the mountain. It wanted to see if the water areas near the mountain peak, which used to be the territory of the Brown Bear King, had better locations. If so, it wouldn't mind establishing a better water cave nest. In fact, the python preferred lake-type water areas, the deeper the water, the better. And once it evolved to the giant beast realm, its original water cave nest would no longer be suitable for living. Because after breaking through to the giant beast realm, its size would increase to a terrifying extent, so the cave nest would need to be large enough. Since it was destined to establish a new cave nest, it might as well find a good water source location in advance. It would first establish a vast water cave nest in the water and then focus on breaking through to the giant beast realm in the new cave nest. Along the banks of a vast river, creatures gathered in groups, whispering to each other, with different types of creatures forming their own circles, herbivores with herbivores, carnivores with carnivores. What caught the python's eye was seeing many interspecies love affairs happening in broad daylight, which left it stunned. For example, horses and cows entangled with each other. Leopards and tigers in love. Even more outrageous was a chimpanzee hugging a wild boar affectionately. Or a female hippopotamus lying under a male elephant. Seeing this scene, the python was at a loss, wondering if things had to be this crazy. After all, it wasn't springtime. It didn't seem to be the mating season yet. Although the python could see similar scenes at the edge of Bear King Mountain, they were still very rare. But he never expected that the situation here in Xiongwang Mountain would be so abundant, even reaching the point of being everywhere. This made the python fall into contemplation, ultimately unable to help but feel a deep admiration for these creatures. Because this is actually a display of high intelligence. Weaker creatures seeking to bond with stronger ones. Although it is a race of betrayal, in this brutal world of survival of the fittest, it is actually a kind of helpless choice. Just like the mother hippo and the supersized male elephant being together. This way, it can also avoid many troubles for other creatures. After all, having a strong herbivorous partner to rely on is better. Damn it, it seems that apart from humans, no creature can avoid the desire for strength. After all, having a powerful partner as a backing is indeed a good choice, so it makes sense. After understanding the problem, the python suddenly realized why there were such absurd things in the animal world. Because this is not a completely animal world, this is the world of 10,000 beasts, where the creatures here have high intelligence. With higher intelligence comes more ideas. This kind of situation is indeed not uncommon. It's like in the previous life when the game invaded reality. It was very common for many humans who possessed their own beast gods to devote themselves to their own beast gods. At the same time, as the python's huge body appeared on the riverbank, the creatures on the bank began to stir up a commotion. Especially when they saw the terrifyingly exaggerated size of the python, even the male elephant who was previously affectionate with the hippo was instantly frightened. Who says a snake can't swallow an elephant? Isn't it easy for such a large python to swallow an elephant? For a moment, the creatures were murmuring in confusion, wow. How did a king of the giant beasts come here? Yeah. Did the brown bear king lose in battle? Has the mountain been taken over? Not sure, but this king seems to be from the Tyrant Mountain. My cousin once told me about this king. What king? This big guy hasn't even reached the realm of the giant beasts yet. Otherwise, its size would be enough to scare you to death. It's so handsome. Tall and mighty. If it's willing to let me be its wife, even if it's just one of them, it's fine. Wow. You, a fox, dare to have thoughts about this king? The king's thing is probably bigger than your whole body. Don't be so flirtatious, okay? Although you foxes are pretty flirtatious, it also depends on whether the target can handle it. My size not only can accommodate Big Brother's treasure, but my mouth can also handle it. Who dares to talk big? Wow, you hippo, your mouth is indeed quite big, now you can barely satisfy this king. When they heard the discussions of these creatures, even the python was completely stunned. These creatures really have big ambitions. Quite a few creatures are actually eyeing him. For a moment, the python couldn't help but shiver. They say humans play games in a fancy way, but damn, the creatures in this game world also play in a fancy way. Seeing the different looks cast by these creatures, the python couldn't help but open its huge mouth and say, "Shut up, all of you. Whoever dares to talk nonsense, I'll eat them." After hearing this, a large white fox asked in a coquettish manner, "King, what kind of eating are you talking about? Can you take a look at me? If the king likes it, I'm willing to be your little wife." After a moment of silence, the python looked deeply at the white fox with snow-white fur, too lazy to argue with it, and instead turned its massive body to look around the riverbank.
Even walking looks so handsome. I really like this king.
Seeing this scene, the white fox's eyes shimmered with desire, looking at the python's majestic and huge body, admiringly saying. Unfortunately, the python did not pay attention to it, but instead looked at the width of the river, then couldn't help but dive into the river with its huge body. Upon entering the river, the python was pleasantly surprised to find that the depth of this river was very good, and from the winding direction of the river, it was the same river as the one where the python originally lived in the King's Mountain. The width of this river area reached 600 meters, and the depth was close to 500 meters deep, which was very suitable for him to establish a nest in the water. Thinking of this, the python immediately began to choose a location without hesitation. In the end, in an area about 500 meters deep, he began to dig a cave in the water. This construction took several hours, but the result was very unsatisfactory to the python, as the progress was too slow. Helpless, the python directly chose to recruit free labor and let the crocodile group in this water area help build the cave. With the help of hundreds of crocodiles, it took nearly 10 hours to finally complete the construction of the cave. The underwater cave was over 1,000 meters deep, 30 meters wide, and about 30 meters high, extremely spacious.
This huge nest cave basically met all the python's living requirements.
Even if he broke through the realm of giant beasts, he wouldn't need to rebuild his mansion nest for a long time. The python, nodding in satisfaction, then said to the crocodile leader, "Very good, I am very satisfied with the nest you have built. Your satisfaction is the highest praise for us," the leading crocodile said enthusiastically. Hearing this, the python nodded in satisfaction and then said, "All right.
You may leave now. I will return to the cave first.
Without my orders, you are not allowed to approach this water area."
"Yes, Your Majesty."
The crocodile leader nodded repeatedly, then watched as the python entered the cave, his eyes turning cold. Afterwards, with a very gloomy tone, he said, "Let's go.
Let's go back."
With that, he led his followers away from the river area near the python's nest. As for the python inside the cave, he couldn't wait to silently pray in his heart system.
"Start the evolution."
The next moment, the system's voice rang out, "Ding!
Successfully deducted 5 million evolution points.
Evolution is in progress, at this moment, on the bank of the stream at Mount Ba." Later, the hyena circled around the water buffalo, sizing it up, and suddenly, without warning, bit into its lychee. The scene startled the Siberian tiger.
It quickly jumped back 2 steps, glaring angrily at the audacious hyena and the 2 super lions behind it, roaring, "Are you looking to die? How dare a hyena like you provoke me?" Hearing this, the hyena smirked and said, "Do you even know who I am?"
The Siberian tiger hesitated and subconsciously asked, "Who are you?
Is your father a beast king?"
If this guy's father was a beast king, then it would have to yield.
"I am the father you can't mess with.
In the territory of Mount Bawang, whoever catches prey, if I'm hungry, they must give it to me first. If you still don't know who I am, find out on this mountain." With that, the hyena crouched down in front of the water buffalo and began to eat with relish. The 2 lion brothers behind it followed suit, completely ignoring the Siberian tiger. Seeing this, the tiger became furious. It wanted to bite the hyena to death, but it didn't dare because not only were there 2 super lions beside the hyena, but the hyena's arrogant attitude indicated it had a powerful background. Therefore, the tiger didn't dare to act rashly and instead looked at the other creatures nearby with a puzzled expression. Not far away, a brown bear was gnawing on a gazelle and glanced at the Siberian tiger with sympathy, saying, "This hyena brother is indeed powerful in the territory of Mount Bawang. The hyena brother is the number 1 under the 3 kings of Mount Bawang, with a high status. So after catching prey, as long as the hyena brother is interested, they must give way."
After hearing this explanation, the Siberian tiger was speechless. It hadn't expected that this guy had a powerful beast king backing him. Although just one of the 3 kings, it was obviously a formidable presence. And there were 3 kings on this mountain. No wonder this hyena dared to be so arrogant. The frustrated Siberian tiger could only watch helplessly as the hyena and the two super lions ate the prey it had worked so hard to catch. It silently vowed to kill this damn hyena when it became stronger in the future. After calming down for a while, the Siberian tiger patiently waited. Because the water buffalo it had caught was very large, it didn't believe these three could finish eating it all, at most half. With this mindset, the Siberian tiger decided to endure it. Half an hour later, seeing the hyena and the two lions full and satisfied, the Siberian tiger breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of the remaining prey. But the next moment, the hyena's actions completely infuriated it. The hyena, having eaten its fill, lifted a hind leg and urinated on the remaining water buffalo, followed by the two lion brothers doing the same, drenching the carcass. After doing all this, the hyena smirked at the Siberian tiger and arrogantly said, "Come and eat. I've added some seasoning for you, it'll taste even better. Remember, in this area of Mount Bawang, I'm the father you can't mess with." Ah! This was too much. The Siberian tiger glared fiercely at the hyena, its body trembling. It was afraid it couldn't control itself and might rush up to bite the hyena to death. Upon seeing this scene, the hyena sneered coldly and said, "You little runt, remember my words. When you're out in the world, you have to rely on power and connections. No matter which mountain you're from, on Mount Bawang, I am the father you can't afford to provoke." With that, the hyena raised its head high, took arrogant steps in front of the enraged Siberian tiger, and walked away as if it had no family ties. Ah! You dare to provoke the tiger too much. I will definitely kill you. Watching the hyena walk away, the Siberian tiger gritted its teeth and swore. This was the first time in its tiger life that it had been humiliated by a mere hyena. At the same time, in the real world, the player behind the Siberian tiger broke character in the live stream room. With a pained and twisted expression, he exclaimed, I've had it. How dare a dog insult my totem beast like this? This is outrageous. Can this damn game still be played? Even in a game, you can't escape the need for power and connections. Watching the frustrated male streamer, the viewers in the live stream room started commenting. Snake Tooth, I'm dying of laughter. This game has really refreshed my perspective. The streamer has also refreshed my perspective, being bullied by a hyena like that. Wind God Lord Wendy, this is outrageous. Can the streamer endure this? If it were me, I definitely couldn't stand it. Bullhead fish, hilarious. Streamer, quickly find a mountain to worship as your big brother and adoptive father. This guy is really pitiful in his attempts to fit in. I am little burnt bow, sob. Please, powerful brothers, give me some meat to eat. With 10,000 caddies of meat in the game, I can play 8 rounds of powder buns. My comparison is bigger than yours, bear with it. Lately, I've been eating spicy food every day, and finally got hemorrhoids. Can a wealthy big brother come help me open a package? A pear blossom pressing a sea of flowers, goodness. Is there a brother with yellow urine to help wake him up? Those with diabetes, stay away, I'm afraid he'll taste the sweetness. 8-pack Eb's super macho man, so I can't go wake him up either. My young fire is strong, I'm afraid this kid will get hemorrhoids from drinking and then go around deceiving people. Likes to use beer bottles, have you noticed that things have been a bit off lately? Radioactive wastewater is being discharged continuously, typhoons and natural disasters are everywhere, flooding in many places, and rumors of a zombie virus outbreak in the beautiful country. It feels like the end of the world is approaching. Cthulhu, I've already stocked up on food. Lately, I've been reading a lot of post-apocalyptic novels, and I suspect this could very well be a sign of the apocalypse. Trust me and stock up on some food. Gun shoots the leading bird at Cthulhu. I've stocked up on over 100 tons of food, maxed out my credit cards, just waiting for the end of the world. Borrow a word at Gun shoots the leading bird. Brother, can I borrow a word? I've been hoarding some equipment lately, thinking if the end of the world really comes, I can borrow some food from you. Journey to the West, to be honest, I also feel that things are not normal, as if the world has fallen into a sick state. Especially after this game came out, causing a lot of people to rely on games to make money, with very few people working. This situation poses a great danger to society,
so it's very necessary to store some food in case of emergencies. At this moment, the tone of the comments in the live stream room completely changed. The streamer's face was very unpleasant, but he couldn't say anything. He didn't dare to offend the viewers in the live stream room, because he still had to continue streaming. Last time, he offended a little black kid, and that little black kid directly tracked his address, hunted down his totem beast in the game, and scared him into repeatedly begging for mercy on his knees in the live stream room before the little black kid let him go. After that incident, he also understood that he shouldn't easily offend anyone, even if that person was just a little black kid in the live stream room. On the other side, as night fell and starlight scattered on the river, reflecting a clear image on the water's surface. But deep in this river, in a vast and huge nest cave, lay a super colossal python measuring 180 meters long and 15 meters wide. Its whole body is as black as ink, with terrifyingly large and distinct scales that shine black and glossy, like a layer of armor covering its body. The most striking feature is that this super huge creature, the giant python, exudes a breath unlike any top-tier beast. There is an indescribable unique oppressive aura on its body, so many fish and shrimp that accidentally swim into the cave, as if sensing something terrifying, flee in fear before even seeing the owner of the cave. After a while, this super huge creature slowly opens its pitch-black, icy-cold snake eyes. The eyes are like a black hole devouring people. Has the evolution already been completed? At this moment, the python opens its bloodthirsty mouth and can't help but exclaim in excitement. After speaking, it carefully feels this body, feeling a power that seems to be able to destroy everything. This power is indescribable, but the python knows that he is definitely much stronger than before. If before he needed to be injured to kill a gorilla, now he can kill a gorilla in 3 minutes. He might even be able to kill a gorilla in an even shorter time. As for the two Tyrannosaurus brothers, to be honest, it is very easy to kill them, and the battle can be resolved within 3 minutes as well. Is this the power of the giant beast realm? Indeed, it is invincible and lonely like snow. Now that I have broken through the giant beast realm, the number of giant beast realm creatures that I can see and recognize has become very few. After a sigh, the python couldn't help but sigh. He can responsibly say that his achievements today are all thanks to his own efforts. And now, he has already broken through the giant beast realm. It is really unimaginable how powerful he will become when the game invades the real world. Perhaps it won't be difficult for him to reach the peak of the giant beast realm? Thinking of this, the python couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Once he reaches the peak of the giant beast realm, his size can reach 300 meters long. A size of over 100 meters is already nearly invincible. What if he really reaches 300 meters long? He probably will be invincible in the early stages, and he doesn't dare to think about the middle and later stages, but at least being invincible in the early stages is not a problem. For a moment, the python's mood became even more wonderful, not forgetting to admire his majestic and domineering python body, which is enough to crush many giant beast realm creatures. Just then, the system's voice sounded, ding. Friendly reminder to the host. During the host's promotion to the giant beast realm, the host randomly awakened a skill. Note, every giant beast realm creature, after breaking through the giant beast realm, will randomly awaken a unique skill, whether strong or weak, extraordinary or precious, anything is possible. After listening to the system's reminder, the python immediately excitedly murmured, "System. Open the information page. Let's see what skill has been randomly awakened." As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared in the python's mind. Host, Python. Species, Ancient Titan Python. Realm, early stage of the Giant Beast Realm. Size, 180 meters long, 15 meters wide, weighing 60,000 tons. Combat power, bite force of 30,000 tons, speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Evolution points, 4.67 million/25 million. Skills, gluttonous giant stomach, death entanglement, copper skin iron bones, aquatic respiration, kiss of 1,000 poisons, beast language, recovery, extreme speed, camouflage, new skill, extreme speed recovery. Backpack, golden level random blind box X1. Extreme speed recovery, after using the skill, as long as the host has not completely died from any physical injuries, they can recover to their peak state within 1 minute. Skill limit. The skill limit is extremely high. It remains permanently effective as long as the self is below the mythical realm, but becomes completely ineffective once the self surpasses the mythical realm. Skill drawback, however, it can only be used once a day with no side effects. After 24 hours, the skill can be used again once the cooldown time is over. Skill advantage. With this super auxiliary recovery skill, it is equivalent to the host having an extra life every day, pushing the host's advantages in the same realm to the extreme. It also helps the host have higher means of survival. Ding! Friendly reminder. The new skill acquired by the host can be fused with the original skill, recovery. Would you like to merge the two skills? After reading the information page and the notes on the new skill, the Python couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Thinking about the fusion of two skills, even if the fusion fails, the strongest skill will be retained. The Python confidently muttered, "System. Merge the skills." As soon as the words fell, the system's voice rang out, "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully fused a new skill, perfect recovery." Skill Advantage 1. This skill retains all the advantages of the new skill and improves the recovery time, allowing recovery to be completed within 30 seconds. The daily usage remains the same. Skill Advantage 2. In addition to the daily absolute recovery, this skill also has a certain self-healing ability for injuries, doubling the effect of the old skill recovery. Awesome! With the perfect recovery skill, it's like gaining an extra life. No, it's like having an extra life every day. Endless possibilities. Knowing about the new fused skill, the Python was overjoyed. He already had a bunch of skills, which was already abnormal. Now with this outrageous perfect recovery skill, he could easily kill beasts of the same level, simpler than killing chickens. Additionally, his speed had increased to 100 km per hour, and using the skill could reach up to 500 km per hour, enough to catch up to a high-speed train. If that beastly leopard of the same level dared to prance in front of him, he had a real chance of killing it. He really disliked arrogant villains who relied on speed. At this moment, the Python remembered that he seemed to have a golden level random blind box. He had opened treasure chests before, but he had never opened a blind box. With curiosity piqued, the Python couldn't help but mutter, "System. Open the golden level random blind box." As soon as the words fell, the system's voice sounded again, "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the golden level random blind box." Ding. Congratulations, host. The system has randomly brought you a set of surfing bikinis. Would you like to claim the reward? I'll be damned. I'm a Python now. I'm not a human. Besides, even if I were human, I'm a big dude. I can't wear a bikini. The Python's first time opening a golden random blind box was as disappointing as his expectations were high. But not long after, the system's voice rang out a second time, "Ding. Congratulations, host. The system has randomly brought you a box of DJ calcium milk. Would you like to claim the reward?" The Python remained silent for a long time, then opened his mouth wide and said, "System, thank you, keep it for yourself to drink. I've never even heard of DJ calcium milk." Unfortunately, the system did not respond to the Python. Then the system's voice sounded for the third time, "Ding. Congratulations, host. The system has randomly brought you a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Would you like to claim the reward? Why don't you go die, system? Are you a rich man, system? How about giving me some evolution points? If not, give me a few skills. Or some awesome supernatural powers." The Python was immediately angry. What kind of rewards is the system giving? Even if the system steals from others, it should steal some good stuff for him. About 2 minutes passed, and the system's voice rang out for the fourth time, "Ding. Congratulations, host. The system has stolen a bottle of concentrated chi powder for you. Would you like to claim the reward?" After being speechless for a while, the Python, losing patience, gritted its teeth and said, "No. System. You really don't hold back, the stuff is indeed stolen. But since it's stolen, can't you focus on stealing good things?
Can you steal something good? Do I have to kneel to you? What use do I have for cultivating chi?
After the python finished complaining, a few more minutes passed, and the system's voice rang out for the 5th time, ding. Congratulations, host. The system has randomly stolen 5 corpses of giant beast realm creatures for you.
Would you like to claim the reward? No.
Wait, what?
Yes. Claim it. Claim it immediately. Hearing.
This, the python's mood finally improved. The system had finally stolen something good for him. The next moment, the system's voice continued, ding. Congratulations, host. The reward of 5 corpses of giant beast realm creatures has been stored in your backpack.
When the host needs it, just think about it and it will appear. Ding. Friendly reminder. The distribution of this golden level random blind box reward is complete. Damn it. After all that.
Only the last reward was useful to him. But it was still not bad, at least it was 5 million evolution points. After complaining for a while, the python wriggled its massive body and crawled out of its cave, ready to eat the 5 corpses of giant beast realm creatures stolen by the system. For safety reasons, it was best to dispose of the stolen goods quickly. 2 hours later. Apart from licking some bloody flesh from fish and shrimp in the water, all 5 corpses of giant beast realm creatures were consumed by him. The python successfully gained 5 million evolution points. This was very good, because he already had accumulated over 4,600,000 evolution points. Now with an additional 5 million evolution points, he only needed to hunt a dozen more giant beast realm creatures to evolve again. In a joyful mood, the python wriggled its massive body and slowly emerged from the water. It is worth mentioning that under the night sky, there were still many creatures on the shore, and the fierce competition among them was even more intense than during the day. Predators chasing their prey could be seen everywhere, as well as ambushes in the jungle on the shore and conflicts between creatures. This was the most common situation in the game world of the 10,000 beast continent. However, as soon as the super colossal python appeared, these creatures immediately restrained themselves, fearing to provoke the king inadvertently. In fact, if possible, these predator creatures would prefer not to hunt here. The problem was that the prey was smart. They liked to stay near this water area and river. The wide visibility here made it easy to escape, and there was also the king of the giant beast realm, the python. As a result, these predators naturally restrained themselves a lot. So, they could only follow the prey to this place. Otherwise, only fools would want to hunt under the eyes of the 3 kings of the Tyrant Mountain. After observing for a few rounds and seeing these creatures shivering under his aura, the python suddenly felt very bored. It immediately wriggled its massive body and dived back into the water, returning to its nest to sleep. The next morning, the python woke up early. Don't get it wrong. It wasn't that diligent. Mainly because of its massive size. Now that it had become a strong giant beast realm creature, it naturally wanted to show off more. Especially when it saw those creatures shivering in fear, the python felt very pleased. Just as the python emerged from its underwater cave nest, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind, ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered a selection task. Please choose one of the following tasks to complete and receive rewards. Task 1, now that the host has reached the realm of giant beasts, you must dominate the 8 directions. Please hunt or devour 10 giant beast realm creatures. Then hunt or devour 10 native beast god creatures. Task time, before the game invades the real world. Task reward, 10 million evolution points. 1 golden level designated lottery chance. 1 golden level random blind box. Task 2, now that the host has reached the realm of giant beasts, you must dominate the 8 directions. Please hunt or devour 15 giant beast realm creatures. Then hunt or devour 20 native beast god creatures. Task time, before the game invades the real world. Task reward, 15 million evolution points. 1 golden level designated lottery chance. 2 golden level random blind boxes. Task 3, now that the host has reached the realm of giant beasts, you must dominate the 8 directions. Please hunt or devour 20 giant beast realm creatures. Then hunt or devour 30 native beast god creatures.
Task time, before the game invades the real world. Task reward, 20 million evolution points. 2 golden level designated lottery chances. 2 golden level random blind boxes. Wow! This task from the system. Is it trying to completely elevate my strength to the peak of the giant beast realm before the game invades reality? Especially with 2 golden level designated lottery chances. This thing is really great. You can specify the direction of the lottery. For example, if he lacks powerful attack skills, he can directly use this type of designated lottery chance. Or if he lacks evolution points, he can directly specify the lottery for evolution points. It can be said that this thing is much better than the so-called golden level random blind box. Because with this, you can specify what you want and get it. Compared to the rewards from chests and blind boxes, this is much more reliable. After pondering for a while, Luong began to weigh the pros and cons. Because the difficulty of the 3 tasks is actually not low. There are only 29 days left until the game invades reality. Once he takes on the tasks, it means he won't have any free time. Especially the last 2 tasks, the difficulty is almost increasing. The giant python is also worried that if he accepts the tasks, he might not be able to complete them and miss out on the rewards. But he must obtain the designated lottery skill. Because his current species is the ancient titan python, with a maximum growth of 300 meters, unable to break through the legendary realm. If he wants to break through the legendary realm, he must change to a completely new python bloodline template, become a different type of python, in order to continue to grow stronger without limits. Therefore, after much contemplation, the giant python finally gritted his teeth and decided to choose Task 3. Because the reward for Task 3 is the most generous. What the giant python cannot give up is that Task 3 has 2 designated lottery chances. So he decided to take a risk and give it a try. With nearly 30 days left, he is confident that he can defeat a giant beast realm creature in seconds, ending the battle in just 3 minutes. He is not worried about that. In addition, with his speed skills, he can increase his speed to a maximum of 500 km per hour, making his combat power not to be underestimated. On the contrary, what really gives the giant python a headache is hunting down the native beast god creatures. This is not as simple as it seems, and without the help of the player girl behind him, the difficulty is really high. It's difficult to distinguish the native beast god creatures themselves. Another issue is that there are players behind the native beast god creatures. It is really challenging to hunt them down. Because there are too many uncertain factors. Therefore, if possible, the giant python hopes that the player girl will come online soon. After calming down for a moment, the giant python gritted his teeth and said, "System. I choose Task 3. As soon as the voice fell, the system's voice rang out, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully selected a mission. Please complete the task as soon as possible to receive the reward." After the system's voice disappeared, there was a hint of bitterness in the python's heart. He hadn't even had a chance to celebrate properly after breaking through the giant beast realm, and now he had to get busy again. However, completing the task should not affect his celebration. Besides, he would feel more accomplished celebrating in front of giant beast creatures. After consoling himself, the python suddenly twisted its massive body, with countless thoughts running through its mind, considering how to complete the task before the player girl came online. Or how to hunt down these player beasts. After thinking for a while, the python couldn't come up with a good plan. In the end, the python decided to inform the older brothers about breaking through the giant beast realm, and then discuss with a few younger brothers how to complete the task. After all, 2 heads are better than 1. And that dog's brain is very useful. After a good discussion, they should be able to come up with a feasible solution. At this moment, as the terrifying python emerged from the water, countless creatures on the shore scattered, and many creatures that were busy with their activities also stopped. It wasn't until these creatures watched the python swim towards the river that they returned to their original state. The python, wandering along the river, soon arrived at the bank of the stream on Mount Overlord. Its appearance once again caused a stir,
and upon seeing this scene, the python spoke up, "I am one of the 3 kings of Mount Overlord, having just advanced to the giant beast realm. There is no need to panic." After the python finished speaking, the creatures on the bank calmed down. But many creatures couldn't help but exclaim in disgust, mainly because the python was too large. And it had only been a day, but its size had grown to such a terrifying extent. My goodness! The 3 kings advanced to the giant beast realm in just one day. Yes. And you know what? The 3 kings already had the strength of the giant beast realm before becoming one. Now that they have reached the giant beast realm, their combat power is probably even more terrifying. Isn't that obvious? The 3 kings helped the 2 kings of the Overlord Dragon kill the 2 brothers of the Kong brothers before. Yes. I watched that battle, and I think the 3 kings are now stronger than the 2 kings of the Overlord Dragon. As the creatures discussed, there was soon a commotion in the distant mountains. The python immediately saw the second brother of the Overlord Dragon coming out of the forest. The second brother of the Overlord Dragon also saw the python and was first stunned, then wary, staring at the python with caution and fear. Brother! With the python opening its mouth to speak, the second brother of the Overlord Dragon was stunned, then shook his head in disbelief, looking at the python and saying, "Wow! Little brother, you've broken through to the giant beast realm?" After speaking, the second brother of the Overlord Dragon quickly walked up, looking very excited. Because it had already judged from the python's voice that it was indeed its little brother. But it didn't realize that, due to its excitement, it had killed many creatures while walking. Even if it had noticed, it wouldn't have cared. How could a strong giant beast realm warrior care about the life or death of ants? After arriving by the python's side, and looking it over, the second brother of the Overlord Dragon said, "Not bad. Very good. I thought you would have to at least compete for the giant beast fruit to have a chance." Upon hearing this, the python explained to the second brother of the Overlord Dragon, "Brother, the thing is, I am a player beast creature myself. With the help of the player last night, I quickly advanced to the giant beast realm." After listening, the second brother of the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly realized, then smiled and said, "Brother's luck, opportunity, and potential are all outstanding. Alright, in that case, when we go to compete for the giant beast fruit, our chances will be even greater. Don't ever think that after reaching the giant beast realm, the giant beast fruit will have no effect on us. As a natural treasure, not only can it help peak mutated period creatures advance to the giant beast realm, but it can also enhance the strength of giant beast realm creatures. It just requires a bit more quantity." The giant python humbly nodded its large snake head and said, "Okay, second brother, when the time comes to compete for the giant beast fruit, we will fight side by side." Satisfied, the second brother of the Tyrannosaurus Rex exchanged pleasantries with the giant python for a while before leaving. It came here because it was alarmed by the giant python, thinking there was an external enemy. It turned out that the little brother had broken through to the giant beast realm. Well done! This is truly great news. The contented second brother of the Tyrannosaurus Rex leisurely went back. At this moment, the younger brother who had been unable to contain himself, the hyena, immediately brought the lion brothers and the little white one over. "Big brother, you are truly amazing. It's only been a few days. You have already broken through to the giant beast realm." The white rhinoceros immediately praised. "Damn! This guy dares to vie for my favor?" The hyena felt depressed upon hearing this, and quickly raised its head to flatter, saying, "Big brother, just your size alone, without boasting, I'm afraid there is no creature in the same realm that can match you in the giant beast realm." The lion brothers exchanged a glance. Having secretly studied flattery for a few days, they were clearly confident. The next moment, the 2 brothers immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, tears welling up in their eyes, choked up, "Big brother! Your majestic and powerful figure is 1,000 times more glorious than the father we have never seen in our hearts. We have never had a father since we were young, and only after following you have we experienced the legendary fatherly love. If you don't mind, we are willing to bow to you as our father, show filial piety by your side, and take care of you in your old age." Damn it! The hyena wanted to be my son before. Now you guys want to be my sons too?
For a moment, the giant python was completely bewildered by the younger brothers. At the same time, the hyena was also confused. Did these two bastards secretly learn how to flatter? If these two guys really became the big brother's sons, wouldn't they be climbing over their father's head? The hyena suddenly became anxious, so in its anxiety, it also knelt down with a semblance of sincerity, tears in its eyes, looking affectionately at the giant python. I'm the same. The bewildered little wight, looking at the three companions kneeling on the ground, was somewhat at a loss. Its brain couldn't figure out why the hyena was so anxious, and it couldn't understand why the two brothers had also started to insist on bowing to the big brother as their father. The reason why the two brothers were so determined to bow to the giant python as their father was naturally for a reason. The most important issue is that the big brother has broken through to the giant beast realm, which means they can progress as well. As long as the big brother wishes. The giant beast realm may be difficult. But the mutated period is a piece of cake. Another reason is having a giant beast realm father. They would also be considered second generation on the beast continent. There are many second generations on the beast continent. Just like the Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers are also second generation. Second generation represents having a background, having potential. Even if they don't have potential themselves, as long as the giant python is willing to help them, they will have potential. It's like why the giant python is willing to acknowledge the two big brothers, with many benefits and even having a background, and even a relationship with the two big kings of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which can be useful when needed. Similarly, if they become the giant python's sons, they would have even more relationships. In short, there are too many benefits. This is also the reason why the two brothers are so determined to bow as sons. The hyenas were also worried that these two dogs would climb on their heads. Alright. When I was young and strong, you guys should think about supporting me in my old age. The giant beasts can live for 500 years, what can you offer me for my old age? Upon hearing this, the lion brothers looked at each other awkwardly, unable to speak. As for the hyenas, they tried to please by saying, Big brother is right, I just want to be filial to you. The python looked at the three of them speechlessly, not revealing their ulterior motives. Later, the python looked at the white dog and said, Follow me. After that, the python moved its body and led them to a corner where there were no other creatures around, then stopped. Looking at the four puzzled younger brothers, the python said slowly, I need to hunt 30 sacred beasts of our realm, preferably within 10 to 15 days. Do you have any ideas? With that, the python's gaze turned to the white dog. The white rhinoceros shuddered and said, Big brother, I only know about 7 or 8 sacred beasts. If you need them, I can lure them all here. However, I have an idea. Why don't you announce that you are recruiting younger brothers from the giant realm, under the guise of wanting to nurture potential talents? Upon hearing this, the python was momentarily stunned. After some thought, his eyes lit up. This idea seemed quite feasible. Big brother, this idea seems really good. The lion brothers nodded in agreement, thinking the idea was indeed feasible. The hyenas couldn't think of a better plan and reluctantly agreed, Big brother, you can try. If there aren't enough sacred beasts on Mount Tyrant, we can go to other mountains to lure them. The python, who couldn't think of a better plan at the moment, also nodded and said, Let's give it a try. But these guys are not dumb. I'll leave this matter to you. If anyone can deceive enough of them to satisfy me. I can't guarantee the giant realm, but it shouldn't be too difficult to cultivate you to the mutant stage. Even reaching the peak of the mutant stage shouldn't be too difficult. After this is done, I will reward you based on your contributions. After the python finished speaking, whether it was the lion brothers, the hyenas, or the white rhinoceros, they all became excited. They had almost no doubt about their big brother's abilities. Because what the python said was indeed true. The mutant stage was challenging for them, but if it was the python nurturing them, the difficulty would disappear. For example, why did the lion brothers and hyenas like to steal prey from other predators? It was because they wanted to become stronger. The daily consumption of prey accumulated their essence, and once it reached a certain level, they could naturally enter the mutant stage. Seeing the four younger brothers full of energy, the python nodded in satisfaction.
He hoped for loyal younger brothers who could share his burdens.
Many things could be taken care of by them.
For example, if he had no subordinates at the moment, he would have to handle everything himself. Thinking of this, the python was in a good mood and said, "Very well.
Tomorrow, I will come to see your results. Bring them here to meet me."
After that, the python encouraged them a few more times and mentioned the giant beast fruit, painting many more rosy pictures for them. After doing all this, the python was not worried that the younger brothers would slack off, so he left directly. He had already painted a big enough picture for them, and the younger brothers were still loyal to him, especially the hyenas and lion brothers. Even the white rhinoceros showed some promise.
In the face of absolute interests, pythons do not believe they will remain indifferent.
The cheerful python quickly began to wander near Mount Overlord. Of course, what he paid the most attention to were the mountain peaks of 3 neighbors. After all, the 3 neighbors were a tiger king, a bull king, and an elephant king. It can be said that apart from the difficulty of the elephant king, whether it is the tiger king or the bull king, to be honest, for the current python, there really isn't much pressure. So, naturally, the python set his sights on these 3 good neighbors. Although there would be many giant beasts appearing when fighting for giant beast fruits, the python had never been to the beast mountain, and he didn't want to risk whether the task could be completed in the unclear situation of the beast mountain.
What if something unexpected happened on the way?
But as he carefully surveyed the 3 mountain peaks, the python was surprised to find that he had just crossed into the deep forest where the game world was located, right at Elephant Mountain. After more than an hour of exploration, the python finally started to head back. But on the way back, the python had already made up his mind. He would take action against these 3 giant beast neighbors in the next 2 days. Just then, a familiar and pleasant exclamation suddenly sounded in the python's mind. "Oh my goodness!
Big brother python, have you already broken through the giant beast realm?"
Upon hearing this, the python was momentarily stunned, but then he became happy.
He knew that the player girl had come online. For a moment, the python couldn't help but boast, "That's right. How do I look now? Am I big enough and strong enough?" Not long after, the surprised voice of the player girl rang out, "Big brother python, you are very big now. And super strong too." Upon hearing this, the python also felt a sense of joy. Then he thought about the matter of the girl raising money. His heart immediately became somewhat excited and expectant. Because as long as the game world had not yet invaded reality, recharging could still help him become stronger quickly. It had been almost half a month now. How much money had the girl raised by now? Thinking of this, the python couldn't help but eagerly ask, "How was the harvest this time? How much money did you raise?" At this moment, in an apartment building, Man Tianqing was sitting in front of the computer in her room, her pretty face full of joy. Although her living environment had changed from a villa to a 3-bedroom apartment, she didn't mind because money would be useless in a month. Therefore, she had successfully persuaded her father to empty his savings. At the same time, under her persuasion, her father finally agreed to play this game, the Beast Continent, tonight. As for her father's favorite beast god, it was probably beyond anyone's imagination. At this moment, when faced with the python's inquiry, Man Tianqing was first stunned, then excitedly said, "Big brother python, I've raised just over 10 billion. But my family has no money left now. My dad sold many industries and cashed out many company stocks in Myanmar to make up the amount." Why am I telling you all this, big brother? You wouldn't understand." At this point, Man Tianqing, speechless, patted her forehead with her jade hand and said happily, "Big brother python, wait a moment, I'll go recharge for you." At the same time, in the game world, the python in the game world, a faint white light once again emanated from his body. The python knew that this was the power of the worlds will blessing him. It was estimated that the money the girl Man Tianqing recharged had all been transformed into extremely pure power. A few minutes later, bathed in the white light, the python heard the voice of the system, "Ding. Detected that the worlds will is injecting pure power into the host, the system will collect the pure power on behalf of the host, convert it into evolution points, and distribute it to the host after calculating in the same proportion."
while the python was still confused. He then found that the will of the world gave him power as if it had been absorbed, and the faint white light around him disappeared once again. At the same time, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host. The pure energy given to the host by the will of the world amounts to 5 million evolution points. It has been successfully deposited into the host's account."
Wow!
10 billion in cash.
Only worth 5 million evolution points?
But after careful calculation, the python felt that there was no problem. The initial 2 billion helped him advance to the peak of the mutant period, which only cost 2 billion.
Converted into evolution points, it's only 1 million evolution points.
1 million evolution points elevated him from the early adult stage to the peak of the mutant period.
And evolving to the giant beast realm requires 5 million evolution points. Now, evolving to the mid-stage of the giant beast realm requires 250 million evolution points.
In other words, if converted into cash, it would require 50 billion.
No wonder so many people can't afford it at all. How many people can afford this kind of setup?
Unless they are weaker creatures, but unfortunately, weaker creatures do not require much funding.
The problem is that the potential limit is there.
For example, once the python reaches the peak of the giant beast realm, he can rely on hunting hundreds of giant beast realm creatures, or 100 peak giant beast realm creatures to advance to the legendary realm.
But the python cannot really do that.
Hundreds of giant beast realm creatures, like cabbages.
Is it that easy? How is that possible? Not to mention 100 peak giant beast realm creatures.
Most of these creatures that reach the peak of the giant beast realm are accumulating essence and advancing to the legendary realm, with rich combat power and combat experience.
After all, how low is the probability of advancing to legendary?
In other words, the will of the 10,000 beasts continent seems unfriendly to all creatures. Almost 400 giant beast realm creatures must die to create one legendary realm. This ratio means that it may take 1,000 creatures to produce one that can become a legendary realm, or this ratio may be even more exaggerated.
But the python is different.
Once he changes to a higher bloodline template with a higher limit, not only will his limit be higher, but the evolution points needed for breakthroughs won't be so terrifying. He can completely ignore the rules of this game world and follow the rules of the system directly. Once he changes to a template with higher potential, he only needs to accumulate enough evolution points, and the system will help him easily advance to the legendary realm. At this point, the system's voice sounded, "Ding."
As the host thought.
According to the rules of this system, the system will naturally help the host spend the least amount of resources and easily break through to higher realms. The host does not need to worry about the issue of their own talent limit, just need to periodically change to a new bloodline template with high potential, and then the host can mindlessly earn evolution points.
Hearing the system's voice, the python couldn't help but sigh. It's really different with or without hanging. If he didn't hang, even if he was reborn into the game world and became the main beast god of the reborn player, he would only reach the giant beast realm, and the higher realm difficulty would be too great, almost impossible to achieve. After all, the python couldn't guarantee that he was the dragon and phoenix among beasts. At this moment, the voice of the Loli filled the sky with stars and confusion came to the python's mind again. "Big brother python, what are you daydreaming about? Are you feeling the change in strength?"
Coming back to his senses, the python helplessly opened his mouth wide and said, "No, the money you spent didn't help me break through a small realm. If you rely solely on your spending and don't need my efforts, you probably need to spend 40 billion.
After hearing the words of the python, the little girl was stunned.
Although she knew that the in-game spending was outrageous, she didn't expect that so much funding would be needed from the early stages to the middle stages of the giant beast realm. But thinking about a player in the game mentioning that it might take 7 to 8 billion to advance to the early stages of the giant beast realm, she felt more at ease. It seemed that her own spending on her main beast wasn't that unreasonable. Thinking about this, the little girl's worries turned into joy, and she couldn't help but whisper, "Big brother python, please work harder. And since you've already reached the giant beast realm, you can strive for opportunities. I heard players say that there is a natural treasure in your world called the giant beast fruit, which can make you stronger when consumed. I also heard that there are many natural treasures in your world.
Otherwise, Big Brother Python, you should also be diligent and search around, right? If not, you can just eat those smaller creatures than you. Upon hearing this, the python helplessly said, "You're a player, are you asking me to work harder? And I have been working so hard, I even gave you a surprise. It took you so long to gather 10 billion in funds. Reflect on yourself, have you been putting in effort?" After hearing the python's words, the little girl said with a grievance, "Big Brother Python, I have been working hard, I even emptied my father's assets. I really can't come up with any more money, our family owes a lot of money." Upon hearing this, the python also realized that the girl player had managed to gather 12 billion in total. Thinking about this, the python suddenly understood. It seemed that the girl player had reached her limit. And being able to gather tens of billions within half a month is really not easy in the real world. So, it seems that this player girl really hasn't been lazy. With this in mind, the python's tone softened and said, "Alright. It looks like I have to work harder myself." Then, the python couldn't help but think about the method mentioned by the player girl, the method of mass hunting ordinary creatures to gather evolution points, which seemed to be a way to become stronger. However, as soon as the python had this thought, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Friendly reminder to the host. When the host hunts creatures much weaker than the host's own strength to gather evolution points, this method is not feasible. Because the stronger the host's own strength, the lower the proportion of evolution points obtained by hunting weaker creatures. Currently, when the host hunts an adult creature, the proportion of evolution points obtained is 1 point for 100 pounds of flesh and blood. As for creatures below the adult stage, the proportion of evolution points obtained by the host will be even lower, as the effect of these flesh and blood essences on the host has become increasingly minimal." Upon hearing the system's voice, the python was dumbfounded. Wow! Flesh and blood will depreciate as well? In other words, the stronger he becomes, the fewer evolution points he will obtain even if he devours weaker creatures. It even reached a point where it would take 100 pounds of flesh and blood for 1 evolution point? But upon careful consideration, the python felt it was normal. No wonder creatures in the giant beast realm hardly ever preyed on these common creatures on a large scale. Whether they were in the juvenile stage or the adult stage, they didn't care. Because for them, accumulating flesh and blood essence from these creatures was almost negligible, and had almost lost its value. Unless they were in a whimsical mood or feeling playful, they might play with these creatures like ants to pass the time. Perhaps the blackback gorilla was like that in the beginning. So, it was understandable why the python was so angry when it was defied in the past. Because in the eyes of the creatures in the realm of behemoths, as long as they have not reached the realm of behemoths, except for those mutant peak creatures with extraordinary talents and huge potential, basically they are all ants that can be easily crushed. At this moment, a weak and aggrieved voice of a little girl sounded, "Big Python, your efforts are also for your own good." The python waved his hand after hearing this and said, "Alright, I understand. There may be something I need your help with in the next few days. Remember to contact me tomorrow. Since you can't make money anyway, just cooperate with me well. It's not like you have anything better to do." In the next moment, the little girl said sadly, "I know. I will listen to you, Big Python." If it weren't for the invasion of reality by the game a month later, she wouldn't tolerate this kind of treatment. In the world now, she has a bunch of followers, central air conditioning, considerate and warm-hearted men who flatter her. Her nickname as the Little Fairy is not just for show. Thinking of this, the little girl's eyes lit up. Among these pursuers, she remembered that there were a few with good family backgrounds. Maybe she could come up with some money to spend on the python. Thinking this, the little girl didn't say it to the python. Instead, she wanted to surprise the python so as not to be criticized for not working hard. Just thinking about it made her feel wronged and angry. As for the python, he returned to his cave in a happy mood. Later, the python also told the player girl that he needed her help with something. When the little girl learned that the python was going to hunt down the player's totem beast, she was shocked. Others may not know what a totem beast means, but she knows it very well. Before the game invaded reality, the world was on the brink of complete chaos.
natural disasters, man-made calamities, marine life absorbing enough nuclear waste to produce mutated creatures, a virus experiment leaked from a top-secret research lab, creating an incredibly terrifying infectious virus that turns victims into zombie-like creatures. And this virus is highly contagious, spreading through various means, including airborne transmission, leading to infections in both animals and plants, causing mutations. And this is just the beginning. If you think it's over, even the mutated creatures and zombies are not as terrifying. The most frightening thing is that all human weapons, including the equipment to produce them, disappeared, plunging humanity into the era of primitive weapons. Subsequently, mutated creatures, nuclear mutants, and the invasion of the game world into the real world led to the complete downfall of humanity. Even the few surviving weapons experts could not produce weapons because the will of the game world intervened, not allowing the existence of weapons, and any creature that defied the will of the game world had to die. In addition, the Earth became a small and insignificant territory of the game world, and it is said that the destruction of Earth's civilization was also influenced by extraterrestrial beings, who also wanted to invade Earth, resulting in a one-way trip. As for what happened next, she didn't know. But this also meant that the totem beast creature was very important. Once the totem beast is lost, there is no chance of turning things around in the future. But after some thought, the little girl was speechless. In her previous life, she lived so miserably, and she was worried about others? Maybe she should take care of herself first. With this in mind, the little girl hardened her heart. Then, in a soft and proud tone, she said, "Don't worry, Big Python, it's just 30 players from the game world. If you need my help later, I will definitely help you solve the problem." After listening, the Python nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right. You can log off now. Remember to log in tomorrow, no need to wait for me." After getting the permission of the giant python, the little girl said happily, "Okay, Big Brother Python." After speaking, she hurriedly went offline. As for the python, he was uninterested and took a nap. When he woke up, he still felt somewhat aimless. He was not used to this sudden relaxation in life. He always felt that he needed to work harder. After all, evolving to the early stage of the giant beast realm only required 5 million evolution points. But now, evolving to the mid-stage of the giant beast realm required 250 million evolution points. As for the late stage of the giant beast realm and the peak of the giant beast realm, the required evolution points would probably be even more terrifying. After some contemplation, the python suddenly moved its massive body and made a decision in its heart: it couldn't be lazy like this. Since it was idle anyway, it might as well kill a neighbor to relieve boredom. As for which neighbor to kill, it already had a target in mind. Let's start by killing the Black Tiger King. Remember, the dog once said. The Black Tiger King took in the Northeast Tiger cub Xiao Fei, who had betrayed him in the past. This was a good excuse, and at the same time, he could use his actions to tell the cubs that if they dared to betray him, the final outcome would be miserable. Brothers, have you heard? The ancient Titan Python on Mount Tyrant has become a strong figure in the giant beast realm. At this moment, on the bank of the Black Tiger Mountain River, two Northeast tigers who had a good relationship were eating freshly killed beef and chatting. Upon hearing this, the Northeast Tiger cub Xiao Fei fell silent. This news spread throughout the surrounding mountains overnight. It knew very well, especially after learning the identity of the ancient Titan Python, who was once its big brother, it regretted it deeply. Unfortunately, what's done is done, as it had already joined the Black Tiger King's ranks. Moreover, its position among the cubs under the Black Tiger King was not high. There were over 100 adult tigers under the Black Tiger King's command. Each of them had decent strength, and it was because of its strength that it was more powerful than other adult tigers of the same level, which led it to join the Black Tiger King's ranks as a lackey. Furthermore, apart from being the totem beast, they had no outstanding features. Wanting to stand out among the cubs and gain recognition was extremely difficult. "Why aren't you talking, brother?" Seeing Xiao Fei ignoring it, the Northeast Tiger cub Xiao Shui was puzzled. "Stop bothering me, can't you? Get lost." Xiao Fei couldn't control his emotions and became extremely angry. "What the hell do you mean? Just because you joined the Big King's ranks a few days before me? Who do you think you are? Xiao Shui also became displeased immediately. Just as the two tigers were about to clash, a scolding voice came, "You two, shut up now. If you keep arguing, I'll beat you to death. The big king's good brother is about to arrive, hurry up and gather to show respect. If the big king gets angry and punishes me, I'll beat you two bastards." A 6-meter-tall giant tiger with a dark face walked up, glaring at the two tigers with a cold gaze and a fierce tone. These two cubs were assigned to its command. If anything happened, it would naturally be held responsible. Tonight was the day the Black Tiger King entertained his good brothers. If anything went wrong, it would not escape punishment. After hearing the leader's words, they dared not talk back. Because the leader was a mutant existence, it was not difficult for it to kill them, especially since its speed was very fast, as if it had awakened a speed-type skill at random, moving like the wind. Therefore, even among the 4 leaders under the Black Tiger King, its position was very high. Soon, under the leadership of the leader, all the tiger cubs were in their positions. At a glance, the scene was imposing, with over 100 tiger cubs standing at intervals. The Black Tiger King, over 30 meters tall, stood in front of the cave entrance on the mountaintop, gazing into the distance, waiting for his good brothers to arrive. Without letting it wait for long, a super white tiger quickly appeared in the field of vision, closing the distance rapidly in just a few leaps. In less than 2 minutes, the super white tiger appeared in front of the eyes. "Brother! You finally came!" Seeing this scene, the Black Tiger King immediately opened his big bloody mouth and laughed. Although they were not blood brothers, they had fought side by side many times, and even in times of hardship, they never gave up on each other, making their relationship even better than blood brothers. Later, by a chance encounter, they discovered a strange treasure ginseng. After each ate half of it, they both broke through the giant beast realm, achieving a great leap forward. Even after becoming giant beasts, they often met each other. Although becoming legendary beings was unimaginable, the giant beast realm was enough for them to live freely. "Ha ha! Brother, you still look as impressive as ever after so many years." The two brothers were sizing each other up while exchanging pleasantries. At this moment, the Black Tiger King inadvertently saw a huge creature appearing in the mountain river and quickly coming ashore. Upon seeing this scene, the Black Tiger King's face darkened, unsure why the giant python appeared here. It naturally knew the details of the giant python, one of the 3 kings of the Tyrant Mountain. The Tyrant Mountain was currently in the limelight, and even it did not want to provoke them. "What's wrong, brother?" Seeing his good brother frown, the white tiger was puzzled, then followed his gaze and also saw the figure of the giant python. The white tiger looked at the Black Tiger King in confusion. "Brother, are there more friends coming?" The Black Tiger King shook his head and said, "I don't know it, nor do I have any relationship with it. And it seems like it's up to no good. But it shouldn't be. I have no grudges with it." Hearing this, the white tiger's gaze sharpened, and it said, "Then let's go see what it wants to do." The Black Tiger King also nodded, then said, "Brother, you rest for a while first, I'll go and come back." Then, it looked at its subordinates and said, "All of you come with me to take a look." After that, it led its subordinates with an imposing manner and headed over. A few minutes later, the two sides met in a dense forest. Seeing the imposing Black Tiger King and its subordinates approaching, the giant python was also somewhat surprised. Then, it casually glanced around and unexpectedly saw the figure of the little brother who had betrayed him in the past. In addition, the giant python also unexpectedly discovered a deeply impressed northeast tiger beside this little brother who had betrayed him. Wasn't this the guy who urinated in his den in the past? But looking at the other party's appearance, it was clear that he did not recognize him. But it was normal to think about it. Probably this guy couldn't even dream that his size had reached such a huge level now, right? Furthermore, with a maximum speed of 500 miles per hour, the giant python was not worried that these two guys could escape. With their speed, it was almost impossible to escape in front of the giant python today. At this point, the Black Tiger King spoke, but his tone was somewhat unfriendly. "Brother, you entered my territory for no reason, isn't that inappropriate?" Seeing this scene, the giant python was indifferent. "What's wrong with entering your territory? You dare to recruit the little brother who betrayed me. Have you ever thought that I, the king, would come looking for trouble?" Hearing this, the Black Tiger King was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the surrounding subordinates and slowly said, "Who is the former little brother of the three kings of the Tyrant Mountain? Come out by yourself, don't make me personally find you." At these words, little Faye trembled, and if you observed carefully, you would see that it had started to shiver. In the end, it still didn't dare to hide, but shivered and stiffly moved its steps, walking out from the group of tiger lackeys.
Seeing this scene, the handsome guy next to him couldn't help but laugh.
No wonder this guy's temper suddenly became so irritable.
This guy turned out to be a traitor lackey of the three kings of the Overlord Mountain. Thinking of this, the handsome guy couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. When the lackey dared to betray, isn't this like lighting a lamp in a toilet to find feces?
But at this moment, the python suddenly opened its huge mouth and said, "And the guy
who was laughing and gloating next to it just now also came out."
Hearing this, the gloating handsome guy was stunned, then subconsciously looked around, only to see the other tiger lackeys around discreetly distancing themselves from him. Seeing this scene, the handsome guy looked incredulously at the python, his eyes full of doubt, and whispered cautiously, "Are you talking about me, Your Majesty?" Before the python could speak, the Black Tiger King impatiently opened its huge mouth and said, "You, get out of here too." Hearing this, the handsome guy's heart trembled, nervously approached the python, and soon stood in front of the python alongside Xiao Fei, his body trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Xiao Fei knelt down with a thud, crying and saying, "Big brother, I really didn't mean to betray you in the first place. It's just that the enemy was chasing me, and you weren't around, so I had no choice but to seek refuge in the Black Tiger Mountain.
I know I was wrong." Sob. Watching the crying Xiao Fei, the python's cold snake eye showed no emotion, and it remained silent. Instead, it turned to the handsome guy and opened its huge mouth, saying, "What? Can't recognize this king so soon? Where did your courage go when you peed at the entrance of this king's den?" Upon hearing the python's words, the Black Tiger King beside him was also somewhat astonished. These two guys are really asking for trouble. One lackey was doing fine but ended up betraying the big brother. The other was even more reckless, directly provoking and offending a giant beast-level creature. At the same time, upon hearing the python's words, the handsome guy was stunned. It raised its tiger head in disbelief, looking at the python, and tremblingly said, Are you the ancient Titan python from before? How is this possible? In just half a month, how could you become a giant beast-level powerhouse? Absolutely impossible." Hearing this, the python sneered, "What? Are you scared now? Weren't you running very fast before? Show me how fast you can run now." Upon hearing this, the handsome guy turned around without a word and ran. But the next moment, a mutated tiger pounced and beat him up. Then it left the half-dead handsome guy in front of the python, with a pleasing look in its eyes. Seeing this scene, the python couldn't help but look at it more, then opened its huge mouth and directly swallowed the two northeast tigers as snacks. The next moment, the system's voice rang out, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured 2 life beast god creatures. Current task completion February 30th. Damn! Both of these guys are life beast gods?" The puzzled python fell into contemplation. After seriously recalling, it remembered that this guy had fought with a life beast god lion before, and he was present at the time, indeed a life beast god creature. Seeing this scene, the Black Tiger King opposite spoke, "Brother, you have avenged your grievances. If there's nothing else, we can be friends. My good brother is here today, so why don't you join us as well?" Upon hearing this, the python was somewhat speechless. The Black Tiger King's attitude changed so quickly, making him hesitate to take action. But he knew he couldn't agree to the other party, otherwise how could he fight? Thinking of this, the python suddenly opened its huge mouth and said, "Be a guest? What kind of guest? You dare to accept even the little brother who betrayed me? Can I take this as a challenge to me?" Hearing the python's arrogant words, the Black Tiger King immediately became furious, his tiger eyes flashing with cold light. "Ignorant! Since you don't want to be a guest, get out of my territory. Or, is your real purpose to challenge me to a fight?" Obviously, the Black Tiger King also knew that the python was not to be trifled with this time,
and he immediately lost his temper. Although the python had not yet reached the level of a giant beast, its fighting power had already spread to the surrounding mountains. But it knew that without the help of its giant beast brother, it would be impossible for the python to defeat a giant beast-level powerhouse alone. Therefore, although it feared the python's fighting power, it was not afraid to the point of being scared. Very well. Let's fight. Use your life to show all creatures how powerful I am. Both of you come at me. The other one too, don't hide, to me you are just ants that can be crushed at will. Upon hearing the python's words, the Black Tiger King became even more enraged. At this point, the White Tiger also no longer concealed himself and stepped out from the forest behind. In the next moment, countless little brothers scattered in all directions, afraid of being affected by the upcoming battle. After all, they had no qualifications to participate in the battle between giant beast-level powerhouses, and even being affected could cost them their lives. At the same time, the two giant beast-level Tiger Kings glanced at each other, then without a word, they rushed towards the python at a very fast speed. This speed, even the python nodded secretly. These two old tigers are really fast. Their top speed can reach 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. Even if they couldn't beat ordinary giant beast-level creatures, their speed advantage could make them fearless. Because even if they couldn't win, they could still run. But facing the python, this speed was not enough. If they didn't run at the same time, they wouldn't be able to escape from under the python's nose. Die for me. At this moment, the charging Black Tiger King immediately opened his huge mouth. In the next moment, a terrifying black flame surged out and instantly hit the python. Even though the python had already activated its defenses, it still felt extremely painful all over its body when the black flame landed on it, and finally managed to extinguish the flames after a few dodges. In fact, it could have completely avoided it. But the reason the python didn't dodge was mainly due to its arrogance. Perhaps it was because of its inflated strength. The python was a bit arrogant. Faced with other giant beast-level early-stage creatures, it had developed a sense of disdain. Thinking of this, the python's attitude also changed slightly, and it became more serious towards the two giant tigers. At this moment, the white tiger, who had been prepared for a long time, quietly appeared from behind, and its sharp claws instantly tore through the python's huge body, causing blood to flow out like a torrent. The intense pain made the python open its huge mouth and turn its head to bite at the White Tiger King, but missed. Because the White Tiger King, who had already succeeded in his attack, had already moved a great distance away. Obviously, he had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle with the python. At the same time, as the python turned to bite the White Tiger King, the Black Tiger King opened his mouth and spewed out another terrifying surge of black flames, which landed on the python's body. Their coordination was seamless. The python, who was attacked again, had already anticipated it. No wonder these two could become good brothers. Their coordination was even more tacit than the three brothers of Jin Gang. Not bad. Very good. But with just these tricks, are you trying to tickle me? After extinguishing the black flames on his body, the giant python calmly taunted the two Tiger Kings. Then, his terrifying and massive snake body coiled up, with the snake head raised more than 30 meters high, ready to wait for the best opportunity to attack. The reason he was so disdainful of these two early-stage Tiger Kings was that they dared not engage him in close combat. In addition, he could make countless mistakes, with the worst outcome being injury. But these two Black and White Tiger Kings could not afford to make a mistake, not even once. Because if they made one mistake, it would mean death once the python seized the opportunity. This meant that no matter how these two Tiger Kings struggled, they would ultimately meet their end. Despite the python's taunts, the Black Tiger King sneered and stared at the python, mocking, not very skilled, but quite arrogant. The python did not bother to argue with these two. Because soon these two would know whether he was truly skilled. At the same time, although the python appeared to focus entirely on the Black Tiger King, he did not forget about the White Tiger. This White Tiger was very good at sneak attacks, especially when he was distracted. He would always launch a surprise attack. As expected, after several probing attacks, seeing that the python's reaction speed was slow, the two brothers became even more confident. With their slow speed, they believed they could easily defeat the python. At the same time, the python, who was deliberately lulling the two brothers, was also looking for the best opportunity. Even as he sustained numerous wounds from the brothers during this process, he paid no attention. Let these two brothers enjoy their moment of triumph. If they were not allowed to feel triumphant, how could they gain confidence and blindly believe they could defeat him? Seeing the python constantly in a defensive stance, the Black Tiger King couldn't help but mock, "Is that all? Your mouth is much bigger than your skills. Here it comes. The opportunity has arrived. This guy is once again drawing his attention. And he will definitely seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack." As expected, just as the python pretended to be completely focused on the Black Tiger King, a sudden gust of wind came from behind. The python immediately guessed that the White Tiger King was launching another surprise attack. "This old sixth. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The python sneered inwardly, then swiftly turned his head, opened his huge mouth without hesitation, and bit towards the flying White Tiger King. Seeing this scene, the White Tiger King, who was charging forward, was instantly stunned. How could this guy react so quickly? Was he pretending earlier? Without time to think further, the White Tiger King, unable to control his body in midair, finally gritted his teeth and aimed his sharp claws at the python's cold snake eyes. Regardless of the creature, the eyes are the most vulnerable. If the python didn't want to be blinded, he had to retreat. But to his surprise, the python did not retreat at all. Just as the White Tiger King was about to claw at his eyes, the python dodged, then opened his mouth wide and bit down on the White Tiger King's waist. With the terrifying force of the python's bite, the White Tiger King let out a painful scream. But the python paid no attention and injected a large amount of venom into the White Tiger King the moment he bit down. Seeing this, the nearby Black Tiger King was stunned. It never expected that its elder brother would make a mistake. What's more, the python's speed was unexpectedly fast. In other words, this guy had deliberately feigned weakness to deceive them. This despicable guy. How sneaky. Without much thought, worrying about the safety of the White Tiger King, the Black Tiger King dared not let the python entangle the White Tiger King. In the beast continent, almost all creatures know that once entangled by python-like creatures, especially when the size is smaller than the python, being entangled means death. "Brother! I'll help you." After a roar, the Black Tiger King leaped up directly. Upon hearing the commotion, the giant python instantly loosened its gaping mouth. It never had the intention of entangling and killing its opponent. Because the White Tiger King, now poisoned by its fangs, could only wait for death. Therefore, after releasing its gaping mouth, the giant python turned and charged towards the approaching Black Tiger King. Seeing the even more terrifying speed of the giant python, the Black Tiger King trembled a bit, then roared without hesitation, "Brother, run. This guy is very fast. Much faster than us." After speaking, when the Black Tiger King was less than 100 meters away from the python, it leaped in an attempt to pass over the python's head instead of confronting it head-on. Obviously, it was just trying to delay the python to give its brother a chance to escape. But upon seeing this scene, the giant python couldn't help but laugh. Who looks down on someone from 100 meters high? Do you really think I can't jump? The next moment, the giant python instantly gathered strength in its body, like an arrow, charging straight at the Black Tiger King, closing the distance between them infinitely in the air. Seeing this, the Black Tiger King was instantly stunned. Damn! Can a python gather strength to jump so high? The next moment, in the air, the Black Tiger King couldn't avoid the python at all. Feeling a bit panicked, it frantically swung its claws, trying to knock the python down. But it was all in vain. After the giant python's body flew out like an arrow, it opened its gaping mouth in midair and bit the hind leg of the Black Tiger King in one go. The next moment, the Black Tiger King couldn't help but let out a painful scream. But as soon as the giant python bit the Black Tiger King, it didn't let go, injecting a large amount of venom into the wound with its fangs. Bang! When both massive bodies fell to the ground, they instantly crushed many huge trees. At this moment, the Black Tiger King opened its gaping mouth and spat black flames at the giant python. Under the scorching heat of the flames, the giant python easily released its grip, and the Black Tiger King immediately seized the opportunity to create distance. By this time, its brother had already escaped from the python and was far away. As the giant python rubbed its huge snake head on the ground, finally extinguishing the flames, it couldn't help but smile, opening its gaping mouth and saying, "Not bad, you guys are pretty fast runners." Hearing this, the White Tiger King and the Black Tiger King in the distance had fierce expressions, but their eyes were particularly gloomy. Since the giant python no longer concealed its speed, they immediately realized the extent of the gap between them. Watching the giant python's carefree behavior, the Black Tiger King's face turned ugly, then opened its gaping mouth and said, "Brother, let's go. This guy's combat power is much stronger than rumored, and with this speed, it will be very difficult for us to defeat it." At this point, the Black Tiger King gritted its teeth and looked at the giant python, feeling defeated. "I thought those guys were exaggerating your achievements, so I never took you seriously.
But only after fighting you did I realize they weren't exaggerating at all.
Among creatures of the same level, there won't be many early-stage beasts in the giant beast realm who can defeat you." Obviously, the Black Tiger King acknowledged the giant python's formidable strength. Especially the terrifying speed of the giant python made them fearful. Because if the speed shown just now was only occasional bursts, it would be fine. But the way they saw the giant python, it didn't seem like it was preparing for a burst of speed. Thinking this, the Black Tiger King was already filled with fear.
If we lose, we can always find another territory. After speaking, the Black Tiger King turned around and prepared to leave. Upon seeing this scene, the giant python couldn't help but laugh, opening its huge mouth and saying, "Go? Where do you think you're going? Do you really think I would let you go?"
Upon hearing this, the Black Tiger King instantly became nervous. With red eyes, it glared at the giant python and gritted its teeth, saying, "Are you really going to fight us to the death?"
No. Fighting to the death is not necessary.
Besides, you two are not qualified to fight me to the death." After hearing this, the giant python opened its mouth wide, shaking its head with a smile. The enraged Black Tiger King was about to speak again when suddenly there was a thud. Turning to look, the Black Tiger King was instantly shocked to see its elder brother lying on the ground foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Seeing this, the Black Tiger King panicked and anxiously asked, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" The giant python, upon seeing this, opened its mouth wide and said, "All right, no need to call out, your brother is probably dying soon, and so are you. Earlier, I gave you two brothers a bite, did you really think it was just a simple bite? My venomous fangs are extremely deadly to creatures of the same level, you two brothers will become a pair of fugitive brothers after you go down." Before the angry Black Tiger King could respond, it suddenly started bleeding from its 5 orifices, and then its massive body fell to the ground with a thud. After falling to the ground, the Tiger King brothers convulsed for 2 more minutes before eventually losing their life. Seeing this scene, the giant python approached in a joyful mood, coiled around the bodies of the 2 brothers before swallowing them whole. Because the bodies of the 2 brothers were so large, it was quite difficult for the python to swallow them without coiling around them. Just as the python finished swallowing the 2 Tiger Kings, the system's voice rang out, "Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured an early-stage giant beast Black Tiger King. Earned 1 million evolution points. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured an early-stage giant beast White Tiger King. Earned 1 million evolution points. Congratulations, host. Successfully hunted or devoured 2 early-stage giant beasts. Current task progress February 20th. After listening to the system's voice, the giant python felt elated. If it could devour the other 2 neighbors as well, then it would have completed 1/5 of the task of hunting and devouring giant beasts. However, for the python, hunting giant beasts was not a difficult task at all. On the contrary, it was more about how many powerful creatures its 3 younger brothers could lure over. If they could attract a good number, the task could probably be completed in a few days. Thinking about this, the giant python couldn't help but feel delighted. Looking at the sky that had already darkened, the python was about to leave when suddenly a faint voice came from the distant jungle. When it turned its massive snake head to look, it saw the previously fast and agile saber-toothed tiger, about 5 to 6 meters tall, looking at it with a pleasing expression and asking softly, "Great king, since you have defeated the Black Tiger Mountain, does that mean Black Tiger Mountain will now belong to the Mountain of Tyrants? Upon hearing this, the giant python was momentarily stunned, then nodded slightly and said with its mouth wide open, "Correct. The territory of the Black Tiger King naturally belongs to the Mountain of Tyrants. As for the original subordinates of the Black Tiger King, they are free to stay. You go and report to the 2 tyrant dragon kings of the Mountain of Tyrants." With that, the giant python swayed its massive body and turned to leave. The mutated saber-toothed tiger, now granted permission by the giant python, was overjoyed. In this way, after merging with the Mountain of Tyrants, the original subordinates of the Black Tiger King, aside from those who voluntarily left, would now be under its jurisdiction, elevating its status significantly compared to the previous 4 leaders. The python returned to its den and immediately fell asleep, having expended a lot of energy in the battle. Unbeknownst to the python, while it slept, its subordinates, the lion brothers, the rhinoceros Little White, and the dog, were all working hard for it. Let's talk about the dog first. The dog, who was busy gathering its younger brothers, naturally learned that its big brother had defeated the Black Tiger King. Upon hearing that its big brother had defeated the Black Tiger King, the dog worked even harder. That night, it ran to Black Tiger Mountain to recruit the totem beast, the mutated saber-toothed tiger. Upon learning the dog's identity, the saber-toothed tiger cooperated respectfully, as it knew that the dog was the number 1 underling of the 3 kings of the Overlord Mountain. Although the dog's strength was ridiculously weak, its status among the 3 kings of the Overlord Mountain was not low, so the saber-toothed tiger naturally wanted to maintain a good relationship. Furthermore, upon learning that the dog was recruiting totem beasts for the 3 kings, the saber-toothed tiger helped inquire around and received quite a few responses on Black Tiger Mountain. Of course, among this vast group of creatures, there were definitely totem beasts who did not join. These creatures were extremely vigilant and would not easily reveal that they were totem beasts. In this gaming world, there were still many powerful creatures who held great malice towards totem beasts, or envied and were jealous of them. Therefore, except for some totem beasts who were frustrated or not vigilant enough and were persuaded to join, almost none of the other totem beasts were easily persuaded. While the dog was recruiting subordinates for the python, the lion brothers were even more outrageous, directly recruiting totem beasts under the guise of becoming the python's adopted children. They told these totem beasts that as long as they were totem beasts with certain potential and talent, they could not only become close subordinates, but also possibly be adopted by the python as their father, taking a direct step towards greatness. This great temptation indeed attracted many totem beasts. After all, not all the players behind these totem beasts were reliable. There were many totem beasts whose players were very unreliable. These unreliable players not only could not provide help but often snatched their prey. For example, among the totem beasts that the lion brothers recruited, one totem beast, the African lion, couldn't help but complain, "You guys are just players without strength behind you. You have no idea how miserable I am. If it weren't for this player, I would have advanced to the mutated stage long ago. This player is really a damn nuisance. Every time I hunt, he takes away my prey, claiming to help me preserve it. But in reality, he just hoards it and almost starved me to death several times, only letting me eat some of the prey I caught myself." At this point, the African lion couldn't help but grit its teeth and say, if that was all, it would be fine. But when I decided to stop hunting altogether, this player not only stopped pretending but also threatened me, saying that I would have to eat carrion for the rest of my life. Otherwise, if I dared to hunt, he would steal my prey. Upon hearing about the plight of the African lion totem beast, the other 2 totem beasts were stunned. At this moment, the silent and ugly black mountain goat couldn't help but say in a depressed tone, "What about me? The player behind me calls me useless and tells me to die. He says that my existence is a waste of air, and every time he logs in, he snatches my fresh grass, then curses me every day, saying how he awakened to such a useless thing like me. Once I was lucky enough to pick up something that seemed like a treasure, but then he took it away from me and said that I didn't deserve to have such a piece of junk and told me to go eat shit. Damn! That's just too much." At this moment, even the lion brothers couldn't help but be speechless. They had always thought that these sacred beasts were all lucky ones. But when they came into contact with these sacred beasts, they realized that the reality was not exactly as they had imagined.
Among these sacred beasts, there were also those who were frustrated.
Just like the 4 they had brought in, they were basically all frustrated. At this moment, even the African lion, a sacred beast, felt some sympathy for the goat. That was a treasure from heaven and earth. This thing had the opportunity to ascend in one step. At the very least, eating it could directly break through to the mutation period. But the result was that it was taken away by the player behind it. This was even more tragic than its own situation.
We are all in the same boat. Other creatures think we are lucky. But only we know how miserable our lives are. Hearing this, the lion brothers looked at each other and quickly comforted, "It's okay. Once you become the little brothers of the big brother and perform well, you might even be adopted by the big brother. By then, no one will dare to bully you anymore." After hearing this, the African lion gritted its teeth and said, "Brothers, you misunderstood me. If I could, I would like to kill that idiot player behind me." The black goat, on the other hand, remained silent and very depressed. Obviously, after being constantly attacked by the player behind it, it had lost a lot of confidence and didn't even know why it was alive. Was it its fault for being ugly? Was it its fault for being weak? On the other side, Little White was also pretending to be a giant python, deceiving 7 or 8 sacred beasts it knew. Not only that, it also chatted with these 7 or 8 sacred beast friends in a friendly manner, chatting enthusiastically. "Brothers, not to brag, but I'm doing much better than you guys now. Since I joined the 3 kings of the Overlord Mountain, I've been walking sideways on the mountain, and the big brother is even planning to cultivate us to the level of giant beasts. This recruitment of guard brothers is a prelude to training the little brothers, so I invited a few brothers to join me under the big brother's command." After hearing White Rhino's boasting, an elephant couldn't help but ask, "White Rhino, are you really planning to train guard brothers? Let alone recruiting ordinary little brothers?" The next moment, a Triceratops couldn't help but speak up, "Yeah. Have you really clarified this? If it's guard brothers, they might receive training and join the 3 kings as little brothers, but I'm afraid they might just be ordinary little brothers." Faced with the inquiries of the 2 strongest brothers, White Rhino immediately assured them, "Brothers, trust me, we've known each other for so long, can I still deceive you? Now under the 3 kings, there are 4 little brothers, namely the hyena, the lion brothers, and me. The big brother values us the most, would I mistreat you? And you must have heard, at night, my big brother killed the Black Tiger King of Black Tiger Mountain, as well as the good brother of the Black Tiger King. Both giant beasts died at the hands of my big brother. Think about it, how powerful is my big brother?" After hearing this, the 7 friends fell silent. Because White Rhino was right, they had naturally heard about this incident. After all, the battle between the giant python and the Black Tiger King was so intense and made such a big commotion that they had already received the news. So when the giant python killed the Black and White twin Tiger Kings, the news quickly spread to the surrounding mountains, and the reputation of the giant python among many creatures also soared. Even many creatures believed that the strength of the giant python should be the most powerful and terrifying among the 3 kings of the Mountain of Tyrants. Alright. Then the few of us brothers will follow Brother White Rhinoceros in the future. When we really join as the personal guards under the 3 kings, Old White must take good care of us." At this moment, 7 herbivorous divine creatures politely spoke to the White Rhinoceros. Of course, it is unknown what they really think. Some of the divine creatures even have ulterior motives, thinking that after joining the 3 kings, they can replace the White Rhinoceros and become the most favored and appreciated little brother of the 3 kings of the Mountain of Tyrants. Because being a little brother of the 3 kings of the Mountain of Tyrants is really cool. In fact, they have heard some rumors in these days. Especially the hyenas have been acting arrogantly and causing trouble in the area of the Mountain of Tyrants, making many creatures very unhappy. But despite their dissatisfaction, no creature dares to provoke the hyenas. If they could, they would also like to be as arrogant and unruly as the hyenas. The main reason for their dissatisfaction is simply envy and jealousy in their hearts. Being a little brother to this extent can be said to be very cool. You know, this guy, the hyena, is just a dog. In the vast continent where the strong are numerous and terrifying creatures are everywhere, dogs are just the lowest level of predators. After chatting for a while, the white rhinoceros made an appointment with them to meet the three kings of the Mountain of Tyrants tomorrow night.
The main reason it took the initiative to let these divine creatures gather at night is that the player behind it told him that many players are online during the day, making it difficult to kill these divine creatures.
It's best to meet at night. Or even meet in the early morning.
And it has reconciled with the hyenas and the lions, so they will meet tomorrow night, and if necessary, they can inform the big brother.
The next day at noon. The giant python was still sleeping in its cave nest. It was awakened by a crocodile outside. When the giant python rushed out of the cave in a bad mood, the crocodile, which looked only about 8 meters long, shivered under the giant python's cold gaze and tremblingly said, "Your Majesty, I have something to report."
"Speak."
The giant python opened its huge mouth, but its eyes were very unfriendly.
"Your Majesty, your little brother, the hyena, asked me to tell you that Little White suggested you meet again at night because there are too many uncertainties during the day." Upon hearing this, the giant python was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly with its large snake head and said, "All right.
I understand. If there is nothing else, you may leave."
After hearing the giant python's words, the crocodile little brother was somewhat conflicted, looking hesitant to leave, which puzzled the giant python. At this moment, after hesitating for a while, the crocodile couldn't help but grit its teeth and said, "Your Majesty, besides delivering a message to you this time, I also have a very important secret to tell you." Seeing the crocodile, who seemed to have made a decision, the giant python became interested.
Could there really be a secret? Thinking of this, the giant python immediately opened its huge mouth and said, "Is that so? Tell me."
"If it's a useful secret to me, I won't treat you unfairly." After hearing the giant python's words, the crocodile was delighted and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Please allow me to enter the cave to tell you in detail, after all, it's chaotic outside." The python nodded slightly with its large head and said, "Then come in." After that, the python turned and entered the cave nest, followed closely by the crocodile. Once inside the cave, the python looked at the crocodile, which was very straightforward and said, "Your Majesty, do you remember the last time you asked our crocodile tribe to build an underwater cave nest for you?" Upon hearing this, the python nodded slightly with its large head, indicating that it could continue. If there was really an important secret that was important to him, he naturally didn't mind rewarding this little guy. "Your Majesty, you may not know that our chief was actually very unhappy when you asked us to build the cave for you last time. After we built the cave for you, as soon as you entered, the chief's face changed. At that time, I felt very strange, until later I accidentally heard a shocking secret and understood the reason." The python's cold snake eyes suddenly lit up, then opened its mouth wide and said, "Go on." The crocodile nodded repeatedly and said, "The shocking secret is that the other day when I was hiding in the mud preparing to hunt fish, I overheard the chief talking. The chief said something was about to mature in over 20 days, and he instructed the deputy chief not to cause trouble in the tribe recently. So I suspect that the chief's dissatisfaction with you building the underwater cave here is likely related to what he mentioned about something about to mature. I even suspect that what the chief mentioned about to mature is some kind of precious treasure." Upon hearing this, the python seemed pensive, its snake eyes gleaming. Clearly intrigued as well. After a moment of contemplation, the python opened its mouth wide and said, "All right. Go keep a close eye on the chief's movements. If it turns out to be some precious treasure, I won't treat you unfairly." Upon hearing the python's words, the crocodile was instantly pleased and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely keep a close watch on it." Hearing this, the python was even more satisfied and encouraged, "Good. Go on. I have high hopes for you and appreciate you. Once you notice any action from the chief or any situation, remember to inform me promptly." "All right, Your Majesty, rest assured, I will never let you down." The crocodile vowed earnestly. Then, under the python's gaze, it left the cave nest. Watching the crocodile leave, the python seemed pensive. Will it mature in over 20 days? It's uncertain if there's enough time. Judging by this guy's tone, it's highly likely to be a precious treasure. Everyone wants a precious treasure. Even the python. After all, since coming to this game world, he has not seen a precious treasure yet. What does it look like? If he happens to find a precious treasure, the python wouldn't mind trying it out, to see if it really has such magical effects, maybe even allowing creatures to ascend to the heavens. According to the python's time plan, it's uncertain if it will mature in over 20 days. Because there are only 28 days left until the game invades reality. He must hunt enough beast god creatures before competing for the giant beast fruit. This task shouldn't be too difficult, as he still has his subordinates and player girls to help. In addition, he needs to hunt down 8 giant beast realm creatures, which shouldn't be difficult for the python. But if the python remembers correctly, in about 18 days, the 2 big brothers, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, will probably compete with him for the giant beast fruit. But how long it would take to compete for the giant beast fruit, to be honest, the python is not too sure, so he really worries that when he comes back, the timing might just be perfect or just missed. In this way, he might really miss the rare treasures that the crocodile chief knows are about to mature. Forget it. It's okay to invade the real world later. There's no need to be so eager to invade the real world on the day of the game invasion and miss out on these rare treasures. The python quickly made a decision. As long as he can come back in time after competing for the giant beast fruit. Just the rare treasures alone are worth him delaying for a few days. In a great mood, the python was about to take a nap. Suddenly, the familiar and pleasant voice of the player girl rang out, "Python big brother, I'm online, do you have any orders?" Upon hearing the girl's words, the python was stunned for a moment, then said, "Come online later tonight. I'm going to take another nap." Full of stars? Upon hearing the python's words, Full of Stars was instantly dumbfounded. Python big brother, what about the promise to work hard? Is this how you work hard? Working hard to sleep? At this moment, the python also realized that his words made him seem too lazy, so he immediately said, "I killed 2 giant beast realm creatures last night, feeling a bit tired, didn't rest well." After that, the python ignored Full of Stars. Before long, the python had fallen asleep. Full of Stars, on the other hand, was overjoyed after hearing this. Truly, her patron beast god is amazing. Full of Stars, who originally thought the python was too lazy, instantly cleared that thought from her mind. Python big brother hunted and killed 2 giant beast realm creatures last night, still needs to digest, it's reasonable to sleep more. And with Python big brother able to slaughter giant beast realm creatures in the game world, what else does she need to worry about in the future? With such a patron beast god, her sense of security is full. In addition to Python big brother's strength, she can also benefit from it. By then, her good days are just beginning. In a cheerful mood, Full of Stars happily logged off. But as soon as she exited the game, before she could even turn off her computer, her phone rang with message alerts. At this moment, in a room in a small community, Full of Stars picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and saw that the guy with the nickname 19th Big Wrong Seed had sent her several messages. 19th Big Wrong Seed, star. Yesterday, because my dad is still in the hospital and unconscious, I didn't know a lot of things at home, but I found the demolition money at home. When I sell the other houses in my family, I will transfer the money to you. 19th Big Wrong Seed, star. I'm so annoyed. The hospital is asking me for money again. I'll go to the hospital after I have my dad's oxygen tube removed, so the hospital won't cheat me out of money. Upon hearing this, Full of Stars was instantly dumbfounded. Although she wanted to trick some money to help the python spend in the game and become stronger before the game invasion, she never thought that this big wrong seed would ignore his father's life just to raise money for her. For a moment, Full of Stars couldn't help but persuade, "Are you crazy? Is this really okay? He's your dad. Why not leave some money to treat your dad?" Not long after, the 19th Big Wrong Seed immediately replied to the message, "It's okay, he can't be cured anyway, and he's in so much pain. I'll remove the oxygen tube to let him rest, my dad will be happy, and he won't be mad at me." Seeing this, Full of Stars was speechless, so she decided not to say anything more. Besides, disaster is about to strike, and now that he's dead, it's a relief, so as not to linger in pain and struggle after the disaster strikes. Because after the disaster strikes, sometimes death is a luxury, it may fall as food for creatures, or as food for zombies, or as food for mutated creatures from nuclear and viral mutations. At the same time, In a Douyin live broadcast room somewhere. The game male anchor started the broadcast as usual. After interacting with the audience in the live broadcast room for a while, he smiled and said, "Brothers, let's start the game now. Recently, my main beast god has been doing well. I joined the Black Tiger King as a little brother. When I mix into the core of the little brother, you guys can come and join me." After that, he opened the game and logged in with his ID information and password. But the next moment, the screen went black, leaving him puzzled. "Sorry, because your main beast god has died, you can no longer continue the game. You can check the replay of your main beast god's death."
Damn! Dead? My Northeast Tiger is dead? Seeing this scene, the anchor broke down on the spot.
The netizens in the live broadcast room burst into laughter.
Wax Oil drops chrysanthemum, laughing to death. Anchor, why are you still broadcasting?
Your main beast god is dead. Afraid of the dark and afraid of ghosts, laughing to death, it seems like the anchor is done for, probably bankrupt.
Looking like a pig, ah. How did it die? Didn't you join the Black Tiger King?
GNI is too beautiful. I am also in the nearby mountains. I heard that the Black Tiger King and his brothers all died. Isn't it normal for you guys who are little brothers of the Black Tiger King to die? Seeing the mockery of the audience in the live broadcast room, the male anchor's face turned as pale as a pig's liver, and he immediately ended the broadcast at lightning speed.
In fact, the same situation happened to the female anchor Xiao Fei of the Northeast Tiger. She also found that her main beast god had died when she started the game. At the same time, in the discussion of the game World of 10,000 Beasts, an official post exploded the entire forum. World will of the World of 10,000 Beasts, ants. When you see this message, you are lucky. Remember to protect your main beast god creatures, they are your only reliance in the future. This is my advice. Maggot drills eyes. What does this mean? Does the game official mean that the end of the world is coming? Small news, wow. Is this the only announcement the game official has made since its inception?
Forget it, I'll also share a piece of small news. Consider yourselves lucky to see this message. My friend is doing virus research abroad and heard that a terrible virus has been created.
Reach one steel plate, damn it. Game official, you damn owe me my main beast god. I've spent so much money, and my main beast god died inexplicably? Still eating pickled chicken feet at World will of the World of 10,000 Beasts. Official daddy. Can you give me another chance? My main beast god is a goat, too weak, I want to change it. King of the giant shark teeth, World will of the World of 10,000 Beasts. Official daddy. Please bless that my main beast god won't die. I am very friendly to my main beast god, because it is the source of my money, even closer than my own father. Little life scratching but at World will of the World of 10,000 Beasts. Damn you, what kind of crappy game are you making? Giving me a divine dragon egg at the start, and as soon as I enter the game, you make me spend billions to assist the divine dragon in breaking out of its shell. I have billions, why would I still play the game? Forced to break out of the shell and die directly. What kind of game setting is this? Long bow at little life scratching but. Do you know what my main beast god is? It's an octopus named Cthulhu. It takes 10 trillion to break through a small realm in its juvenile stage. It needs to be recharged 1 billion every day to avoid starving to death, or directly recharge 10 trillion to get it through the midterm of its juvenile stage to avoid starving to death. But where do I get the money? It died of starvation that day, and later when I said it, many players said I was bragging. June Bu Bai at Long Bao. Damn. You are even more outrageous than me. I am a 3-legged golden crow egg, and I have to rush to 10 billion at the beginning to break the shell. As a result, I forcibly broke the shell and then went bankrupt. I really have no money. President of Citibank at World will of 10,000 Beasts. Officials, your game is very unfair. Why can those poor guys awaken powerful totem beasts? Samsung Consortium at World will of 10,000 Beasts. Officials. If our consortium enters on a large scale, will there be any discounts? We really want to cooperate with you. Little cutie at Relongbo. Awesome, my totem beast is the Megalodon.
but so far I haven't heard of anything in this game more terrifying than your totem beast. A stroke of ink at Relongbow. What the little cutie just said is right. I have never heard of anyone obtaining such a terrifying totem beast creature.
At the end of the immortal road, I am the peak, damn it. What does the official mean? Could it be that the game can invade reality? If it really invades reality, the Komodo dragon in my game will tear me apart. Big back head chatterbox at the end of the immortal road, who is the peak? If I'm not mistaken, you probably often steal its prey to sell for money, right? Warm cup at Relongbow. Can you stop bragging? I have never heard of anything so outrageous. This is a game, not a novel. Warm horse at Relongbow. Who doesn't brag? My totem beast is still a mantis shrimp, named Hongjun. Relongbow at warm horse. At warm cup. I really didn't lie to you guys. If I lie to you, I'll be damned with my whole family. Likes to eat chicken butts at Relongbow. I believe you. In fact, mine is even more outrageous than yours. My totem beast is a strange egg, with a name like Hongmeng Jutuzu. It seems that breaking the shell requires not money, but a quantity of world origin in units of zettabytes. I really don't understand what that means. Island country is all born and likes to eat chicken butts. What happened later? Did you die from forcibly breaking the shell? I just like King Kong. It would be great if the game could invade reality. Then my totem beast, Super King Kong, would definitely be powerful. The black tortoise can no longer satisfy me. Money is for women and I just like King Kong. Wooden dog suggests you play with elephants. Shiman de Guanren and I just like King Kong. Little wooden dog, come play with me. What's King Kong? I invented a mechanical pile driver that can make over 600 hits per second, guaranteed to send you to the sky. One sword seals the throat it likes to eat chicken butts. You blow so convincingly, I almost believed it. Likes to eat chicken butts at island country is all born. At one sword seals the throat. I really didn't brag, because that strange egg couldn't break the shell forcibly, but the game officials gave me a wish compensation. I made a wish to cure my mother's illness, and then I was forced offline. After that, my paralyzed mother miraculously recovered, can now walk on the ground, and is very healthy, hee hee. I am the European king and likes to eat chicken butts. Your fabricated story is full of loopholes, giving yourself a filial son persona, really like a pig climbing a tree, one said after another. While everyone was discussing the game officials' words and not taking them seriously, the Reborn player Mantiangsing saw it and her pretty face became extremely serious. In the past life, most people didn't take this news seriously. But when the game invaded reality, too many people regretted it. But this time is different, she Mantiangsing is already prepared. At this moment, in the game world, the sky has gradually darkened. If someone is observant, they will notice that the day-night time in the game world seems not much different from the real world. In a jungle, the four little brothers of the python have already gathered the totem beast creatures they have deceived. Still don't say, with just one glance, the number is not small, reaching more than 30 people, especially this guy, the hyena, actually managed to deceive a full 10 sacred beast gods around him, even surpassing this guy, Xiaobai. The one with the least number turned out to be Xiaobai. Because the Lion brothers managed to deceive more than it. Because the Lion brothers have also become shrewd. Directly promoting the recruitment of personal guards. Once they stand out from the personal guards, they can become adopted sons. So, there really are quite a few sacred beast gods suddenly. After all, who wouldn't want a powerful beast realm strongman as their adoptive father? Even these sacred beast gods, not everyone can afford the beast realm. Creatures that players support from behind and reach the beast realm through spending money are ultimately few. The stronger the original strength, the more likely it is to be spent to the beast realm. Is this statement correct? Yes and no. Because it also depends on the strength of the player behind them. So, the weaker the potential of the original species, the less chance they have, right? That's exactly right. Because if they are so weak, players, even if they have money, wouldn't want to spend on them.
Therefore, among the creatures that become sacred beast gods, there are really few lucky ones who are spent by players to the beast realm in one go. Just like most of those who come here are frustrated sacred beast gods. However, they are just a part of many sacred beast gods. Therefore, before the arrival of the giant python, this place has almost become a gathering of grievances. These sacred beast gods, seen as lucky by other creatures, when they meet each other, will immediately ask how their players are treating them. Currently, the most miserable is the black mountain goat. Is there anyone more miserable than it? At this time, the little black lion among the lion brothers joked and asked. Hearing this, the hyena and Xiaobai also looked with interest at the group of sacred beast gods. Just then, a low voice sounded. Perhaps the black mountain goat may not be as miserable as Brother Black, but in terms of opportunities, the black mountain goat really can't compare to me. Speaking was a female triceratops, who immediately attracted the attention of everyone present as soon as she spoke. She continued, I have encountered 3 opportunities in my life. The first time was becoming a sacred beast god. I thought it was my opportunity, so I gladly accepted it, but then my nightmare began. After I became a sacred beast god, the player behind me was even more vicious than I had imagined. Not only did not spend money on me, but also took away 2 opportunities from me. These 2 opportunities were rare treasures that I accidentally encountered, and I luckily found them without any danger. But my player took them away from me. It made me prepare food and grass every day, saying it wanted to sell them. And it treated me very badly, making me prepare plant food for it to sell every time I logged in, otherwise it would kill me and not let me eat. It also said that people on their side had played with the Komodo giant lizard, but not with dinosaurs yet. If it weren't for the inability to meet offline, it said it would make me know how powerful it is. After hearing this, the group of sacred beast gods were speechless. Indeed, these players are all different. Many players are really weird. Especially when encountering bad players, their situation is really more difficult than ordinary creatures. At this time, a female Komodo giant lizard couldn't help but angrily say, "What are these players anyway? Why are they so disgusting? They are even more brutal than us creatures." I also encountered a weird player who was disgustingly annoying. Every time I logged in, besides squeezing me, it kept asking me to show it my butt. When they heard this, countless creatures present shuddered. These players are truly not the most disgusting, there are even more disgusting ones. Damn it, are you guys, the totem beast gods, in such a miserable state? Hearing this, the hyena, the lion brothers, and Xiaobai all felt a bit sympathetic. Just then, a huge commotion suddenly came from afar. Countless creatures and the little brothers of the giant python looked up. Soon, they saw a super colossal black python heading towards them. Seeing this scene, the hyena quickly called out, "Get yourselves together, the king is coming. Let the big brother see your spirit." Upon seeing this, whether it was the lion brothers or Xiaobai, they all spoke up, "You better pull yourselves together and try to catch the king's eye at first sight." In no time, more than 30 totem beast gods stood tall, full of spirit, eagerly looking at the approaching python. At the same time, as the massive python wriggled its way into the forest, it spotted the totem beast gods gathered by the 4 little brothers. After just a brief glance, the python couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Because, his little brothers did not disappoint him. They had brought over 30 totem beast gods in one go. Big brother! Big brother! The 4 little brothers excitedly ran up to the python, speaking with enthusiasm. Seeing this scene, the python nodded its massive snake head and said with a smile, "You all did well, each of you has recruited many totem beast god creatures." I casually glanced and found that the lion brothers recruited the most, right? Hearing this, the lion brothers proudly raised their heads, waiting for praise. Seeing this, the hyena couldn't help but advise, "Big brother, it shouldn't be counted like this. Although they brought 14 totem beast god little brothers. But they are 2 brothers. It should count as 2 shares." After hearing this, the lion brothers were defeated by the hyena's shamelessness. Xiaobai looked at the hyena speechlessly, but indeed, it made sense. At that moment, the python was also a bit speechless, but then Xiao Jin said, "Big brother, my share can be counted on my brother's head." After this remark, the hyena had nothing to say, glaring fiercely at the lion brothers. All right. I have noted down your contributions.
In total, there are 34 totem beast gods, right? With that, the python glanced around and then said, out of the 34 totem beast gods, which 6 do you favor the most? There are 6 spots in total, keep the ones you favor close to you, and gather the rest of the totem beast gods in front of me. After hearing the python's words, the 4 little brothers looked at their big brother in surprise, and of course, they understood the meaning of the statement. It was telling them that out of the 34 totem beast gods, only 6 would survive, the rest would die. With this in mind, including the hyena, the lion brothers, and Xiaobai, all began to act. The surprising thing that left the python dumbfounded was that the 4 little brothers recommended 5 totem beast gods, all of which were normal and of the same kind. The only difference was that among the 6 totem beast gods, there was a bald, small-sized rooster that stood out conspicuously. After observing for a while, the rooster kept insisting that it was not a chicken but a phoenix, but the python had its own judgment and completely ignored the fellow's explanation. Looking at the 28 totem beast gods assembled in front of it, the python suddenly wriggled its massive body and encircled the creatures. Then, to the bewildered gazes of these creatures, the python opened its huge mouth. With one gulp, it swallowed down more than a dozen creatures. Without waiting for the other to react, the giant python took 2 bites and directly ate all these creatures. Seeing this extremely bloody and terrifying scene, not far away, several lucky new recruits were shocked. They trembled in fear, their eyes filled with terror. How could this be considered as being a little brother? Isn't this just a snack? What are they going to do now? Will they be eaten again later? With these thoughts in mind, the remaining 6 creatures were also terrified. At the same time, as the python devoured all 28 creatures, the system's voice kept ringing out, "Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured an adult-level totem beast, the hippopotamus, and gained 20 evolution points. Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured an adult-level totem beast, the triceratops, and gained 45 evolution points. Congratulations, host! Successfully hunted or devoured 28 totem beast creatures. Current task progress 30/30. After hearing the system's voice, the python was extremely happy. Having hunted 30 totem beast creatures now, half of its mission was completed, leaving only 18 giant-level creatures to hunt. Once it hunted the final 18 giant-level creatures, it would be able to complete the reward task issued by the system. Therefore, the python's mood was not bad at all. Turning its huge snake head, it looked at the few remaining trembling new recruits and opened its mouth wide, saying, "Don't be afraid. Since you were able to stand out among these totem beasts and were chosen by my little brothers, it naturally proves that you have potential. From now on, you will be my little brothers. After that, the python looked at the 6 new members, 2 extremely strong lions, 2 powerful hyenas, a white rhinoceros, and a chicken. This lineup was indeed a bit unusual. But after some thought, the python didn't pay much attention to it. It was probably not much more unusual than the lineup under its command in the Beast Continent. At the same time, upon hearing the python's words, the new recruits felt a bit relieved. At this moment, the python's little brothers also comforted them, saying, "Don't worry. As long as you follow Big Brother, there will be benefits for you in the future." After being comforted by the little brothers, the new recruits breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. Seeing this scene, the python was quite bored and then said, "All right. Big Brother is going to hunt the giant-level creatures now. If you're interested, you can come along to see, if not, feel free to do as you please. Rest assured, Big Brother will remember your contributions and won't forget them." With that, the python twisted its huge body and headed towards the mountain where the Bull King resided. To be honest, today the python planned to hunt the Bull King of Bullhead Mountain and the Elephant King of Elephant Mountain. Since the task of hunting the totem beasts was already completed, only hunting the remaining 18 giant-level creatures was left. Now, it just needed to work a little every day, and the task would be easily completed. Killing 2 a day, 20 in 10 days, the task would be completed effortlessly, and even before competing for the giant beast fruit. As for the python's 4 little brothers, seeing the big brother leave, they wanted to follow but found themselves somewhat absent-minded. They had to give up on the idea, although they also wanted to witness their big brother's power.
At the same time, as the python arrived at Bull King Mountain, its presence was immediately noticed by the Bullhead Mountain's little brothers.
Your Majesty! Something's not right. The 3 kings of Tyrant Mountain have arrived.
The Black Bull King, who was sleeping in the cave, was suddenly awakened.
Immediately, he got up and looked at the little brother in front of him, scolding, "What are you yelling for?"
"I was sleeping."
The water buffalo little brother in front of him immediately said in a dejected tone, "Great King. The 3 kings of the Tyrant King Mountain have arrived." The Bull King was taken aback and puzzled. "What is this guy doing on my mountain?"
"I haven't betrayed him, my little brother."
"Could it be just because he doesn't like me?"
Hearing this, the water buffalo little brother glanced at the king and whispered, "Great King, do you think it's possible that he's here to kill you?" Upon hearing this, the Bull King was shocked, his face changed immediately, and he cursed in a dark tone, "I suspected this guy's motives from the beginning.
How could a powerful beast like me be so angry over 2 little brothers?"
It seems that its original intention was to hunt down the Black Tiger King brothers, and the so-called little brother was just an excuse it casually found.
"It looks like I have to pack up and run away. No, I have to run away now."
After speaking, the Bull King was ready to run away immediately.
Seeing this scene, the water buffalo little brother hurriedly said, "Great King, won't you take me with you?"
Upon hearing this, the Bull King immediately said, "Little Bull, I command you now to lead the brothers to resist that guy.
Buy me time to escape.
After I survive this crisis, I will definitely not treat you unfairly.
I will directly appoint you as my #1 little brother."
With that, the water buffalo immediately ran out of the cave and instinctively scanned the mountain, looking for the figure of the giant python. Soon, it saw the massive python, nearly 200 meters long, moving towards them, breaking countless trees in the forest along the way. Seeing this, the Bull King was startled, said nothing, and ran in the opposite direction. Seeing this, the giant python was stunned.
Why did this guy just run away like that? After all, it was also a powerful beast in the giant realm. Doesn't it have any dignity?
The next moment, the giant python no longer concealed its abilities, directly using its tough skin and iron bones. While using speed skills, its speed instantly soared, and it chased after the Bull King like lightning, crashing through countless trees along the way. Seeing this, the Bull King who was running away was instantly frightened. It gritted its teeth, accelerated again, and headed directly towards the Elephant King's mountain. As for stopping to fight the giant python, it never even crossed its mind.
Are you kidding me?
The Black Tiger King and its good brother, 2 powerful beasts in the giant realm, were easily dealt with by the giant python. That's why it had no fighting spirit.
Because it couldn't even defeat the Black Tiger King.
Maybe it could fight the Black Tiger King to a draw, but defeating it was impossible, let alone killing it.
If it really dared to stop and fight the giant python, wouldn't it be seeking death? Fortunately, its speed was really good.
It might not be as terrifying as the giant python, but by charging forward frantically in a state of extreme speed, it could reach speeds close to 400 kilometers per hour. It also had a speed skill of its own, which it rarely displayed unless it was in mortal danger. And as it arrived at the Elephant Mountain, it couldn't help but cry for help, "Brother Elephant, come out and save me." In fact, it didn't expect the Elephant King to save it, let alone expect the Elephant King to kill the giant python.
As long as the Elephant King came out upon hearing the commotion, that would be enough.
By then, as long as the Elephant King knew that the giant python wanted to kill them both, it would definitely have the idea to escape. In this way, the opponent would be able to distract the giant python's attention. Because if the giant python continued to chase it, the Elephant King would definitely run away.
And it runs faster than the Elephant King, so the python will naturally know who to kill first.
Once the python chooses to kill the Elephant King first, it will be able to escape easily. So even if it can't outrun the python, it doesn't mind, it just needs to outrun the Elephant King.
I am truly a wise one among the cattle.
The proud Bull King thought to himself, looking up at the mountain where the Elephant King was, and to its delight, the Elephant King indeed appeared, staring at the python and the Bull King. In the next moment, as the Bull King charged towards the Elephant King, it also shouted, "Big brother elephant, please save me."
The guys from the Tyrant Mountain want to wipe out all our mountain peaks.
Yesterday it killed the Black Tiger King, and now it's targeting our little brother.
It's probably going to come after you next, big brother. Hearing this, the Elephant King on the mountain felt increasingly gloomy.
It had already guessed that the Tyrant Mountain might sweep and eradicate the nearby mountain peaks. But in its view, even if it had to deal with it, it should first deal with the Bull King. Then, once it heard any commotion, it could choose to retreat without delay. What it never expected was that the Bull King would be so shameless. Seeing the other party desperately fleeing, clearly unharmed, probably not even having fought the python. What made it even more furious was that this damn Bull King actually led the python here, clearly trying to use it to restrain the python.
Bull King. I won't interfere in the grudges between you and the three kings of the Tyrant Mountain. If you want to divert disaster to the east, your plan is doomed to fail.
At the same time, the pursuing python was also very angry. It never expected that this guy would not fight but flee, and very cleverly head straight for the Elephant King's mountain peak. Moreover, the Elephant King must have heard the Bull King's previous words, and must have had some thoughts in mind. The reason it said so now was just to hope to continue chasing and killing the Bull King. The python had no doubt that once it continued to chase the Bull King, the Elephant King would immediately flee from the mountain peak. These giant beasts were not lacking in intelligence, and it was impossible for them not to guess his intentions. So at this moment, it actually had two choices, whether to continue chasing the Bull King or to give up on the Bull King and kill the Elephant King first. The Bull King's speed advantage was obvious, a bit faster than the former Black Tiger King. Even if the Elephant King's speed was faster, it could not be faster than the Bull King, because the Bull King's speed was almost catching up to that of the leopard in the giant beast realm. After a moment of silence, the python made a decision in its heart and directly gave up on the Bull King, choosing to hunt the Elephant King. Seeing this scene, the Bull King was overjoyed, proud of being the smartest bull, easily turning the danger into safety. Seeing the furious Elephant King, the Bull King laughed heartily. "Brother Elephant, hold on for a moment, I'll go get reinforcements, and together we'll defeat the three big brothers of the Tyrant Mountain." After speaking, the Bull King ran towards a distant mountain peak without looking back. Seeing this scene, the Elephant King was naturally extremely angry and roared angrily at the python. "What do you mean? Do you think I'm easier to bully than that bull?" Hearing this, the python was also helpless, then opened its mouth wide and said, "It's not that, but I think your speed is probably not as fast as the Bull King's." Hearing this, the Elephant King was at a loss for words, then said bitterly, "All right. No wonder you seem so sure of yourself, I admit defeat. Tell me, what conditions can you agree to in order to let me go? Any conditions are acceptable." Seeing this, the python was stunned for a moment, and asked uncertainly, "Don't you struggle a bit? Maybe you can beat me?" Hearing this, the Elephant King shook its head and said, "Whether I can beat you or not, don't I know it in my heart? I was originally just an ordinary African elephant, in the limit state of adulthood, only 4 meters high and over 7 meters long. Later, after mistakenly eating a precious plant, I became a powerful beast in the giant beast realm. Compared to you guys, the ancient Titan python, who reaches 30 meters in length in adulthood, I am not even in the same league. Moreover, my speed is too slow compared to yours, and I don't have any speed-related skills, so I can't even run away." After hearing this, the giant python was somewhat unable to refute, but still shook its huge snake head and said, "Sorry, I cannot let you go unless you can attract more giant beast realm creatures to take your place." After speaking, the giant python was ready to attack. But at this moment, the Elephant King suddenly said, "I can help you deceive 2 giant beast realm creatures to come over, let you hunt and eat them in exchange for my own life. How about that?" Hearing this, the giant python was momentarily stunned, then hesitated and looked at the Elephant King, opening its huge mouth and asking, "How can I trust you?" Upon hearing the giant python's words, the Elephant King immediately said, "It's simple, we can swear to each other in front of the will of the world. If we break the oath, the will of the world will not spare those who do not keep their word." Upon hearing this, the giant python suddenly realized, and then asked in his mind, "System, is this guy's method effective?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind, "Ding. Friendly reminder to the host. This method is definitely effective.
the will of the world in this beast continent is very high level. After hearing the system's affirmative reply, the giant python was completely reassured. In this case, they could sit down and talk. Thinking of this, the giant python hesitated, then opened its mouth and said, "No. At least 5 giant beast realm creatures are needed. As long as you help me deceive 5 giant beast realm creatures, in the future, your territory, I and my 2 brothers will not harm you." Upon hearing this, the Elephant King shook his head without hesitation and said, "It's not possible, at most 3, that's all I can do. If it's not enough, I can't help. Don't think that giant beast realm creatures are fools. To deceive 3 giant beast realm creatures, they must have a good relationship with me." Upon hearing this, the giant python couldn't help but doubtfully ask, opening its mouth, "Do you mean you don't even have 3 giant beast realm creatures with a good relationship with you?" The Elephant King helplessly said, "There are only 2 or 3 with a good relationship, all of whom I met after reaching the giant beast realm. How good can the relationship be? The stronger the creature, the more cautious and vigilant they are. Just like you and me, we are very cautious in making friends." After listening to this, the giant python had nothing to say, as it didn't know many giant beast realm creatures with a good relationship. Only the Tyrannosaurus brothers had a very good relationship with him, thanks to their strong support and appreciation. Otherwise, in the eyes of the giant python, most giant beast realm creatures were basically prey, so how could he be friends with prey? All right. Swear to the will of the world of the beast continent. As for the time, let's limit it to 5 days. I'll give you a maximum of 5 days. After hearing the giant python's request, the Elephant King didn't say anything, gritted his teeth in front of the giant python, made the oath, and after the system confirmed it was correct, the giant python also made the oath. After making the oath, the giant python warmly smiled and said, "Elephant brother, feel free to do as you please. As long as you can deceive 3 giant beast realm creatures within 5 days, that will be enough. Of course, if you can deceive more, that would be even better." Upon hearing the giant python's words, the Elephant King simply ignored it and left with a grim expression. Since the oath has been made, it must be fulfilled. Otherwise, the will of the world will not let it go. If the oath cannot be fulfilled, the will of the world will bring down the punishment of the oath. After watching the departure of the Elephant King, the python was also in a very good mood. Tonight, he was originally planning to hunt down the Bullhead King and the Elephant King. However, the cleverness of the Bullhead King caught him off guard, fleeing without a fight, leading trouble eastward, very cunning. Fortunately, he caught a slow-moving Elephant King, and the Elephant King agreed to help him deceive 3 giant beast realm creatures in order to save his own life. It seems like this deal is very profitable. In the future, if he hunts down giant beast realm creatures again, he can negotiate with the defeated captives. As long as they are unwilling to die, they will basically act like the Elephant King, deceiving more giant beast realm creatures to come and help him take down these piglets. Thinking of this, the python suddenly realized that this tactic seemed familiar. This damn thing, why does it feel like déjà vu from the Nienbei Gaios in the real world? Not entirely accurate, at least he is more trustworthy than those Gaios. After all, he values his reputation and keeps his word when making an oath. Thinking of this, the python felt great and was about to leave, but then he suddenly thought of something. If he continues using this method in the long run, it seems that just by using this method alone, even giant beast realm creatures have the potential to break through to the legendary realm. As long as he keeps defeating giant beast realm creatures, these creatures will negotiate with him for their lives, deceive more giant beast realm creatures for him, and in the long run, accumulating enough to break through to the legendary realm is not impossible. Yes. He should discuss this method with the 2 Tyrannosaurus brothers. Thinking of this, the python couldn't help but nod in agreement, then he twisted his huge body and left the Elephant Mountain. However, as he passed through a jungle, the python suddenly saw a group of inconspicuous monkeys shivering in the trees, looking at him from a distance. These monkeys seem familiar? It seems that when he was weak in the past, he was severely beaten by these guys? Thinking of this, the python looked down at the surroundings from a high vantage point. Then he noticed a group of wild dogs preparing to flee. They were probably startled by the commotion he caused when passing by.
With this thought in mind, the python looked down at the group of over 300 wild dogs and said, "Go help me exterminate these monkeys, and then go to the Tyrannosaurus mountain and join my little brother, the hyena." Upon hearing this, the leader of the wild dogs was excited and without hesitation vowed, "Thank you for your appreciation, Your Majesty. I will lead the wild dogs to kill all these stinky monkeys."
Wild dog gang?
Well, well. I thought you were a tribe.
Turns out you're a gang?
But considering this is the highly intelligent world of 10,000 beasts, the python suddenly felt that it wasn't so surprising.
Wild dog gang, right? I admire you. After exterminating these monkeys, you can report to my little brother. With that, the python twisted his massive body and left. As for personally exterminating these annoying monkeys,
the python felt that it would be beneath him to do so.
He was already in the giant beast realm.
If he were to chase monkeys here, it would be embarrassing. And for him now, it was just a matter of words. As long as these wild dogs weren't too foolish, they would naturally accept his recruitment, then follow orders to kill all these monkeys. As the python had already left, at this moment, the leader of the wild dog gang scanned his brothers and immediately shouted, "Brothers!
Let's exterminate these monkeys together, then go to the Tyrannosaurus mountain to join the hyena." The big name of the Leakin brother, you should know it, right? Among you, there are still many who worship the Leakin brother, right?
But what I want to say is, I once said that I had a daughter who was a concubine of the Leakin brother, but I didn't brag to you. After we achieve this great feat, our days on Mount Tyrant will be very prosperous. Big brother, this little brother is really diligent. Last night, he went to hunt and kill the Bullhead King and the Giant Elephant King again. I heard that the Bullhead King escaped because he runs fast. On the other hand, the Giant Elephant King, I don't know what agreement he reached with the little brother, that's why he let it go. At this moment, in the cave mansion of Mount Tyrant, the second brother of the tyrant dragon couldn't help but smile and say. Hearing this, the eldest brother of the tyrant dragon immediately smiled and opened his huge mouth, saying, "The combat power of this little brother is actually very good.
I estimate that many alliances would want to have him join.
Although he seems friendly to us, if we were to compare, both of us brothers are not enough." Last time, the Black Tiger King and his older brother, the White Tiger King, died together at the hands of the little brother.
Hearing this, the second brother of the tyrant dragon nodded his huge head and said, "What's the point of joining an alliance? Following us under the leadership of the king, competing for the giant beast fruit together, isn't it much better than working hard and fighting on your own?" The eldest brother of the tyrant dragon shook his huge head and said in a heavy tone, "That's true, but if it weren't for us, the best choice for the little brother would be to join an alliance. These alliances don't usually accept ordinary giant beasts, they only accept the powerful ones. I heard that even the two Prussian crocodiles were members of an alliance." The second brother of the tyrant dragon dismissed it, saying, "Alliances are just lower level after all, just a group of profit-driven guys who form allies for their own benefit. Once there is a huge benefit, the guys in the alliance will fight each other." The eldest brother of the tyrant dragon looked at his brother speechlessly and opened his huge mouth, saying, "If it weren't for the king, we wouldn't be able to provoke these powerful alliances of giant beasts. Even now, we can't provoke them. These guys are smart, not only do they have strong combat power, but they also know how to stick together for warmth. They are much smarter than those who only know how to fight alone. For example, the infamous Brutal Alliance, each one of them is at the peak of the giant beast realm. Almost anyone who encounters them ends up in a very miserable state." After hearing this, the second brother of the tyrant dragon fell silent. The reputation of the Brutal Alliance in the surrounding mountains is notorious. Their strength is very powerful, all of them are at the peak of the giant beast realm, and their numbers are always maintained at around 50 peak giant beast realm beings. And their backing is legendary realm powerhouses. That's why the Brutal Alliance is so lawless. Even the two brothers, upon hearing this name, would stay as far away as possible. Because once caught by the Brutal Alliance, in order to survive, one must deceive and lure giant beasts to redeem their lives, and once they go, there is almost no return. Even many giant beasts are tortured to death by the members of the Brutal Alliance as if they were pigs. In addition, there are two other alliances even more brutal than the Brutal Alliance. They are the Beast Slaughter Alliance and the Massacre Alliance. These three alliances are notorious, and their members are extremely brutal, powerful in combat, and all at the peak of the giant beast realm. The strongest is the Beast Slaughter Alliance, followed by the Massacre Alliance, and lastly, the Brutal Alliance. The Beast Slaughter Alliance is the most prominent alliance in the 10,000 Mountains area, with not only giant beast realm powerhouses but also legendary realm powerhouses. The number of giant beast realm beings in the alliance is around 200, and the legendary realm beings are around 20. Moreover, the legendary realm powerhouses in the alliance have very strong combat power. They only need the strong, the weak can only become their prey. The heads of the alliances are numerous, and the relationships are complex. The Second Slaughter Alliance is also in a similar situation, with similar scale and power. The number of strong individuals is also similar. The main reason they are suppressed by the Beast Alliance is mainly due to the timing of their establishment. The Third Brutal Alliance currently only has 3 legendary realm strong individuals behind it, but these 3 legendary realm strong individuals are all very powerful, with complex relationships and extremely brutal methods, which barely allows them to be on par with the first 2 alliances. Of course, the main reason is that the Brutal Alliance has declined, experiencing several internal wars and splitting into many smaller alliances. Otherwise, during its peak, the Brutal Alliance was truly not inferior to the other 2 major alliances. These alliances all share a common characteristic: they are powerful in battle, have deep backgrounds, their members are powerful, and their methods are brutal and ruthless. Falling into their hands is tantamount to a fate worse than death, causing many giant beasts to tremble in fear. At this moment, the second brother, after a long silence, said, "Big brother, how about recommending our little brother to the king when the time comes to compete for the giant beast fruit? After all, we shouldn't let outsiders benefit from the good opportunities. Our little brother is also so powerful in battle, and we won't be able to nurture him in the future. Only the king has that ability. When our little brother grows up, he will definitely be able to help the king." The Tyrannosaurus Rex paused for a moment, thought for a while, then brightened up and said, "This proposal is not bad. The king also has about a dozen subordinates. But out of the 10 subordinates, how many are truly loyal to the king? At most 2 or 3, although we are not very competent. Sending our little brother over would also be sending a reliable and trustworthy beast talent to the king." After some consideration, the 2 brothers immediately decided on this idea. In fact, the 2 brothers did not have great ambitions in life, nor did they hope to become legendary realm strong individuals. But precisely because they lacked confidence in becoming legendary realm strong individuals, they decided to send the python to be nurtured by their father, so that it could become a capable assistant to the king in the future. Therefore, by the next day at noon, the 2 brothers had their younger brother find the python. When the python arrived at the den of the 2 elder brothers, they chatted and caught up for a while, and the python also told them about the events of the past few days. The Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers were not surprised to hear this, and they shared their thoughts with the python. Upon learning of the 2 brothers' intentions, the python was instantly stunned, looking at the 2 brothers in disbelief and asking, "Are you saying that these alliances also hunt giant beast realm creatures through similar means?" Seeing the python's incredulous expression, the Tyrannosaurus Rex brother opened his mouth and chuckled, "Did you think you were the only smart one? The others are all fools, aren't they? They are not idiots. This method is already quite familiar in the 100,000 Mountains region. In addition to deceiving and tricking the giant beast realm creatures, they also actively go out in groups to sweep through the various mountain peaks. Just like cows grazing, they finish eating in the east, then move on to the west, and the cycle continues with both ends being consumed. These alliances are the same. Every so often, they will go out in groups to harvest and hunt. Sometimes the harvest is intense, and sometimes it is more relaxed, usually a small harvest once a year, and a big harvest once every 10 years. At this point, the Tyrannosaurus Rex brother paused for a moment, then opened his mouth wide and said in a sinister tone, "Furthermore, the giant beast fruit that matures once a year in the Beast Mountain, isn't that also a form of harvest? This is just a scheme organized by those legendary realm strong individuals. But any giant beast realm creature that wants to progress will inevitably be attracted to it. Every year, a large number of creatures die, nourishing the giant beast fruit trees,
and they can also get a share of the giant beast realm corpses.
Hearing this, the python couldn't help but be speechless. It seems that even turning into a wild beast cannot escape exploitation. Seeing the python silent, the second eldest brother Tyrannosaurus Rex smiled and said, "Do you know why we want you to participate in the competition for giant beast fruits? Because you have a good appetite. Probably have digestive skills, right? Other creatures actually can't eat too many corpses of giant beast realm creatures. But competing for giant beast fruits is different. Even if you can't win the fruits, you can still enjoy eating the corpses of giant beast realm creatures." After hearing this, the python finally understood. No wonder these two brothers mentioned competing for giant beast fruits multiple times. According to the python's guess, one giant beast fruit can allow a peak mutated creature to break through to the giant beast realm, so the value of one giant beast fruit should be around 5 million evolution points. If one could be lucky enough to compete for a few fruits, it would be much more profitable than eating the corpses of giant beast realm creatures. Of course, if the competition is too fierce, he could still come out unscathed. If he could really enjoy eating the corpses of giant beast realm creatures, completing the task would be too easy. Thinking of this, the python felt even better. This situation is really not to be missed. As if thinking of something, the python opened its mouth wide again and asked with a touch of sadness, "Brothers, didn't you say you wanted to recommend me to your father's side? Wouldn't that mean we would be separated?" Hearing this, the eldest brother Tyrannosaurus Rex said helplessly, "Otherwise, with our current abilities, we can't help you. And, seeing how diligent you are, you must want to strive for the legendary realm in the future." The second eldest brother Tyrannosaurus Rex also nodded, "We can see that you want to reach the legendary realm, but we can't offer you much help. The most we can do is to send you to our father's side. Of course, if you don't want that, you can go solo, but facing the challenges alone will be very difficult." After hearing this, the python thought that having a reliable backing would be good. But as he thought about the upcoming invasion of the game into the real world in a month, the python hesitated. He knew the two brothers meant well, but he didn't want to trouble them. Thinking of this, the python suddenly expressed his thoughts. After listening to the python's words, the two elder brothers Tyrannosaurus Rex were stunned. After a long silence, the eldest brother suddenly smiled and said, "You are already in the giant beast realm now. We have actually been thinking about this day for a long time, but we never expected it to come so soon. Let's compete for the giant beast fruits and then go." After chatting for a while, the somewhat sentimental Tyrannosaurus Rex brothers finally let the python leave. They had wanted to nurture the younger brother a little longer. But this younger brother was just too outstanding. It didn't take long for him to rise to the giant beast realm. His combat power was unbelievably strong. Ever since he hunted down the golden-back gorilla, this younger brother had completely risen. It was like a runaway train. But it was also good, proving that they didn't misjudge the python. This younger brother's character and potential were very satisfying to them. In the future, when the python truly becomes a legendary realm creature, they might be able to hold their heads high in front of their father. They could proudly say to their father, "Look, Dad. Although we didn't become legendary realm strong, we raised a legendary realm strong brother." On the other hand, after leaving the cave of the two elder brothers Tyrannosaurus Rex on the Tyrannosaurus Mountain, the python couldn't help but admire its own foresight. It's not easy to find two reliable big brothers to take care of him on the brutal and cruel beast continent. On the way back, the python looked again at the arrogant and domineering hyenas leading a group of wild dogs to bully others by the stream. It is worth mentioning that, apart from the wild dogs who were recruited last time, the younger brothers recruited by the lion brothers and the white rhinoceros have all run away. This news was also told to him by the younger brothers. After learning the news, the python didn't care. If they ran away, so be it. These sacred beasts are not easy to control in the first place. Initially, they were probably scared by his act of eating nearly 30 sacred beasts in one go, so they pretended to go along with it and then ran away afterwards. Upon careful consideration, the python could understand why these guys ran away. They were also afraid of being eaten by him for no reason. On the other hand, the hyenas are very good at deceiving. The two hyenas were so deceived that they are now loyal followers, and wherever the dogs go,
the two younger brothers are determined to follow, along with the wild dog gang. The hyenas are really starting to make a name for themselves. They seize any opportunity that comes their way. Back in the den, the python started to take a nap. To be honest, it's not clear if it's the nature of pythons, but now he really likes to rest during the day and be active at night, unable to resist the urge to nap during the day, or maybe his hunting desire isn't as strong. When it was late at night, the python began to move its massive body, slithered out of the river, and walked towards a distant place where the moonlight shone on the river's surface. The neighbors on the nearby hills have all been alarmed by him. If he wants to hunt giant beasts, he must go further afield. Therefore, this time the python naturally had to go a bit further. After swimming for half an hour, the python casually chose a hill, and after sensing the presence of two giant beasts, it slithered ashore. The creatures on the shore scattered in fear. The python paid no attention and moved its massive body towards the hilltop, behaving recklessly as if it were just going home, completely ignoring the owner of the hill. At the same time, in a cave on the hilltop, a powerful hippopotamus giant was being affectionate with a female rhinoceros giant. But every time the hippopotamus tried to make a move, the female rhinoceros would playfully dodge and mock him, saying, "Oh my! Look at how eager you are again. I've just arrived and you're already thinking about that." Hearing this, the hippopotamus awkwardly smiled and said, "I'm just worried you'll leave early again. By the way, has your old lover gone out again recently?" Upon hearing this, the female rhinoceros gave him a sarcastic look and taunted, "Is that all the courage you have? How come you dared to seduce me back then?" Hearing this, the hippopotamus immediately became unhappy and boldly declared, "Am I afraid of your old lover? If it weren't for fear of hurting you, I would have killed it long ago. Do you know how capable I am? Every time I made you scream." Hearing the hippopotamus bragging, the female rhinoceros gave him a disdainful look, but the last sentence was not a lie. This hippopotamus indeed had some skills. Among all its lovers, it was one of the top 3 most skilled. The most skilled lover was a mammoth king it had met by chance. After a while of flirting, the hippopotamus king finally managed to appease the female rhinoceros. Just as the hippopotamus king was about to make a move again, a cry rang out at this critical moment, "Your Majesty! Something's wrong! Your Majesty!" At the next moment, a small hippopotamus rushed in panic. It immediately saw its king preparing to do something unspeakable. Witnessing this scene, it shuddered instantly, thinking to itself, "It's over. Will the king tear himself apart afterwards?" At this moment, the once excited hippo king was instantly frightened by its younger brother. In a fit of rage, the hippo king stared at its younger brother and gritted its teeth, saying, "Didn't I say not to disturb me unless it's something important? If you can't come up with a good reason, I'll tear you apart." Faced with the king's deathly gaze, the younger brother dared not hide and quickly said, "King, we are under attack. The enemy is approaching the mountaintop." Upon hearing this, the hippo king panicked and quickly asked its mate, "Could it be your old flame coming to visit?" Angered, the mother rhino king replied, "My old flame has been away for days." Upon hearing this, the hippo king breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly said, "Stay in the cave and wait for me. I want to see who dares to intrude on my mountain." With that, the furious hippo king stormed out of the cave and scanned the vast mountain, searching for the enemy's trace. Soon, it spotted a colossal python nearly 200 meters long charging towards it. Seeing this, the hippo king almost couldn't believe its eyes. My goodness! A titan python! And it's at the level of a giant beast. In that moment, the hippo king realized the situation was dire. It didn't think its tough skin could withstand the titan python. After taking a deep breath, the hippo king immediately spoke, "Brother, what brings you to my mountain? We had no grudges in the past, no conflicts recently, right?" It wanted to find out if the visitor meant harm. If so, it would have to retreat. Hearing this, the approaching python assessed the hippo king and sensed another giant beast inside the cave. The python's mood instantly lifted. It loved this kind of partnership. Or perhaps a couple would work too. It would double its gains every time. Exactly. The taste of a well-fed and strong one should be excellent. Under the nervous gaze of the hippo king, the python nodded in satisfaction with its large head. Upon hearing this, the Hippo King instantly felt a chill and realized the python's intentions.
This was not just a hostile visit. It was here to eat it. Little one, come out and help me. This guy is not friendly. It almost immediately shouted, knowing it couldn't match the python.
Judging by the python's speed earlier, there was almost no escape.
As the words fell, the Mother Rhino King's figure appeared in the cave.
But when the Mother Rhino King saw the size of the python, it was stunned.
How could it defeat the python? Its combat power was quite average among giant beasts.
Over the years, it had been relying on its mate for survival, living a passive life. It became a giant beast because the former Black Rhino King gave it a precious giant beast fruit. As a condition, it had to follow the Black Rhino King, serving for venting and bloodline propagation.
But because the Black Rhino King was ambitious and often left it alone on
the mountain, it felt lonely and started seeking companions outside. This nature meant it couldn't share life and death with a mate. Realizing the gap between the two sides, the Mother White Rhino King trembled in fear, saying, "Brother, we are not together.
We are just in a casual relationship." Seeing this scene, the Hippopotamus King was instantly furious, wondering how he had been seduced by such a crazy and abnormal mistress in the first place. In anger, the Hippopotamus King cursed loudly, "You fool, it's coming to eat us. Do you think begging for mercy will work? If it does, I'll bow to it hundreds of times right now." Upon hearing this, the giant python immediately opened its huge mouth with a smile and said, "Why don't you bow first? Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go?"
Unfortunately, the Hippopotamus King did not believe the python's teasing and remained vigilant, staring at the python. Seeing this, the python immediately opened its mouth and said to the Mother White Rhinoceros King, "Don't think about running away, or you will die a miserable death. Stay put obediently, you still have a chance to live." After hearing the python's words, the Mother White Rhinoceros King nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking its seeds. But at that moment, the Hippopotamus King suddenly appeared with a thick layer of mud armor all over his body, and then rushed towards the python without hesitation.
"Your defense skill is not bad."
The python was surprised for a moment, then faced the charging Hippopotamus King, arching its huge snake head, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. But the next moment, just as it was about to reach the python, the Hippopotamus King suddenly turned around, and with a splutter, a large amount of feces sprayed out, like a goddess scattering flowers. For a moment, a terrifying stench spread everywhere, sweeping through with its odor.
"You'll pay for this."
Seeing feces everywhere, the python quickly dodged away, almost getting stained, and became extremely angry. How dare the damned Hippopotamus King spray feces at him? At the same time, without saying a word after spraying feces, the Hippopotamus King ran off into the distance. But when it realized the python was swiftly chasing after it, it was scared once again, and with another splutter, poisonous feces sprayed out like a fountain.
Helpless, the python had to dodge away, unable to counter this move.
It quickly chased after the Hippopotamus King again because this guy was too slow and had no chance of escaping. After spraying feces and poison gas several times in a row, the Hippopotamus King suddenly panicked when it couldn't spray anymore, begging for mercy while fleeing, "Big brother Python, please spare me.
As long as you spare me, I'll do anything you want. From now on, I'll be your dog, big brother."
Hearing this, the python didn't bother to respond or spare the Hippopotamus King, relentlessly chasing after it. When it saw that the Hippopotamus King couldn't run anymore, the python slowed down, then used its skill of copper skin and iron bones, and accelerated towards the Hippopotamus King once again. With no way to escape, the Hippopotamus King knelt in front of the python with a thud.
Its eyes were bloodshot, frantically kowtowing and pleading in a humble manner, "Why won't you spare me? I just want to live. As long as you let me live, I'll do anything."
Seeing the Hippopotamus King begging so humbly after realizing there was no escape, the python fell silent for a moment, then opened its mouth and asked, "Are you sure you want me to spare your life and are willing to do anything?" Upon hearing this, the Hippopotamus King became excited and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Big brother, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to eat feces every day if you want." Hearing this, the python was speechless.
How did this guy become a giant beast?
So far, this was the most cowardly giant beast it had encountered. Thinking this, the python opened its mouth and said, "All right. Swear loyalty to me in front of the will of the world, deceive 3 giant beasts of the same level for me, and then you will be free." Upon hearing this, the hippopotamus king was stunned for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Big brother, you almost scared me to death."
At this moment, the mother white rhinoceros who had followed quietly from a distance asked in a low voice, "What about me, big brother? Am I going to be like the hippopotamus king too?" Upon hearing this, the python nodded and said, "It's all the same. According to my request, swear to the will of the world, then come to the king of the mountain." Soon, the 2 cowardly guys, under the python's request, swore to the will of the world. After doing all this, the python felt somewhat bored, mainly because it was too easy. Originally thought it could stretch its body well, but then encountered a pair of weaklings. Their combat power was weak and they were very cowardly. Seeing the python looking uninterested, the hippo king asked softly, "Brother, did you not kill enough? There are giant beast-level creatures in the nearby mountains. Unfortunately, my relationship with them is just average, or even look down on me." Hearing this, the python suddenly became interested and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Lead the way." Upon hearing the python's words, the hippo king immediately flattered, "All right, brother, follow me." At this time, the mother white rhino king hesitated and said softly, "Brother, should I go back first? I estimate my good relationship will be here in a few days. By then, I will lure it over to be a sacrifice for you, the king." Hearing this, the hippo king couldn't help but admire the white mother rhino king and said, "You are ruthless. You are selling out your good relationship? How about we wait until the brother leaves, then have a moment of intimacy?" The mother rhino king sneered at the hippo king, "With your messy appearance just now, you still want to touch me in the future?" Upon hearing this, the python opened its mouth wide towards the mother rhino king and said, "Go. Don't disappoint me." After hearing this, the mother rhino king nodded repeatedly, "King, rest assured, 10 days is completely enough." The hippo king on the side immediately said sarcastically, "Indeed, with your flirtatious appearance, you fit right in." Seeing this scene, the python became impatient and said, "Shut up. Lead the way quickly." With the python's command, the hippo king obediently led the way, heading straight to the neighboring mountain. After a dozen minutes, under the leadership of the hippo king, the python had already reached the neighboring mountain. It is worth mentioning that the king of the giant beast-level creatures on this mountain was already watching them from a high place, and surprisingly did not choose to flee. When the python saw the other party clearly, it was also stunned. Because the king of this mountain was also an ancient titan python, slightly larger in size than the python. When it saw the hippo king, it was not surprised, but what truly surprised it was that the appearance of the python indicated they were of the same kind. Although slightly smaller in size, its combat power was terrifying. When the python caused a commotion earlier, it had already caught its attention. Because their snake and python species mostly preferred to be active at night. "Brother, which group are you from?" When the python appeared on the mountain, the black ancient titan python asked warmly. Upon hearing this, the python glanced at the other party and said, "I have no group, I'm hungry and want to eat some giant beast-level creatures." Hearing this, the black ancient titan python quickly said, "Brother, there's no need. We are all of the same kind. We belong to the same bloodline group." The python, however, was indifferent and said, "So what if we are of the same kind? I don't enjoy the benefits of belonging to a group." After a moment of silence, the ancient titan python couldn't help but say, "I have a big brother who was a legendary realm blue sky bull python, can I introduce you to him? Background check. This guy." Upon hearing this, the python understood the other's intention. The other party had revealed their background directly, prompting the python to think carefully before acting. Of course, whether to fight or make friends, it was still up to the python. At this time, the hippopotamus king who had led the way before also chose to remain silent very tactfully. "Your background doesn't pose much of a threat to me." The giant python immediately opened its huge mouth and said. In the past, under normal circumstances, the giant python might have been able to make friends with the other party. But now, it was not possible as he was not in the mood to make friends. He just wanted to quickly complete the task and be done with it. Then come on.
Upon hearing this, the other party did not waste any words either. With cold and red snake eyes, it twisted its huge body and charged forward. The giant python, equally unyielding, twisted its massive body to meet the attack. At the same time, the giant python decisively used its skill copper skin iron bones, and the two sides began to fiercely tear and bite at each other, their bodies involuntarily entwined. The python's fighting style was very direct, basically entwining each other and then fiercely biting and attacking each other with their huge mouths. But what the giant python feared the least was this. Because its teeth were venomous. It was difficult for creatures of the same realm to deal with him. However, the giant python was soon surprised to find that its venomous teeth did not have much effect on this opponent. Every time it was bitten by the opponent's huge mouth, it only felt weak and numb for a while before continuing to fiercely bite back. Although the giant python had been dominating the battle, leaving many wounds on the opponent, the problem was that the opponent had also left many wounds on the giant python. The skilled copperskin iron bones did not seem as terrifying for creatures of the giant realm, as their defense was clearly lacking. So, the more intense the fight, the more wounds the giant python would sustain. But compared to the giant python, the opponent was in a worse condition. During the fight, the ancient titan python was both shocked and angry, saying, "You have so many skills, not only defense but also the paralyzing effect of venomous teeth. No wonder you are smaller in size than me, yet you dare to provoke me with a lower realm." At this point, the ancient titan python seized the opportunity, opened its huge mouth, and spewed out a terrifying black flame towards the head of the giant python. The giant python was instantly burned with excruciating pain, feeling that the flames in the opponent's mouth were much more powerful than those of the Black Tiger King. But in just a moment of fighting, the opponent continued to spew flames, burning the giant python's head with scars and a charred smell. It could be said that the combat power of this ancient titan python was really impressive. Although it was at a lower realm, it gave the giant python a feeling of being evenly matched in strength. Of course, the giant python knew that its biggest weakness was the venomous teeth attack, which could not cause the opponent to die within 3 minutes, only bring a paralyzing effect. Because the opponent's realm surpassed its own. If they were at the same realm, the opponent would have died long ago. Soon, an hour had passed since the two sides had been fighting fiercely. At this moment, the giant python had still not killed the opponent, but had left many wounds on them, and was also in a bad state. This was the first time the giant python had fought against a python larger than itself, and it was unexpectedly difficult. Its death entanglement had little effect on creatures of the same kind, as the opponent was larger than it. Using death entanglement would only result in mutual strangulation, with little effect. At this moment, the black ancient titan python couldn't help but mockingly open its huge mouth and say, "I thought you were so powerful. Just now, from the way you spoke, I was really scared. But apart from being a bit faster, your other methods are quite ordinary. Although your strength is very good, if you want to kill me, you are not qualified enough." Upon hearing the opponent's mockery, the giant python ignored it. In fact, the giant python had long realized its shortcomings. Otherwise, it would not have been so eager to complete the task. Because he now lacks powerful enemy killing skills. But as long as he completes the task, this problem can be easily solved. At that time, there will be 2 designated lottery chances. One is kept to exchange bloodline template. The other is used to extract attack skills. In this way, his own shortcomings will not be too obvious. The current python is actually in a very awkward state of combat power. There is no need to worry about survival, but the lack of killing power is too much. Against an absolute king of the same realm, once the opponent surpasses him in realm, he will be in a very passive state. Of course, this situation only applies to creatures of the same realm and size as him. If the size is not on the same level as him, such as those much smaller than him, they can almost crush him directly. Even if the opponent's realm is slightly higher, it is useless, as long as it is not much higher or the combat power is off the charts. In addition, even if he does not kill the opponent now, the python does not care. Because, after understanding his own shortcomings, the python changed its strategy.
It fights fiercely to consume and kill the opponent, exchanging injuries with the opponent. When everyone is exhausted, he can just use auxiliary perfect recovery. So with the idea of consumption, the python's patience is very sufficient.
Soon, another half an hour passed, at this moment, with the battle lasting for 2 hours. Several powerful giant beasts in the nearby mountains were also alarmed and gathered closer, watching the battle nearby. Because the combat power of this black ancient titan python has always been the strongest in the nearby mountains, but now it is fighting so fiercely with a similar creature, they naturally cannot miss it. In addition, the bodies of giant beasts are all good things for these giant beasts. Once eaten, it is also a very fast way to improve strength. The essence of giant beasts wanting to improve their strength is actually to hunt and devour each other. As long as they eat enough flesh and blood essence, they will advance to a higher level. Therefore, the 4 giant beasts present, although not directly communicating, are constantly exchanging glances. Soon, the giant beasts with good relations approached and started communicating.
This is a 40-meter-long Komodo giant lizard and a Nile crocodile over 60 meters long.
The 2 guys whispered to each other.
The other 2 giant beasts couldn't hear what they were communicating about.
But by occasionally looking at the 2 ancient titan pythons on the battlefield, it is obvious what they are thinking. As for the other 2 giant beasts on the other side, as soon as they saw this situation, they also immediately gathered to communicate. According to the current situation of the python and the ancient titan python, the fight will definitely end in a draw in the end. Even if the final winner may be the python, it will definitely be in a very serious condition.
At that time, the 2 ancient titan pythons will become their prey.
Perhaps any one of them alone cannot defeat an ancient titan python, but it is not a big problem for 2 of them to bully an ancient titan python that is seriously injured. At the same time, the Hippo King watching from a distance was also excited. If possible, it naturally hopes that both the python and the ancient titan python will be seriously injured, so that it does not have to break its promise. Thinking of this, while the Hippo King was happy, it also kept praying, it's best if both are seriously injured.
Or both are dead. Once both are dead, then, it won't have any trouble. On the contrary, it can be considered as avenging itself. At the same time, the black ancient titan python in the battle also realized.
If it continues to fight, it may die before the python.
The problem is that by then, the python's condition will also be very miserable. Thinking of this, the black ancient titan python couldn't help but roar, "Do you really want to die with me?" Hearing this, the python ignored it and continued to fiercely bite the black ancient titan python. Seeing this scene, the ancient titan python's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, fearing the worst. This guy doesn't want to communicate with it at all, obviously planning to kill it first. Thinking of this, the black ancient titan python became fierce in its heart. "You want to kill me? Then don't expect to have it easy either."
With this crazy thought in mind, the ancient titan python's attacks became even more frenzied. Despite its injuries being much heavier than the python's, it did not affect its fighting spirit. After fighting fiercely for over half an hour, this long-lasting battle is finally coming to an end. But this battle has terrified the 5 giant beast-level creatures in the audience. Because the battle was too bloody, with the 2 ancient titan pythons almost covered in blood, pieces of flesh torn off were visible everywhere, and the area near the battle was a mess.
"My big brother will not let you go."
At this moment, after laboriously uttering the last sentence, the black ancient titan python fell into the pool of blood with a thud, completely losing its breath. At the same time, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host.
Successfully hunted and killed a mid-level giant beast ancient titan python. Current task progress March 20th. Hearing the system's voice, the python breathed a sigh of relief.
At the same time, it felt an unprecedented exhaustion.
Because this could be considered the most severe injury it has suffered in a long time of fighting. It took a lot of effort to kill the opponent. So its condition was not good at all.
But the python could feel that its terrifying injuries were slowly recovering, indicating that it was not in mortal danger. However, it had long noticed the other 4 giant beast-level creatures on the side, and also wanted to take advantage of the situation to see if it could kill 2 more.
if it could successfully kill 2 more giant beast-level creatures.
Then the rewards from this battle would be even greater, bringing it one step closer to evolving to the mid-level giant beast level. Thinking of this, the python began to play act. It first struggled a few times, then its huge snake head weakly fell to the ground, after several attempts. The python opened its mouth and weakly said to the hippopotamus king, "Help, help me."
After speaking, the python's huge snake head naturally fell, weakly landing in the pool of blood, and its eyes closed completely.
Seeing this scene, the 5 giant beast-level creatures present became restless and excited. In contrast, the hippopotamus king was the most excited, looking at the python lying in the pool of blood, unable to help but burst into a crazy laugh.
"Huh? Did I save you? You really have beautiful thoughts. You damn it, didn't you want me to be your little brother? How come you died so quickly? Get up."
After speaking, it wanted to rush up and kick a few times to vent its anger. After all, thinking about its humble appearance in front of the python, it felt very uncomfortable, hating the python to the core. But it quickly calmed down and retracted its steps. Because it couldn't be sure if the python was really dead at the moment.
What if this guy isn't dead? Or is it making a last stand?
With this thought in mind, it suppressed its hatred for the python and calmly continued to watch. At this moment, the other 4 restless giant realm creatures looked at each other, then turned to the hippopotamus king and said, "Brother Hippo, why don't you go up and see if it's dead?
Don't you have a grudge against it? It wouldn't hurt to vent some anger on the corpse, right?" "Yeah. From the way you talk, you must have been bullied by this guy a lot. Even though the other party is dead now, we should still tear it apart to relieve our anger, right? Anyway, I wouldn't be able to stand it. I have a bad temper."
Hearing the encouragement from the 4 guys, the hippopotamus king completely ignored them, not allowing himself to be used by them. Moreover, these 4 guys had been whispering to each other earlier, probably already discussing how to divide the prey. With this in mind, the hippopotamus king sneered and said, "If you want to go, go ahead.
I'm going back. I never planned to make progress in my life anyway.
Living comfortably until death is good enough." With that, amidst the astonished gazes of the giant realm creatures, the hippopotamus king turned and walked away, quickly disappearing from their sight. Meanwhile, the giant python lying on the ground pretending to be dead was also angered by the hippopotamus king's words, but it could still distinguish the situation clearly. After dealing with these guys, it would naturally make the hippopotamus king despair. If it loves to spew feces so much, then let it eat feces every day.
Willing to eat feces every day, right? Alright then. Let it eat a lot and be full.
Seeing this scene, the Komodo Dragon King, Nile Crocodile King, Black Bear King, and Lion King all looked at each other in surprise. To be honest, they were also very helpless towards someone who just wanted to lie down and wait for death. They looked down on this kind of creature and wouldn't mind sending it off if given the chance. But now that this guy had left, who would take the initiative to check the situation?
After a moment of silence, the Komodo dragon couldn't help but say, "How about you, Black Bear King, go and check."
Upon hearing this, the Black Bear King immediately became
unhappy. "What do you mean? Why should I go check?" Hearing this, the Komodo dragon said, "Because you are the weakest. Is that condition good enough?"
Hearing this, the Crocodile King and Lion King nodded in agreement, all looking at the Black Bear King expressionlessly. Seeing this, the Black Bear King knew he couldn't refuse, cursed inwardly, and reluctantly approached the giant python. It was also very cautious and didn't rush forward recklessly. But after some thought, the Black Bear King felt something was wrong. Even if the python wasn't dead, what could it do? Could a heavily injured guy take on 4 opponents? With this in mind, the Black Bear King became bolder. It cautiously approached and, upon reaching the python, casually kicked it a few times. Seeing no reaction from the python, it breathed a sigh of relief. Then, it turned to the other 3 giant realm creatures and said, "Damn, scaring myself. It's already cold." Hearing this, the Crocodile King, Komodo King, and Lion King also breathed a sigh of relief. However, as they were walking towards them, they suddenly stopped in their tracks and looked behind the Black Bear King, where the giant python was silently rising. they subconsciously widened their eyes.
Why are you staring? Can't you even handle a corpse?
Saying this, the Black Bear King subconsciously turned around and immediately saw a gaping mouth lunging towards it.
It couldn't even dodge, and the upper body was immediately bitten by the giant python, letting out a painful and miserable scream.
At the same time, the python, now using venom, continued to sway its massive snake head and forcibly swallowed the Black Bear King. The system's voice sounded, "Congratulations, host. Successfully hunted and killed an early-stage giant realm Black Bear King, gaining 1 million evolution points. Congratulations, host. Host's current task progress is April 20th.
After hearing the system's voice, the giant python was overjoyed. Not bad, not bad. It's really satisfying to ambush as the sixth brother.
Thinking of this, the python, in a good mood, dragged its heavily wounded body with difficulty, then forcibly carried the body of the black ancient titan python, preparing to leave. Not only that, it also appeared very weak, as if on the brink of death, luring 3 other giant beast realm creatures nearby.
Because it knew that if it just ran away, these 3 guys might not chase, but if it directly took the prey away, these 3 guys would definitely not accept it. Especially since it appeared so weak. Sure enough, the 3 giant beast realm creatures, who were originally scared silly, immediately came to their senses and looked at the python with fear in their eyes. Although they were eager to act, they were not willing to take risks. But seeing the python so heavily injured and still wanting to drag away the spoils of the hunt, they couldn't stand it. Damn it, your strength is indeed good, eating a Black Bear King is fine, but you even want to take it away? Didn't we just waste our time for nothing? Are we happy for nothing for so long? How can they accept this? Put down the body of the ancient titan python. Put down the prey. You can go. Put down the prey. We won't make it difficult for you either. At this moment, the Crocodile King, Lizard King, and Lion King all angrily shouted in unison. They glared angrily at the python, their eyes constantly shifting, not knowing what they were thinking, but they would absolutely not allow the python to take the prey away. Hearing this, the python pretended to be tough and opened its mouth wide, saying, "If you're not afraid of death, come and try." After that, it continued to carry the prey and prepared to leave with difficulty. This scene made the 3 giant beast realm creatures completely unable to bear it. They simply didn't take them seriously at all. Especially since this guy was so seriously injured. The next moment, they glanced at each other, and the Lion King couldn't help but roar angrily, "What are you afraid of? It's just a dying struggle. Let's all attack together. I can't stand it anymore, I want to kill this guy. He's underestimating us too much." After speaking, the 3 giant beast realm creatures quickly rushed up, preparing to surround the python from 3 directions at the same time. This guy underestimates us, right? Since that's the case, let's keep him forever. Seeing this scene, the python immediately pretended to be exposed and bluffed, dropping the prey and then struggling to move its body to prepare to escape. But in the eyes of the 3 guys, this completely proved that the python was bluffing, and its current performance was even more fearful and afraid. For a moment, the 3 giant beast realm creatures who quickly surrounded the python greedily looked at the python, their eyes like those of prey. The Lion King looked at the python's panicked and exhausted eyes, as well as its still bleeding body, and couldn't help but mock, "Look at you, so weak and injured, couldn't you have just run away earlier? Who are you trying to scare with this bluff? Do we look like we're scared?" At this moment, the Lizard King couldn't help but laugh and mock, "Oh, I'm so scared." Faced with the mockery of the 3 guys, the python did not speak, but continued to pretend to be angry and weak, actually thinking about killing them later. Of course, no matter which guy it killed first, it mainly depended on who couldn't resist and rushed up first. If possible, the python planned to kill the Lion King first, because among the 3 giant beast realm creatures, this guy should be the fastest to run, as expected. Once this guy was killed, the other Lizard King and Crocodile King would basically not be able to escape even if they wanted to. Seeing the python silent but always ready to stubbornly resist, the Crocodile King spoke, "Quickly get rid of this guy, so we don't have more troubles as the night goes on." To be honest, if the python were in its prime, it really wouldn't dare to provoke the python. Because pythons are almost the natural enemies of crocodiles, in a battle between them,
the most common outcome is a draw.
As for the ancient Titan python fighting to a draw? That's the record of the Prussian giant crocodile, not their fear crocodile's record.
But the situation is completely different now, it's just a severely injured ancient Titan python.
It believes it shouldn't take too much effort to deal with them. In the next moment, the three giant beasts faced each other and attacked the python together.
They charged at the python from three directions, clearly intending to quickly kill this severely injured ancient Titan python. At this moment, the python pretended to be in a panic, but inwardly it was sneering. It had already locked onto the Lion King as its target, and when the three approached, the python immediately turned its massive snake head and bit towards the Lion King without hesitation.
Why is it biting me? The Lion King's heart sank at this moment. It easily leaped aside to avoid the attack. But it also closed the distance with the python.
By now, the python had been bitten by the fear crocodile and the lizard king. However, the python didn't care at all and continued to bite towards the Lion King. This time, the python's bite was quite effective, mainly because the Lion King didn't expect the ancient Titan python to be so aggressive. Even though it had been bitten by the other two, it still relentlessly attacked the Lion King. The Lion King, bitten by the python, immediately screamed and struggled frantically, continuously tearing at the python's massive snake head with its large mouth and wildly clawing at it. The already bloody python was further battered by the Lion King.
But the python had also left a large amount of venom in the Lion King's body.
It's worth mentioning that after the python bit the Lion King, it suddenly felt less pain. The python immediately guessed that the Crocodile King and the Lizard King had betrayed it. Obviously, they wanted it to help them kill the Lion King before it died. The python was speechless about this. These seemingly united allies had too many hidden agendas.
They even betrayed each other during the battle. Indeed. High-end hunters often appear as teammates.
At the same time, the python instinctively released the Lion King and began to look for other targets. Especially since it had injected venom into the Lion King. Next, it could only wait for death. Of course, if the Lion King was in the mid-stage of the giant beast realm, it might only be paralyzed and weakened for a while. But in this case, the python would naturally strike again, targeting the Lizard King and the Crocodile King. These two, especially the Crocodile King, had bitten too hard. Although the Lizard King's bites were also very painful, it couldn't easily tear off its flesh. But the Crocodile King was different. With terrifying biting force, a few shakes and pulls could tear off its flesh. Especially in the death struggle, the terrifying tearing force was unbearable even for the python, which grimaced repeatedly. What made the python furious was that after it released the Lion King seized the opportunity to fiercely bite its body with red eyes full of anger, but it had also become smarter and didn't dare to face the python directly. Because if the python had used the death coil on it just now, it would have been a certain death. As the python released the Lion King, the Crocodile King and the Komodo giant lizard also became more cautious in their attacks, as they didn't want to become the python's primary target. The situation that followed was quite eerie. Every time the python attacked one side, the other two sides would quickly counterattack the python. The Crocodile King, who was the most targeted by the giant python, was somewhat bitter, perhaps because it had suffered the most damage from the giant python, so it was frequently attacked by the giant python. This led to it mostly making probing attacks on the giant python, actually becoming a target for the giant python. Just when the situation was looking good, with a thud, the Lion King's huge body fell directly to the ground. At the same time, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host.
Successfully hunted and killed an early-stage giant beast Lion King. Current task completion May 20th.
Seeing this scene, both the Lizard King and the Crocodile King were stunned, then their eyes showed joy.
Well done. After the battle, there are more prey. Be careful.
It's just the two of us left, this guy should have a poisonous skill. At this moment, the Crocodile King suddenly spoke up to remind. Hearing this, the Lizard King immediately dismissed it, you should be the one to be careful. As for why the Lizard King was so unconcerned, it didn't say. Seeing the Lizard King's nonchalant attitude, the crocodile was speechless.
I kindly reminded you, and you don't take it seriously?
You're not afraid of me, so why should I be afraid of you? My armor is so thick, as long as I don't expose my weak spot, this guy can't
penetrate my defense.
Seeing the two guys unafraid, the giant python also had some speculations. It seems that the Lizard King should have the ability to be immune to venom.
Just don't know if my 1000 poison kiss can be resisted by this guy?
In this way, the three sides continued to attack each other, but these two guys clearly wanted to wear him down, so they were very patient. Finally, the giant python lost patience completely and, seizing an opportunity, its huge body charged directly at the Lizard King. The Lizard King was startled.
It instinctively wanted to escape. But the giant python pursued relentlessly.
Seeing this scene, the Lizard King immediately opened its mouth wide and sprayed a black liquid at the giant python. The giant python instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late, and its body was directly contaminated by the black liquid.
The next moment, even the giant python couldn't help but gasp in pain.
It could feel the flesh at the wound rapidly decaying, as if millions of ants were fiercely biting at the wound. But the giant python still gritted its teeth and caught up to the Lizard King, biting down on its back.
Ah!
After a scream, the Lizard King, seeing the giant python continuously entwining it, panicked. It could indeed be immune to the giant python's venom, but it couldn't be immune to being strangled to death. For a moment, it kept opening its mouth wide, spewing corrosive black liquid, but it couldn't reach the snake head of the giant python. When this corrosive liquid landed on the giant python, it corroded its flesh like molten iron, leaving dozens of rotten wounds on its body. But the giant python also entwined its huge body around the Lizard King. Now that it had entwined the Lizard King, there was no escape for it. The blind Lizard King was completely panicked, and it hurriedly begged for help. "Crocodile King, please save me. I don't want anything if you kill this guy. Please save me." Hearing the Lizard King's plea for help, the Crocodile King quickly shouted, "Hang in there." After that, it rushed up, opened its mouth wide, with sharp fangs, and fiercely bit off a section of the giant python's body. Then, as the giant python continued to strangle the Lizard King to death, causing the Lizard King to scream, the Crocodile King also displayed its signature move, Death Roll. For a moment, a huge piece of flesh was torn off from the location where the Crocodile King had bitten.
Moreover, this is not over yet.
The Crocodile King obviously wanted to tear the huge body of the python into two halves, continuing to bite towards the wound where the python lost flesh, rolling in death. Because he wanted to kill the python before the Lizard King, otherwise, there would be no live target to delay the python.
And even though the python was so severely injured and still not dead, it was indeed a bit scared.
So, it decided to bite the python into two pieces to see if it would die. With this thought in mind, the fearsome Crocodile King began to unleash a frenzy of death rolls. After more than 10 minutes, the python had successfully strangled the Lizard King to death, leaving it breathless. At the same time, the voice of the system sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host.
Successfully hunted and killed an early-stage giant beast, the Komodo python. Current task progress June 20th.
Upon hearing the voice of the system, the weak and suffering python had no time to pay attention to the system's voice. The next moment, it only heard a cracking sound, the sound of bones breaking. When it turned its huge snake head to look, it saw the ferocious Crocodile King had already bitten off a part of its body, with blood flowing crazily from the severed wound. "I'll bite you into two pieces this time and see if you'll die." At this moment, after biting off the python's body, the Crocodile King began to retreat and distance himself, looking triumphantly at the python, licking its lips as if savoring the python's blood in its mouth. The next moment, the python couldn't even move its body anymore, trying to lift its huge snake head but eventually collapsing into the pool of blood. And this time, the python was really not acting, it was truly on the brink of death. Seeing this scene, both the Crocodile King and the Hippopotamus King watching from a distance breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the Hippopotamus King. It was shocked by the python's fighting power. Because the python had already killed 4 giant beast-level powerhouses. To be honest, when it pretended to be dead, it had been scared silly. Its subsequent display of combat power had made it shiver in fear. Fortunately, the final result was very good. This guy didn't like playing dead, did he? He should be dead now, right? If he doesn't die like this, it's really unacceptable. After all, his body was broken into two pieces.